2020-21, and by authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Virginia Beach, I hereby call a special meeting for the Virginia Beach City Council on Monday, January 26, 2026, and Tuesday, January 27th, 2026, beginning at 8:30 a.m. Virginia Beach Convention Center, 1019th Street, Suite 3. The purpose of the special meeting is to hold to conduct a City Council retreat as listed in the attached and published agenda. The special meeting will be broadcast on cable TV, virginiabeach.gov, and Facebook Live. Sincerely, yours truly, Bobby Dyer, Mayor. Okay.
Do you want to start?
All right, so Mr. Mayor, members of council, welcome. We avoided Snowmageddon. It's always great to be in Virginia Beach. And looking forward to our budget retreat. As you know, this has become a regular cadence for us for the past 3 to 4 years. And it's always good and enlightening for us to hear from council and perspectives as we get ready to finalize the budget that we present to you all. Eager to hear your topics. As council knows, we shared some updates as where we are from a revenue standpoint. So there's going to be some opportunities for us to discuss how best to use those resources in a way that aligns with your policy positions.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Thank you for having us back. As a reminder, I'm Julie Brenman with FountainWorks. I've got Laura Gomez-Nichols with FountainWorks here with me also, and we are here as your facilitators today. I wanted to start by just orienting you to the plan for today and tomorrow. We have an agenda on the wall over there, so you can do quick looks and reference it at any point. You also have binders in front of you. You got all these materials electronically, but I'll just quickly orient you to the binders. You have your agenda. You have all the PowerPoint presentations, funding requests, benchmarking information, PISC information, dedications, and then information for tomorrow as well on political signage. There's the school calendar, the focused action plan, council policies. So you've got a lot of materials in front of you, and with the PowerPoints you can follow along. So our agenda today, we're going to start by asking you to just think ahead. What are your aspirations as a council for leaving a legacy for the community? After we do that, we're going to get into the nitty-gritty and have a number of budget presentations. Your budget director is going to be sharing a lot of reminders of things that you have heard in the past, but we want it fresh in your mind as you enter the discussion today about the FY 26-27 budget. So we'll be doing a number of presentations. During the presentations, feel free to ask questions. After the presentations, we'll lead you through some discussions. We talked to you all ahead of time, and I started those conversations with all of you. We said this budget retreat is really about giving guidance to the manager and his team on how to balance the budget. And when you balance a budget, you either adjust revenues or expenses, and you need them to match. So think of the retreat as how do you want to invest in your community or reduce the cost burden for your community. So it's really about balancing through investment or reductions. So we'll conclude today with getting from you some of that preliminary budget guidance so the manager and his team know how to develop the budget to bring back to you in March. The guidance that you're providing today isn't final because the budget will come back to you in March. It's just giving them enough guidance so that they can develop a budget that meets your needs. Tomorrow, we're going to be focusing on the roles of the governing body, of all of you, as well as governance discussion on particular issues that you all have raised. So today, we're planning the focus to be budget. Tomorrow, which is a half day tomorrow, will be on governance. So that's setting the stage. Our purpose here is really to provide the staff with guidance for developing the budget. Sound good? Sound like what we're all here for? Okay. So just to get us started thinking in that role you all have of setting that vision, defining the legacy that you all as a body might leave for Virginia Beach, I'm going to ask you each to take a minute, write on your big Post-it in front of you, use the Sharpie. What is the legacy that you want to leave for Virginia Beach as a council, like thinking of how you're working together to leave a legacy for future generations? So take a minute, write something down. Councilmember Remick, you're like, whoa, that's big. Might need 2 minutes to write something down. All right, I think almost everyone's done. So I'll start with Councilmember Cummings, because your pen's definitely down.
You want me to present?
Yeah, I want you to present.
Well, I have two aspirations for the city. First is housing affordability. I know that's a new catchphrase, and everybody seems to be jumping on that, but I've been talking about it for 2 years, and I think that we need to get deliberate and purposeful about addressing the issue here in Virginia Beach. And then long-term, I'd like for this to be a city where future generations can live and thrive, that it's a place where our children, our grandchildren are going to want to stay, people are going to want to come back to, and be able to have a career, professional career, and raise their families the way that we've raised ours here.
Thank you. Councilmember Rouse, crisscrossed.
Ready.
Here you go, Jill.
Good morning, everybody. So similar to Councilmember Cummings, I put home in quotation marks, so that touches on housing, but also that this would be a place where people want to be. So families can put down roots and grow and be here and stay here. And then I put sustainability, and my mind went to both environmental, so making sure that it's a place that exists and can continue in the future, but economic as well, so that as a city, particularly with our budget process, regardless of what's happening at the federal or state level, as a city, how can we make sure that we're creating an infrastructure and a ecosystem that is sustainable for our residents, so we can try to be as stable as possible.
Thank you. Councilmember Hutchison.
I'm kind of like Councilman Worth, it's going to take me more than a minute and one cup of coffee to get this brain rolling this morning, but, I went with kind of what we've been talking about, and, and I can't take the public safety part out of me, but it's we protect and serve the citizens and visitors to our city, and that entails safety, economics, schools, infrastructure, tourism. I've said it before, the way I see it, and as Councilman Cummings said, and of course, affordable housing. You said put the pens down before I was finished with my little dots. But is that I believe what we're here for is to not get in the weeds for those folks sitting back over there and behind me. That's y'all's job to run the city. We're here to try to clear hurdles, set expectations, and do what we can to work with you to keep our city. We are a great city. There's just no two ways about it. So, and I've seen it. I've been all over the country. I've seen other cities, how they're run. We argue, fuss, and fight. I think that's healthy at times. But overall, I would say we are at the top of the accreditation stuff. Our departments, they're winning awards. We constantly, as the mayor points out, get recognized as being one of the greatest cities. So it's really just keeping that machine. We're a big machine, and keeping that rolling. Thanks.
Thank you. Go, Councilmember Remick.
Good morning, and yeah, I did spend a little bit more time on broader topics because you said aspirational. So I'm going to read this because it needs to be read. So my aspirational for today and tomorrow, and for my service on council: a safe, welcoming city that provides a top quality schools, job and career opportunities, great neighborhoods, and a housing stock that is both affordable and plentiful. Attention to stormwater and flood challenges, and operated by a responsive professional staff, city staff. And I might add at the end of this, all with no tax increases. But I know that's super aspirational, but I do want, my point on that is, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I mean, I don't think we can have a budget neutral or a revenue neutral budget. I think the cost of a loaf of bread is more expensive this year than last year. So give us some leeway with inflation. Thank you.
Councilmember Schulman.
Good morning, everybody. I wrote something down too. I'll read it, but it doesn't include two things that I just heard, schools and public safety. So thank you for mentioning those two items because they are kind of woven in with what makes for, I don't know, a city that attracts and retains people and grows. But what I wrote down was growing a resilient economy that balances environmental stewardship and affordability alongside strategic investments that grow non-residential real estate and business tax revenues. So really a theme out of that is balance, I think. And if we can keep and achieve that with those goals in mind, I think we're setting ourselves up for a successful future.
Thank you. Councilmember Berlucci.
Thank you. I wrote down that the aspirational goal here is to foster a community where every person has the opportunity to fulfill their full potential. And this is essential to my philosophy about public service in two ways. First, in order for each person to achieve their full potential, it speaks to the diversity of priorities that we confront and grapple with each day. Economic opportunity, education, safety, infrastructure, affordability, all the top issues that we're aware of can inform and can support that goal. The other thing is that it places, I think, appropriately the power where it rightfully belongs, which is with the people. And I think that's important that we remember that as we contemplate these discussions, is that we're here to make sure that people thrive, that our neighbors thrive, and everyone has the chance and the freedom and the opportunity to fulfill their full potential.
Thank you. Dr. Russell.
Okay, what I wrote down, my legacy for Virginia Beach, for it to be a livable community that's capable of balancing its essential services with its amenities, so that we can equally enjoy working, playing, and living well in a healthy environment. A place for affordable housing and health care and recreation through our culture and arts. Having those two in place with the culture and arts usually brings in retention. So I wrote that, no more out-migration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Henley.
Very simply, I wrote, Virginia Beach is known as a well-managed city that provides services needed without excessive taxes and is a good place to live, work, and raise a family while being known for its unique environment. And of course, all these other things that everybody else has said that makes those things happen.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor.
Sorry, I couldn't figure out how to turn it on. Good morning, everybody. Quality of life with keeping our taxes as low as we can to support this. And this includes public safety, quality education, recreational opportunities, stormwater and flooding, and an environment to attract businesses and jobs. And we also want to be a magnet for our visitors and tourism. And we also want to be a very clean city. And I think sometimes we forget, it's like when you walk in your house and it's clean, you don't realize, you just sort of take it for granted. But if you walk in and your house is really a mess, it makes you feel bad. and you know that it's not clean. And we've been into cities that we kind of feel that way when we go there. And we have a very clean city, which is really important. And I think sometimes we take that for granted.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, and I appreciate this opportunity. Welcome, everybody. You know, this is obviously very important. We talk about legacy, and I think we have been building that legacy over the years. Just 3 years ago, we had 5 new council members, a new voting system and everything. Yet here we are today. Once again, I'll use that quote. I think it was from Dizzy Dean. If it's a fact, it's not bragging. You know, when New York Times says we're one of the best places to come, you know, in the world. You know, when we're constantly being cited for the quality of life, the safety, and things of that nature, we have a lot to be proud of in terms of accomplishments. And this has been a very, very proactive, you know, for my time on council. For 30 years, both the Dome site and the Rudy Loop has sat vacant. That is no longer the time. That is establishing a role in the future for everybody that lives in Virginia Beach. You know, we have weathered many storms over the years, and you know, whether it be tragedy and COVID and things. And what happened was the councils came together and focused on getting through. And we were able to get through incredibly tough times. We are doing better than a lot of other cities, and we just got to realize that. You know, but once again, as we go forward, we're going to have to confront reality. You know, costs have gone up and gone up consistently. But the one thing that is special about Virginia Beach, it's not the mayor, It's the people. It's the people that live here, work here, have their businesses here. But just think about the thousands of people that volunteer their time, talent, and treasure to make us great. But once again, I think the commitment really comes down. We have a reputation, especially with our military friends. Admiral Cottle said, we are the most requested duty station in the entire Navy. People want to come here. And why does the folks in NATO live in Virginia Beach? Because of the quality of life. The underlying theme of everything we do is to maintain that quality of life. It not only benefits the people that live here with the rec centers and all the amenities, the great schools, the public safety. People are getting value for their tax dollar. And the other thing is that, once again, with quality of life, it's the key to the future. It helps with economic development. When a company comes here to evaluate if they want to come here, the quality of life is the essential. So whatever discussions that we have to really focus. Keep the quality of life is the key to our future.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, all of you, for starting the day with thinking about that legacy and impact you want to make. I encourage you throughout the day as we start digging in and focusing on a lot of numbers and balances to remember that big picture of what the council is doing at setting those legacy policies, setting those priorities through the staff, through the budget, but keep the big picture in mind. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Laura. She's going to provide a sort of summary of what we heard from you in the interviews that we did with you ahead of time. And then after that, we're going to shift to Kevin to talk a lot about the budget. Laura.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, good morning and thank you. Can you, I'm not good at microphones. Is that okay? In November and December, we interviewed each of you individually to ask you questions about the budget and really get this process started early. I'm going to walk you through what we heard from you, and this is really to give you a sense of what you feel as a body at this time. And I want to caution you, this wasn't you giving directive on what the budget will be. This is you starting to think about what you're looking for so staff can start to get an idea of your opinions. Each of you should have a handout that's summarizing this, and it's going to be on the screen as well. So the first question that we asked you was about what are core government services? And we didn't present this to you as a list of services and ask, is this a core government service? Is this? We asked you an open-ended question, and you told us what came top of mind. And the most common answer, as you can see, was public safety and emergency services. And that was a near universal response. This is something that pretty much all of you saw as a core service. And up here at the top, we also have infrastructure, public works, stormwater, and schools. The rest of what you're seeing really comes back to this idea of quality of life, which I think we just heard from pretty much all of you, and what you see as your aspiration for the city and the legacy that you want to leave. And it's worth noting that that's not a theme that you always hear in every community. It's really important to you as a body to be sure that you're building community, to make sure that your residents are taken care of. And it's noteworthy. The other thing that we hope that you take away from looking at this is that this idea of core government services isn't this solid black and white idea. It's much more fluid and flexible than that. You know, at different times you might even answer it differently. At different places you might answer it differently. And many of you said as much in your responses. You know, what is core depends on what's going on at the time or who you're asking. So you all recognize that this is a much more fluid concept than we like to think it is sometimes. We also asked you about what would you consider in order to generate revenues. And I'm going to go ahead and orient you to these infographics just a little bit. The green person holding a check mark, that means, yes, I would consider that. The yellow guy with the question mark shrugging maybe I'd think about it. And then the orange guy with the X, no, I wouldn't consider that. And the size of the icon relates to how common the theme was. So that big green guy in the top next to reallocating dedications, that means that a lot of you were saying this is something that you would consider in order to generate revenue. For fees for services and new taxes or new fees, these are things that you were open to seeing, but what we heard you say is it would really need to be justifiable. We'd need a reason for doing it. It's not a willy-nilly, yes, let's add more. And at the other end of the spectrum, we had raising property taxes. This was generally not something that you as a body are open to considering. And we looked at property taxes a little bit closer than that. Like I said, the idea of raising taxes is not very popular, but the idea of keeping taxes the same seemed to have a fair amount of consensus around it. On the other end, reducing property taxes or even reducing them to revenue neutral, because we're a little bit more middle of the road, but leaning towards no, we wouldn't consider it. It's not as popular. Again, most of you are coming around this idea of like, we should keep them the same. And the last question that we're going to go over today is, what would you consider in order to reduce expenses? And these are listed in order from most likely to consider to least likely, with those on the left being the ones that you would be most likely to consider. So reducing funding to dedications, most of you are very open to that, at least to having the conversation. Same with identifying efficiencies and eliminating vacant positions. I will say that though you were open to it, these are, when we spoke to you, most of you gave a pretty qualified answer. So it wasn't a blanket yes. With the eliminating vacancies, it was, most of you were saying something along the lines of, if it's been historically vacant and the unit that the vacancy belongs to seems to be running okay in spite of things. And reducing funding to nonprofits, outside agencies, and consultants. I would say as a body, you guys are kind of in the middle on this. Most of you recognize that this is a very small portion of the budget, and that a lot of these organizations provide services that the city doesn't, and that they provide a lot of positive impact. That said, if there was a reason to look at it, most of you were open to hearing it if there was a good, justifiable reason. Same with eliminating programs. That's the biggest yellow we had on any of those. And that's because all of you, not all of you, most of you said if there was a reason, you would listen to it, but it's not cut and dry. It's not easy to just eliminate programs, and you can't just say yes outright. At the very end of the spectrum, we have laying off employees, and that's pretty much just a no. A few of you said that would be a last resort option in a dire situation. And I just want to say, again, to reemphasize that this wasn't firm opinions. This was really about getting a sense of where you were at as a body. And we're going to hear a lot more about different issues related to the budget today. And after we hear those presentations, we're going to revisit these questions and ask you, is this how you feel? Is this the general direction that you want to give staff? Are you prioritizing reducing or investing? And none of this is final or formal. Again, this is preliminary guidance to give staff so that when they come back to you in March with a draft budget, it looks a little bit closer to what you're hoping to see, and that there's a lot more opportunity at the front end of this process to shape things. Formal discussions will come later. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, do we get to ask a question? Thank you. Sorry to gum us up a little bit, but I just wanted some clarity. When you asked all of us, I can't remember, raising property taxes or keeping property taxes the same, are we talking about the real estate tax rate, or are we talking about all of the tax revenue streams that we realize?
When we asked it, we were talking about the property tax rate, but
Real property.
We didn't make that distinction during that conversation.
Okay.
And just to emphasize what Laura said, this is intended to remind you of some of the thinking you were doing month and a half, 2 months ago. We're going to revisit it all today. We just wanted to share generally what your off-the-cuff thoughts were back then. When you're grounded in all the budget information, we'll revisit some of these questions.
Thank you.
All right, if no other questions, we're going to have Kevin start talking about a lot of the budget information.
Hey, good morning, Kevin.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. So I'm going to see if the clicker here progresses forward. There we are. Good morning. So in light of the conversations of that City Council had in their one-on-ones with Fountain Works, one of the things that we thought we would start having a conversation with today is the budget process, the current budget process, where we're at in the budget process, and the information that we've been able to gather, as well as the framework or the timeline where City Council was, providing the responses to the questions they were asked based on the information they had at that point in time. So this is typically the slide, the timeline that's presented to City Council for informational purposes. Starting in August, we always talk about how the operating budget's a year-round process. It really is. We begin forecasting revenues right out of the gate with only a month of data, but we're really looking on the prior year actuals to get a framework or sense of how the revenues are trending. We have an idea, a conceptual idea at that point in time of large budget drivers and things that we're able to pencil in that might be big knowns. We also incorporate in, at that point in time, information or direction provided by City Council as a part of the prior year budget reconciliation process, where City Council might have given direction to explore, gather information to report back to City Council, or for staff to report back to City Council. And then in August, City Council had their focused action plan retreat, which again allowed input for us to work on developing the operating budget and guidance. In September, we began formally the budget process by working with departments to give them a sense of operational targets. That's what we typically refer to as the amount of local revenue that we're able to identify to provide departments in the building of their operational budgets. They then go in the months of October and November, and they build their operating budgets internally, and then they submit them for the budget department's review in the month of December. In November, City Council might recall, as we have historically done, we engage with City Council and the public in what we refer to as the 5-year forecast. So it's a preliminary look in the first point in time where we're somewhat comfortable with the revenue projections we're seeing, to engage City Council to give a sense of how things are trending, as well as what some of the budget drivers might be. In December, another important note of that is that's whenever the governor's budget comes out, the governor's proposed budget, which we're able to look at and review as part of the budget's operating review of individual departments' submitted operating budgets, and get a sense of what those impacts might be for the departments, but also for schools. Oop, went backwards, need to go forward. In January, we begin a one-on-one budget process where we individually meet with each department to discuss their operating budget and operational needs. VRS, we gather that information, the Virginia Retirement System. Every couple of years, the rate adjustment is made by VRS, determined by the actuarials of the fund. So the city participates in the Virginia Retirement System, and so it's a process that happens every 2 years where they establish the rate for all the localities, and the localities budget and plan for a contribution rate amount up to that. Obviously, we're here right now at the City Council retreat trying to give an update on additional information we've gathered to this point in time in the budget process. And new to the process this year is the schools deliberate working towards having budget focused workshops internally as a part of their operating budget process. which will result ultimately next month, in the month of February, of the city receiving the superintendent's estimate of needs about 2 weeks later than what we historically have. And so that's just something worth noting as the schools are trying to revamp their operating budget process as well. Don't know why it disappeared. There we go. Also important about next month, the month of February, that's whenever we'll get the real estate assessment information. Thank you, Katie. Which is a big component of the operating budget. It's really our last big revenue source and our most important revenue source in the development of the operating budget that we get. In March, we received the school's proposed operating budget. The city manager's proposed operating budget, based on the input and guidance from City Council, will be presented on the 24th of March. And then from that point in time, we'll have a series, historically have had a series of budget presentations to City Council. And in the month of April, we'll have 2 public hearings before the May process, which will lead to City Council having a reconciliation process, which is City Council letting staff know the changes and modifications that they're recommending to make to the city manager's budget, and then ultimately adoption by May 15th, which is the mandated adoption deadline for purpose of schools having an operating budget. So this is the typical process that we work through, and there's some things cut off here, so I'll go ahead and plan on reading this to City Council if that's okay. The input into the development of the operating budget is really a year-round process, right? So each month, every Tuesday, City Council's having discussion, and their topics of discussion typically focus around priorities of City Council that staff are taking as input in the development of the following year's operating budget. The budget department works with various stakeholders throughout the year, engaging, presenting revenue information, specific fund information, gathering input from various stakeholders throughout the community. We engage with civic leagues, presenting the operating budget, the proposed operating budget for their input, as well as other interest groups within the city. City Budget Office engages in task force meetings and typically has an analyst assigned to each of those, gathering feedback and input from the task forces that are then given recommendations to City Council for consideration and policy guidance. New to the process this year was having meetings with PISC, Process Improvement Steering Committee, and giving input and feedback to them and providing information to them so they can give City Council a list of recommendations for consideration, trying to provide them answers as best possible. And then we have several online tools, Speak Up VB, Balancing Act tools, and we got a lot of civic and process engagement tools that go into the overall development of the operating budget. But kind of a softball, I guess, point of discussion that we typically like to ask City Council at this point in time in the process each year is, what's the City Council's preference in terms of the budget presentation format? Historically, over the last several years, we've had a focused concentration of every department director providing an overview of their proposed operating budget, of what's included in the city manager's budget for their consideration. So it gives an opportunity for the public to not only digest what's included, but also for City Council to be able to ask questions and receive responses and input, provide input on each department specifically. But also, something that we would like to ask for guidance on, is there a desire or request to have a special called session on March 31st, the 5th Tuesday in the month of March, to allow for an additional City Council meeting to discuss the operating budget? So do we want that to have that discussion now or at the conclusion?
Can we leave our options?
I'll tell you what, when we just play it by ear, that's my thought. If it's necessary at the time, we can do that. But, if we get the information as we traditionally have gotten in a timely fashion, it may not be necessary, but let's put a placeholder on it.
Those are my thoughts as well.
Mr. Mayor, I'm assuming you're speaking about the possible 5th Tuesday. But what about, does council want the traditional cadence of having all the key departments and all the CIP sections coming before them during the budget session?
Michael?
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to share that's sort of been the way that the council has operated as long as I've been a member. But I actually think that we miss an opportunity to have a more meaningful discussion about the budget because we spend so much time on those presentations. And if I'm going to be really blunt about it, we don't always get the full picture. I mean, with great respect and deference to the professionals who come before us, they don't come and tell us always all the hard and bad news. So we sort of get a rosy picture, and that informs the discussion. I think we get all the information in. I guess what I'm trying to say is, we spend so much time on those presentations. I think we are responsible and capable enough to receive that information, process it individually, and then sort of do our homework. And then I would rather leave that time for more meaningful, substantive conversations than the boilerplate, PowerPoint after PowerPoint after PowerPoint. We learn a lot, and I think that's a good thing, but I think we're capable of reading and processing that information independently, and the time would potentially be, I'm welcoming other people's thoughts, but the time could potentially be better spent actually having meaningful dialogue about the things that we've read rather than just receiving the information.
Before I get to Hutch and Josh, would it be better to have executive summaries, that we have in front of us? Maybe in a form of a SWOT analysis, from each department, because once again, I think, the point being, we got to know what the challenges are too. And, budget time is a contact sport. And, but once again, I agree with Michael because, let me put it this way. I think a lot of gets lost in translation when we have one department come right after another, and things of that nature. Hush, Josh, and Cash.
So, a couple things. One is having, and I'm going to keep referring to the gallery back over here, as having come from over there, getting to speak in front of the body was of the utmost importance to me. I felt like it gave me a chance to speak to y'all, and be a part of it. So I respect that. But I certainly hear what Councilman Berlucci is saying. I want some more time. I've now done this enough to know that I want to have some more meaningful discussion around the table time. So I was thinking about, and I've been thinking about this a little bit now, off and on for a while, is like the first four folks that are sitting over there in the gallery right now, we see quite regularly. LJ more than his share, I think he would say. But the others we get to see. So, and I want to say this too, is I feel like we are in tune with our departments. I feel very safe in saying that. Everybody here, we know what the needs are. We feel their pain. We know the vacancies. Patrick keeps us well informed, everybody else. So is there a way to do like maybe, and Patrick, I would, give deference to you and the mayor and the vice mayor as far as figuring this out. Is there a way that there are 4 or 5 departments we got to hear from every year? Like, this is what it is. And then the other departments go every other year. Or there's a top, some number of a hybrid there to where we are getting them, and like every 2 years, some of the other departments that don't really need to come in front of us do. I'm just putting this out there, as Michael said, for some conversation. It feels like to me there could be a middle ground that could save us a couple of days to have some meaningful discussion. Thanks.
Before we move on, Hutch, I think what you say is good, but maybe the compromise, instead of having, as referred to as the death by PowerPoint, that we have an executive summary in front of us. The department head comes up. We already got the information and the questions we need, and then just have instead of somebody coming to give a 40-minute presentation, they're just in front of us, to answer the questions based off an executive summary. Just a thought. Okay, Josh, and then Cash.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And to your point and to the others that were made, especially budget time and the volume of information that's coming before us, I agree having something in front of us adequately beforehand in paper or online, it would be extremely helpful. Sometimes even our weekly cadence where we get stuff on a Thursday or Friday and we got to make sense of it, ask questions and have, string a sentence or two together by Tuesday to have something intelligent to say about it is, especially with the volume that we deal with. So, any written materials that can be made available via, executive summary or otherwise, that maybe can be uploaded to a shared drive that we can look at, at our leisure, and, backed up by the paper materials would be helpful. I completely agree with Councilmember Bellucci where, that the time is the most precious resource we have, right? So, I just remember there was a conversation we had, I don't remember when, but IT and Coastal, I think, got 9 minutes, and that was, a couple $100 million of our budget because we were talking about something else that cost $1 million for about an hour. So, trying to avoid those kinds of situations would be helpful. And then I would put back the question on staff too, because they've been involved in this and it's been the same kind of cookie cutter in a way for many years. So what would be better for them as well? I would really like to know that, how and I value obviously what Councilmember Hudge said is everybody should be able to, if you're a department head, come before us and speak to us. So, and if that means more meetings, that's why we get paid $2.85 an hour. So giddy up.
And that's a fitting launch off for me, talking about the working class, right? And so the working class, if you're a council member and you truly are a part of the working class, you don't have enough time to visit every department when a certain issue arises, right? And so I think a meaningful conversation needs to be had. Councilman Bellucci, I really echo that. The executive summary is appropriate. But most importantly, I think when you come onto council, you are hit with so many departments and you're going to meeting after meeting. It's not until your first year into council that you understand the different departments. What do we have, 72 plus departments?
Got 30. Roughly
Okay,
about 30.
see? Yeah, my point.
But talk about inflation, huh?
But to your credit, it feels that way. It feels that way because some of the departments, like Public Works, are several. Yeah.
So I think at this point, I can identify the department heads, right? I can have meaningful discussion because I really do understand their issues, where they would like to go as a department. So I'm very much in favor of what Mayor Bobby Dyer said about an executive summary, but I'm very much in favor of us having a meaningful discussion when I'm just not at their department and I'm on an hour. I really get to hear them, ask them questions as if my constituents would ask me questions so that I can translate that back to them. And then I can really say the city's input is actually happening. Not my own input, but the public's input is actually happening. Thank you.
Rosemary and Jennifer.
I've been doing this for a while, and I agree it is death by PowerPoint. However, I do think it's a very special time where we get to see all of our department heads, a lot of them that we don't see throughout the year. And a lot of it's because they're doing such a great job and there aren't any issues. But I think it's important to see the people that are running our city in all these different departments. So maybe if the staff can somehow magically figure out these comments and put something together, so possibly a blend of where we can. I think it's important to see our department heads. Most of them, we only see them once a year. And I think is important. But to maybe have executive summary, do the SWOT analysis, the pluses and the needs. And we also need to know, what else they could benefit from and thrive from, as well as some of the areas that maybe aren't as important. So I know it's kind of, I think it sounds like an impossible task for staff, but we have an amazing staff.
No, and thank you, Rosemary. I agree. That's why I think if we had the executive summaries and just, instead of having a presentation, have a discussion, that, we still engaged, with the department heads would still come. But once again, like I said, instead of a presentation, there would be a discussion. And I think you bring some very valid points in your, there you go. Now it works. Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm just going to reiterate some of what you all have mentioned, which is I think it's not only that they come before us, but what kind of information are they giving us? So like what information will be useful for us as we're deciding priorities. So I think the SWOT analysis is helpful. I don't know if this is useful or not, but I'm thinking about, in terms of the public, what constituencies do the departments interact with, and what are the needs that they're seeing through their interactions with the public? I think that to make it more meaningful and more substantive, we can give more guidance on the kind of information that we need. So that's just where my mind is. Thank you.
Thank you. Worth.
Just real quickly, I agree with what I think is the sense of the body here, and that is we do want to hear from everyone, and it should be like a one-pager summary, executive summary. All that being said, I do think towards the end, before the public hearings or around that time, I think we as a body also need to be talking about the bigger picture, where we are, revenues and expenses, and what can be or what can't be in the budget. Maybe not wait till reconciliation, but before that, I think we should. We're missing a little bit on that. I know this is a lot of time, but that's why we're here. Thank you.
That being said, I think if we had, basically, what Hutch was talking about, Michael was talking about, a blend where we had more time among ourselves, I think reconciliation would be a, far smoother, process. Reconciliation is, that's where the rubber meets the road. But, I think the more discussions we have among ourselves, instead of being a captive audience, being bombarded with information, that we can take each one of the 30 departments and, discuss it, dissect it, go back and forth, have the interaction with the department head. I think it's just going back to my organizational leadership days, a feedback loop of communication that goes before us, and then also to demonstrate to the public that we're being more deliberative and thinking about things and going forward. Just a thought. Patrick, do you have any comments on this?
It sounds like what I don't have clarity on is that it sounds like council, you guys are divided, where some of you all want a more thematic approach to the budget process that allows for you all to focus in themes and have more conversations. But then another portion of you all still want to have all the departments come by and present to you all. The only way I can see of reconciling that is to give you all more meetings, start earlier, or add additional meeting days. We could go through a hybrid process where we have a cadence of departments come one year, always being mindful that you probably want to hear from your public safety and public works every year, but have the other ones on a 2-year cycle. And then also focus on themes like compensation, like certain CIPs or certain themes that's going on in the budget. Like, for example, last year, council could have had a whole session on top of about EMS billing or other kind of things like that. We could morph it like that and keep the current schedule without having council start at 10 o'clock every day, for the next couple cycles. But if we want to focus on thematic things and have every department come through, that's when it kind of gets complicated, because when you're in the budget season, it's not just the budget that you get the luxury to focus on. Everything else still comes along as well. Like, you remember 2-3 years ago, it was a collective bargaining conversation that came because you got the mandatory requirement once you got noticed. So something's always going to come up. This year, probably likely with the legislative session that's going on, there's going to be a significant amount of things that's going to come up during your budget cycle. So the council never has the luxury of just the budget. we could amend to a hybrid approach and a thematic approach if council wants us to do that.
You know, before we get to Barbara, you know, because, you know, once again, I think just, you know, a thought, but once again, we'll decide this collaboratively, you know, to get the executive summary, but instead of the usual drill with the PowerPoint with stuff that's sitting in front of us, have the department heads actually come and be available for Q&A explanations, because I'm sure once we see the executive summaries, you know, there are going to be questions raised. And also, it's an opportunity for justification of items, but you know, I think this is, yeah, let's agree to at least, you know, drift towards something like this. Barbara, what did you have?
Well, I just don't want folks to go away thinking that we don't want information. I'd much rather have too much information than not enough. And it can be up to me to decide what's the important stuff and what is something that's not important. So I really am afraid we are giving the impression that we don't want to hear the interpretation from the staff and so forth. So it may be that we might want to have some basic sessions and then have some extra sessions for people who are interested in asking more questions, and the folks who feel like they have enough wouldn't have to come. So we could have a choice of people who, you know, who do want more information to be able to get it if they want it, maybe it's on an extra day that we could have for those kinds of sessions. So I don't ever think I've gone away thinking I've had too much information.
Michael?
I think Mrs. Henley raises a really good point about kind of a hybrid. I agree that we want all the information that we can get. And the point that I was trying to make, I think maybe I wasn't as articulate as I should have been, is that I think we can glean all of that information. I still want the information. I just want it written and in advance. And then I want to be able to have a discussion about that with, if I have more questions, and with the council and with the manager and with the relevant department head if necessary. And we always have the ability to, I mean, everyone is so accessible. If we have a question, if we have a concern, we can always reach them. So the more information we can get, the better. I just don't know that it has to be presented in a PowerPoint in these elongated sessions in March, because I think the citizens would be better served by a collaborative discussion that prepares us for reconciliation. That's the point that I'm making. So I'm wondering, just an idea, just brainstorming, maybe it's a high level, so it's a, you know, by portfolio. So we have a public safety day, we have, you know, a human services day, you know, or however it's organized, and then we'll have a chance to ask questions based on all the information that we got. I'm not asking for less information. I'm actually asking for more, just in a different format. And then that will give us time to answer questions. And then that would give us the flexibility if we needed to schedule one or more days to say, I've got some questions about Animal Services Division, for example. And I'd love for the director to come there, and maybe we can strategize that as we go along. But I think getting all the information written, and that's accessible to the public as well, so they all have it in the same format we have it, and then they can share with us their perspectives and wishes about how that is formulated as we move forward.
And, you know, Hutch?
So the three of you, I like where we're headed there now. I hope that helps you. And then what I was going to say, and not to try to get in the weeds, as I just said a minute ago, but maybe instead of the SWOT analysis, which can be longer, is a bluff method, you know, where the directors give us just that up front, and then we have the other. So they could talk for a minute, and then they would, but it would be a minute. We're not talking 15 minutes and a history of the departments and stuff like that, because we know that. So then that way it would help with you. And I'm also in agreement the portfolio way, and you pick a couple that would talk, and if we had the paperwork, then if we had some other questions, we could delve in and say, hey, you know, what is it about this part that's so important to you? So that to me feels like I'm not even talking about saving time right now, it feels like a good new way to try something, so that just to change it up a bit to get a feeling. But by no means are we not going to be informed. I don't worry about that at all. I'm not, for me anyway.
You know, and then along what Hutch and Mike were talking about, I think the point is that if we have these things preemptively, and they get out to the public, and the public views it, and then the public has the ability to get with their council people, and so now we'll get more multiple inputs instead of educating the public or just having them come, to 2 public sessions to discuss it with us. If we, I think public education component of it, let them see what we go through. Because once again, if you squeeze one end of the balloon, it puts pressure on another side. But once again, I really think it's always been an interesting exercise when we ask the public, put them through an exercise similar. What do you cut? What do you want cut? What are you willing to give up to get to what you need? And how difficult it is to come to a consensus during a budget. Yeah. Cash.
Just real quickly, and then Councilwoman Amelia Ross. I just want the public to know that it's not just these meetings that we are, or I or the other members are stopping to learn about these departments. It's throughout the workday or the work week where I'm dropping in to visit Director Kimberly Knight at the library and or the library department, and so I can understand how the library works. So I just want the public to know that it's just not we're getting all of this information during retreat time. We're also making special visits, and so this is a culmination of getting the information that we need, and not just a central meeting where we're getting all the information, then we're making the decision, because that wouldn't be a good process. You need throughout the year to visit department heads based on your community needs. Thank you.
Amelia, do you have anything?
Yes, I was just mentioning where you all mentioned about the executive summary. I think we still need the SWOT analysis, because that tells you how the department is feeling, what they feel they lack, or what they feel their strengths are. So if we have the portfolio put together, along with that SWOT analysis, we can look at both and be prepared to ask the hard questions about those areas. I also like what the mayor mentioned about the public education, because you certainly sometimes have, when it comes to public hearing, we say, well, how come you're asking this now? And that's because maybe that's the first time they have been exposed to knowing this is being cut or that is being cut. So this way, all along the way, they cannot say, we didn't know you were going to cut up employees, we didn't know you did this. They can see it through the process we're going through. So we need all parts in there. The executive summary, the SWOT analysis, feeding it out to the public in a timely manner, so that way there's no question, and we have public say all along. Thank you.
Thank you. Stacy, do you have anything?
Sure. I'd like to hear from each of the department heads, because I'd like to hear how they're going to be more efficient and reduce costs so that we can reduce the burden on the homeowners. So I would be totally open to hear from everybody on that.
Yeah, I think, hopefully, as we, start to finalize it, we got the discussion out there. It's like any other thing, it can be refined over time. I think you have the best of all worlds if you do have face-to-face contact with each department head. Hutch kind of mentioned that that's critical. But I think what we're talking about is format, and that is that we preemptively have an executive summary, a SWOT analysis, or whatever method we do, and that way you have a discussion with the department. Hey, can you justify why do you need these FTEs? What are the other things? What are your priorities for your capital needs? And these are things that can be discussed. So, once again, rather than a presentation, it's more of a interactive discussion with each department head, which is televised based on information that was preemptively given to the public. I think it makes for a robust and more transparent, form of doing things. We can work out the details, but I think this was a very good discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, everything's definitely tentative. Yeah.
I'll just add, I took notes on your discussion, and when we come back to debrief later in the day, we'll make sure we're all on the same page.
All right. So the next portion of this presentation is just going to include information that City Council and the public have seen before. So this is kind of what Julie was talking about earlier. A lot of this is just going to be refresher information just to remind City Council of the various challenges and components of the operating budget as we continue to navigate it. So we typically have this or provided this to City Council a couple of years ago, and we've kept it current and up to date on what we call the myth of the $2 billion budget. It's not that the budget isn't $2.8 billion, but it's that whenever you start dissecting it into different groupings, there are more compartments and there's things that you have to navigate, making the challenges, what seems simple of finding a 4% across the board reduction, much more challenging. So this is the visual. So for context, starting at the top is the FY26 operating budget, which is about $2.8 billion. And then as you start working down this, you start taking revenue sources off that have to be used for a purpose for which they're actually being collected or generated. So for example, enterprise fund revenues, public utilities, stormwater, those are revenues that are collected through specific fees and charges for service that have to be utilized for the purposes of that enterprise fund. So as you work down, excluding the enterprise, state, federal, and then the next category, the SSD, that stands for Special Service District Funds. That's taxes generated specifically for the purposes of enhanced services in a geographical area. Again, the revenues have to be used for that purpose. Navigating the dedications, the City Council has been well briefed on and up to date on the last couple of processes. Schools, revenue shared with schools through the revenue sharing formula, as well as their department-specific generated revenues. And then whenever you exclude things such as the tax exemption programs and the department-specific revenues. So give a sense as to what I mean by that. So the planning department is a good one, for example. They have various building permit fees that they charge for the application processes and the services. The departments generate those to support the very programs within their operations. So whenever you exclude all those things, there's really about $683 million remaining that's shared out across all the other general fund supported departments. But then there's other things that have to be navigated. And without reading to City Council, these are the things that we typically refer to as the must-do or the citywide initiatives, things that keep the city operating, right? Such as we have to meet our existing debt service obligations. We have federal grant match revenues that we have to meet. Working down the lighter blue section, grants, contributions to regional entities or regional organizations, about $5.6 million. Again, not large parts of the operating budget, but still things that we have to navigate as we're working through it and developing the budget. And then you get down to the things such as utilities, leases, fuels, et cetera. So whenever you start working all that down and you allocate the resources to cover those needs, you have a residual of about $451 million, which then gets shared across all the various departments supported by the general fund. So I've just got these in groupings to try to give context. So the top group, public safety type departments, about 54% of those resources go towards that. The next grouping down are the constitutional, city council, elected official type departments. Then you got the service-oriented departments, as I'm calling them, such as human services and public works. And the purpose for isolating these, those are our two largest departments. But whenever you look at the amount of local general fund support that actually support those departments, you'll see it's a much less amount as compared to their $100+ million in the operating budget. And that's the reason for that is they have a heavy amount of state and federal revenue that support those programs and services. And then the bottom portion, that's the remaining 20 departments that share the residual amount of general fund local government resources. So that's a crosswalk of the allocation of the $451 million. And so City Council, in seeing this information a couple of years ago, this was the demonstration of how difficult it is in trying to make a 4% across-the-board reduction. Because unless the public safety departments share in that 4% across-the-board reduction, then it actually generates very little, just reducing the other remaining departments by 4%, which again just kind of makes it difficult to navigate. This one's new. I've called this one the myth of the 700 vacancies. Part of the discussion City Council was having with Fountain Works was the topic of reducing some of these vacancies that are communicated or understood within the operating budget. So it's not a myth that there's 700 vacancies. So whenever a vacancy report's taken, it's a snapshot at any given point in time, right? There's a natural churn that's going on throughout the year. And if you look at that report at different points in times, the number's going to fluctuate. So based on the information we obtained from HR last month, the snapshot of snapshot of vacancies was about 756. But following the whole exercise, if you start putting these into categories, it creates some extra things that have to be navigated when looking at these vacancies. So for example, 51 of those are within enterprise funds, right? Again, the revenues collected by those enterprise funds have to be used for those purposes. So that's a segment that's not general fund supported or general tax dollar supported. Special revenue funds, these are the majority of these are the dedications supported by the dedications that we've discussed in previous years, such as the TIP, TAP. State supported positions, 176 of those are vacancies. Federally funded positions, 7, and then grant funded 21. So reducing these vacancies doesn't necessarily generate general fund savings. All this is going to do is result in a lower amount of reimbursement coming from those state and federal agencies. Again, those are specific for specific programs that without the FTEs to implement those, then the states and federal government's not going to reimburse us for them. Dedications within the general fund, stormwater real estate dedication supports FTEs for stormwater purposes, as well as within cultural affairs, the arts and culture dedication. And then you get down to the remaining vacancies. So including the public safety departments, including the sheriff, about 229. There's about 229 vacancies right now. And then for the remaining general fund departments, about 203. So the reason for the ups and downs in the public safety type departments are they hold those vacancies and they go through academies, right? So at any given point in time in looking at public safety, the vacancy count could depend on what they're seeing in recruitment class coming out and graduating from these academies and the number of cadets that are graduating. So for several years now, the city's been using attrition savings to balance the operating budget, around $10 million a year. But there's other utilizations of those attrition savings that occur throughout the year. For example, you can see here in this table that the budgeted amount for contracted manpower and overtime combines about $35 million. The actual amount utilized at the end of FY25 was about $46 million. So it was an overage of about $11 million. Departments utilize the vacancy savings within their operations to sustain and keep operations going. A good example of this is the IT department, right? So for competitive purposes, pay, competing with the private sector, there are a lot of hard-to-fill positions within the IT department. However, if you look at the end of the year, they actually utilize about 98 or 99% of their personnel operating budget because they're relying on contracted manpower for those services to be continued. So that's one way. And then another example is overtime. We're always chasing the overtime. Public safety departments are a large draw. They have shift coverages that have to be met, oceanfront events, things where if they're down in some of their other vacancies, they might have to rely on the individuals to come in on overtime over the course of a weekend to staff that event to a proper ratio. So again, that's one mechanism that we use attrition savings. Another way that we utilize attrition savings annually within the operating budget, any unexpected event that might arise throughout the year, typically staff will give a recommendation, utilize vacancy savings to cover that. Good example, in 2023, the tornado that hit the Great Neck section of the city, the reliance on attrition savings gave capacity for staff to begin transferring and ensuring that there was a proper staff up to get the damage of that clear, and Public Works, the coordinated effort to get that cleaned up. Another utilization, which is a little bit more sophisticated, so I tried to timestamp this, is we utilize vacancy savings in the development of the following year's CIP. So what I tried doing here is giving the visual of this. So in the development of the FY26 CIP that we're currently, year one, that we're currently executing, when the city manager's proposed budget was being developed in February of 2025, we provided a projection or an estimate of general fund fund balance at the end of the year. Included within that was a portion of assumed vacancy savings that would occur. So the FY26 proposed operating budget came out in March, and within that, a portion of the vacancy savings were programmed for the use of fund balance in year one of the CIP. In July, the appropriations were authorized. In December, this last December, we received the final audit statement. And so it was not up until that time that we actually had a true understanding of where the general fund balance would be and would we be within our 8 to 12% city council directed policy. So we were, fortunately. However, say that we weren't. What this process of using vacancy savings after the fact instead of on the front end allows is for January to June, say that we were not within that cash position, the 8 to 12%, it would give staff an additional 6 months throughout the course of the year to work, scrub the CIP, and look at potentially freezing or delaying some projects that utilize the fund balance. Again, freeing that back up to preserve the city's cash position prior to the year end. This isn't something that we've historically had to do in the past, but we did utilize it one point in time with the pandemic. When there was so much uncertainty that was going on, one of the things that we actually did at the direction of City Council was we froze about $20 million worth of appropriations in the CIP that were supported by the utilization of fund balance until we knew for certain where the city's cash position would be at the end of the upcoming audit. So just for reference. Looking at the CIP, I'll quickly go through this. This is something the City Council has seen before again, $5.6 billion CIP. But the big takeaway from this is only year one of the CIP is appropriated. Years 2 through 6 are for planning purposes. So those allocation of resources are not anything that could be reduced necessarily to balance the operating budget as what we're only looking at as year one of the operating budget, which is appropriated at any point in time. Similar to the exercise of the myth of the operating budget and looking and dissecting the CIP, there's various categories that have to be navigated through when trying to identify the general fund resources or general government tax dollars that are supporting various projects, as there's a lot of state, federal, dedicated revenues that support CIP projects. And then this is the allocation of what those local dollars look like across the various CIP categories that the city manages: buildings, coastal, economic, tourism, IT, parks and rec, and roadways. One of the topics of conversation that city councils often had, not just this city council, but previous city councils, is a discussion of tax diversification and how do we compare with other localities. We typically do this as a part of the annual operating budget with doing a local look at the Hampton Roads localities. However, at the direction of City Council, we did a much deeper dive than this through the tax diversification report that was provided last year. So I'm going to quickly walk through this to try to give a refresher reminder as to what the information was that was provided to City Council. As I've noted, this discussion's occurred many times over the years. In fact, there was a task force established back in 2007 called the Blue Ribbon Task Force that was trying to look at this very thing. Part of the reason for this is largely being driven by, historically, by trying to find less of a reliance on real estate tax revenue within the city, to diversify that, to position the city to not only rely so heavily on that, which it can be assumed or perceived as being a tax burden on the residents, but also because that's largely what is driven by state code as being a primary tax source revenue for all the localities within the Commonwealth. So the independent review that we provided and reported out to City Council last year had many of the same findings as the 2007 Blue Ribbon Task Force findings. We're largely driven, and the cans and the can'ts are governed by the Commonwealth and state code. And in such, we do have some flexibility, but we're limited in what our flexibility is. The findings in doing the benchmarking is that Virginia Beach was a little bit lower than what some of the other comparative localities were in terms of fees and charges for services, but pretty much in line with all the other larger tax categories. So this is some information that was provided. So each year, the Auditor of Public Accounts puts out an annual report reporting out the tax revenues reported by each localities. So what this table here is trying to capture and reflect is for all the major tax categories that the city of Virginia Beach receives and relies on as part of its annual operating budget process. This is reflecting those as a percentage of the total. So for example, with real estate, 48.9% of the total revenues received by the city. And then the far right column is if you were to take an average of the localities, all the cities across the Commonwealth, it's aggregating that up and coming up with an average as to what their percentage is as a portion of their operating budget. And if you kind of go top to bottom, you'll see the Virginia Beach is fairly in line with this comparison here. And it really is not of surprise as we're all operating within the same limitations and legal boundaries established by state code. This one is a new comparison. The University of Virginia puts out an annual tax rate comparison report. And one of the things that they included in the report this year was tables categorizing comparison of local tax rates across Virginia cities, towns, and counties. So this is a reflection of the reports reporting out of tax rates within cities across the Commonwealth. Just a caveat about that. The staff in the UVA, they're dependent on localities reporting the information to them. So sometimes whenever you're looking at the direct report itself, there might be gaps in information. Perhaps the real estate wasn't reported out by a locality. So what I had staff do is try to leave the integrity of the information intact, but where there were gaps within some of these localities, to include the tax rate applied within that locality. An example is within Fredericksburg, the real estate tax rate applied is a 80 cents tax rate, 80 cents per 100 assessed value. It's italicized here, as my staff would have added that as opposed to it being in the report. Included towards the bottom in the bold is Virginia Beach and how Virginia Beach's tax rates compare. Worth noting, again, they're dependent on the information that they're able to gather based on input provided by the localities. You might notice that Virginia Beach's hotel tax rate's 9%, or our local tax rate's 8%. Outside of the Sandbridge, the citywide tax rate is 8%. The state does apply an additional 1% regional tax that goes to HR TAC. However, the city doesn't receive that, and it looks like in doing this, they might have compared, pulled the information as we provide it in the operating budget that others might not have, because some of the other localities here in Hampton Roads that have the same tax rate applied, they didn't include that, such as Chesapeake and Norfolk. But at the bottom, something interesting as a takeaway from this table is that the UVA provides a median and a mean rate for all the cities. And in comparing that with Virginia Beach's, you can see that Virginia Beach is either at or below the rates applied across the Commonwealth on an aggregate in terms of an average, especially when controlling for the hotel tax rate if you were to look at that at the local level. This is typically the information that City Council is used to seeing, because whenever you're benchmarking, it's really difficult to try to get an apples-to-apples comparison outside of not just the Hampton Roads area, but the Commonwealth. And if you really try looking beyond the borders of the Commonwealth, that's when it gets really challenging, right? Some information was provided as a high-level overview or attempt to doing this of finding Virginia localities, or excuse me, localities with an equivalent population size or operating budget size across the U.S. in different states. But if City Council is digesting and reading the information, the things that makes it really difficult for the apples to apples is that each locality outside of Virginia has different taxing authority. They're not necessarily bound by the same restrictions that Virginia Beach has to operate within the Commonwealth here. For example, some of them are allowed to apply sales tax and generate sales tax revenue based on streaming services, whereas in Virginia, we can't do that. So this is the typical information that we provide in trying to look at Hampton Roads, our surrounding localities and neighbors, to see how competitive we are. You can see Virginia Beach is the lowest in majority of the categories. One thing I do have in a red box here is the hotel flat tax. So Virginia Beach has a hotel flat tax of $2 per room night. A topic of discussion that came up recently in October, the city of Norfolk amended their policy, their short-term rental policy, in the way that the hotel flat room night tax is actually applied. Previously, theirs was implemented in the same manner as Virginia Beach, $3 per room night of the unit, regardless of the number of bedrooms. That's how Virginia Beach is implemented and continues to be implemented to this day. So just wanted to kind of highlight that, because that was a topic of conversation by City Council to potentially explore what would that look like, what would the impact of that be if we were to amend our policy, what would the feedback of the community look like. And so even though the rates are one way of comparing this, the implementation of how these fees are charged or the taxes are charged as well can vary in terms of the amount of revenue that's being generated. So kind of to open up at some point the discussion about the short-term rental program and the flat tax and its application. We have had, at the direction of City Council, when Norfolk was doing this, City Council gave direction, okay, well, what would that look like? Budget has performed a high-level hypothetical, and we were able to engage with the RAC at the resort area to share that information and educate them on the current application of it, how the revenues are dedicated, and the areas of the city that might be impacted through this policy change. However, that's the extent of our level of community engagement. There's likely more engagement to occur prior to City Council would probably like us to engage more prior to giving specific direction, whether to implement or make a modification to the existing program. But that is something that we would like to try to find time for City Council to have a conversation and give guidance and direction on.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, we covered a good amount. Council is free to ask questions about the myth of the $1 billion budget, the myth of the CIP, the questions about vacancy. But one thing we also wanted to talk to Council about was this: Council wants us to explore this further for consideration, adding the hotel tax to per bedroom instead of per overall unit. Is that something that Council wants us to continue further? I know we initially had a conversation with RAC, but also members of the Sandbridge Civic League also communicated to us as well that they'll be interested in having a conversation about this as well.
Okay, let's open it up. Worth? Josh?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mr. Budget Director. Last week, this was taken up, as you said, Kevin, at the RAC subcommittee, and I call it leveling the playing field because short-term rentals do benefit from our advertising, the tourist advertising program, the TAP fund, which hotels pay into, but currently STRs do not pay into, but they do get benefit from the marketing of the city for tourism. So I call it, this committee last week, we called it leveling the playing field, that STRs are a form of a hotel. It's just a smaller hotel. So the other question with this is, how many do you cap the bedrooms, because some, and I'd like to hear from Councilwoman Henley on this, most of the STRs in Sandbridge are 8, 10, 12 bedrooms. Do you tax all of those or just some, or do you cap that? And so that's the other discussion, because we're not trying to get, tax more here. We're just trying to level the playing field. And the STRs do benefit, the owners of STRs citywide do benefit from a lot of the city services, and they should in return pay for their fair share.
No, thank you, Worth. Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the update or the overview. And a couple of things that just pointed out or that stuck out to me were thankful for the explanation of the vacancy savings and how we use those to help cover exigent circumstances like the tornado that happened and expenditures on things besides just people, including the contracted manpower and overtime, which is important. And then also appreciated the differentiation you drew between, when people try and compare apples to oranges, it really is just that with a Dillon rule state like Virginia versus other states that don't have the constraints on how they can, be a little bit more flexible, growing revenue opportunities and how constrained we are in comparison. But certainly open to exploring the hotel tax as a reflection of occupancy and the number of bedrooms. Hadn't even thought about the 15-bedroom situations and how that might be maybe we step that or some other way to try and alleviate some of that just all of a sudden impact. But and then because short-term rentals, as you mentioned, Councilman, implicate other services than do hotels. I mean, they are obviously create challenges for neighborhoods and public safety inspections and things that hotels don't. But and then along with that, I'd love to take another look at parking with short-term rentals. So,
Okay, Stacy.
Thank you. One of the big contentions that some people have with the budget, and you've addressed it, was with the myth of the 700 vacancies. I understand, and I think most people would understand about the federal, state, the mandated vacancies, but for the city vacancies, is there a reason why we could not have a separate line item, and instead of calling them vacancies, we had a line item that said contracted manpower, overtime, and contingencies for each department? That would seem to me to be a little more transparent and would maybe alleviate that angst that people have with that.
Kevin, before you go, in looking at it, it's kind of, you remember when we used to have the non-departmental account, right? It's kind of, and then council mentioned how that was kind of confusing, and the public kept asking what's non-departmental, and then we kind of changed and pivoted the name. I'm kind of thinking of what Mr. Cummings mentioned as something to like that effect. Obviously, they are vacancies, but it allows additional clarifying information of what they could be used for. So it could be something that we kind of consider a way of like expressing that information. But go ahead and express your thoughts.
Councilmember, to avoid the granularity of the table, we can get that breakdown by department. If that's something that you would like to have a sense of. One of the things we do as a part of the department one-on-one meetings with the city manager is we discuss the longest active vacancies that department have. If a department has an FT that's been vacant a year or vacant for a year or longer, we do have that type of conversation with the department. So we are familiar with it, and often what comes about is the example of the IT that I was talking about, where it's a hard to fill position and they're utilizing contracted manpower dollars for it. So we could shift, and in some cases we have shifted from departments where we've just went ahead, reduced the FTE and moved the dollars over to contracted to better bring that in alignment. But we can find a way to better articulate it and communicate it as a part of the budget process of the vacancies captured at that point in time, because it is a changing number. It's a
Right.
changing
Well,
thing.
I guess it would not change the overall dollar value in the budget, but it would just more clearly identify
Yes, sir.
what it is and alleviate those questions that people might have about those vacancies.
We'll find a way to communicate that.
Thank you.
Okay, Worth.
And on the topic of vacancy savings and overtime, just want to make the comment or observation. A few years ago, we increased the fire department's request for employees, and so we saved money on overtime pay. And so there is, I mean, I know it's a paradigm shift that you want to fill some of these vacancies, and it costs money. At the same time, it potentially can save on overtime. And I'm sure everyone's aware of that, and it's hard to predict what you're going to need, and you don't know when a tornado or emergency comes along, but there is potential savings. I know everyone knows. I just want to make the point that there is overtime savings payment if you can reduce that in predicting how much staff you're going to need. Thank you.
Rosemary?
I'd like to talk about this STR thing again. Do you anticipate that this is going to be part of our budget? And if so, how would the money be allocated?
Vice Mayor, that's some of the guidance that we're seeking here, because I'm not necessarily certain if council wants us to take this up as part of the budget. Does council want us to have more engagement before we bring it up? And one of the things that Sandbridge reached out to us as well was not necessarily general opposition to the idea, but just more clarity and more desire to get a sense of what the city council and staff would want to use the funding for if it was proposed. So at this time, I'm not necessarily certain we're ready to bring something forward as far as a recommendation, unless council wants us to send us down that direction. But it seems like council's open to the idea, the RAC is certainly open to the idea, and there are other folks in the community who could be open to the idea but want a little bit more clarity on it. So I think what I'm looking for right now is, does council want us to explore this further and bring back more information? Because we got a sense that RAC is on board with it, but does council want us to have further more engage with the community and bring back something forward for consideration?
And I think a lot of it will have to depend on how the money's going to be used, whether, people want to go that route or not. In my mind, it probably should be used like we do the other, just continue using it like we are with the hotel tax, which I think Sandbridge does get a benefit from that as well. But I think that's probably the first question that needs to be answered is how would you utilize this extra funding? And I'm glad you reached out to Sandbridge. I know Ms. Henley asked for that, and I asked for, I told the RAC when they were talking about it, to make sure that they reached out to Sandbridge as well. And maybe the cap, because the RAC had a very interesting breakdown, which maybe we can get that for all of the council, of how many bedrooms there were, with the SDRs. And you can kind of get I think over 8 bedrooms, there weren't quite as many. Do you recall, Worth, what those numbers were?
Most of those bedrooms, so the 8 or more, really almost all are in Sandbridge. So that's
right,
the
but there
catch.
weren't that many compared to everything.
Oh, it's a small amount,
compared to
yes.
everything else. So I think that's a real consideration because, especially in Sandbridge, usually these rentals are for a whole week, and if you multiply that amount for 7 days, it really does add a lot. So I think a lot of the hotel people didn't want it capped, but I think that ought to be a consideration.
Yes, I would very much like to work with you on that, because I think there's gotta be
Turn on your microphone, Barbara.
I can't see up there if I'm down here, so. I do think we have to look at Sandbridge it's unique because it also allows STRs without conditional use permit and so forth. They have a lot of uniqueness with this STR program, so I think we really have to sit down with that community and try to work all these things out.
Okay, does anybody object directing the manager to at least go forward, get some more information, and, bring it back to us for consideration? Okay.
Before we have Kevin continue talking, just want to pause. Are there any other questions or clarifications, on anything he's presented so far? On the myth of the billion-dollar budget, the vacancies, the CIP, anything that you want clarification for before we keep going? Okay.
Take it away, Julie. Okay. All right. So brief pause there for the discussion of the hotel flat tax. So again, a recap of some of the information that was provided to City Council about a year ago as part of the tax diversification report. We tried providing, and we have that information and have shared it with City Council again. We tried providing as much granular level look within the larger tax revenue resources to try to give context as to if there is discussion to be had about diversification or rate adjustments and changes. We tried to narrow down as best we could the timeline of that, when the changes might impact the residents or who within the local community it might impact. So for example, with real estate here, the rate being 97 cents per 100, generating $804 million. Each penny generates $8.2 million. And then the timing is that the billing or the payment of real estate taxes is due twice a year. On average, it's estimated that about 80% of this tax revenue is remitted and paid through escrow accounts, meaning that individuals pay their monthly mortgage with the lending institution, and then the taxes are collected throughout the course of the year, and the city receives a payment from the lending institution on behalf of the homeowner for the real estate tax bill. Trying to get a look at the individuals within the local community impacted. We're able to use the real estate assessor's report to get a breakdown of the residential unit, or the residential and commercial breakdown. So we have a percentage of the property types, and it's based on assessed value, with 60.5% being residential, 8.4% being apartments, 5.8% townhomes, agriculture, and then for the commercial component as well. And then the information we had provided was, again, the comparison of Virginia Beach's tax rate to surrounding Hampton Roads localities. So this is the type of information that we were providing. Some of them got a little bit more complex and complicated, like the personal property one, for example. This one's a calendar year tax, so any rate adjustment that was done by City Council would not take effect until January. So it wouldn't actually, unlike the real estate where you might have a portion of it, a reduction in the bill seen by a resident earlier in the year, personal property wouldn't actually happen until later in the year when the bills due, or the majority of the bills are due in June. It's a direct payment provided by the residents or by the business community to the city. There's some categories within personal property that have tax relief initiatives associated with them, such as disabled veterans, EMS volunteer. And then the complicating thing with personal property is there's various different personal property tax categories within that single revenue stream. So there's vehicles, following the table across, just to familiarize everybody with it, 429,000 vehicle count. Tax rate being applied is $4 per 100 assessed value, with an estimated per penny amount generated being about $465,000 per penny. And then if you go down, you might notice that each of the various personal property categories have different tax rates applied to them, meaning that changes in the tax rates within those categories will vary in the amount of actual tax, either increase or tax reduction, or more or less revenue, depending on the rates that are applied. So the bottom table here compares Virginia Beach as a locality with the other surrounding Hampton Roads localities and some of those other, I guess, subcategories of personal property. And then I'm not going to go through all of them again. This is just a reminder for City Council recap. So the last one I'm including on here is the meals tax. The other two are tax rates established. The meals tax is a tax rate that's established as well, but this one comes in on a monthly basis. And so the tax rate applied is 6% of the sales price. Total revenue being generated is about $111 million, meaning $18.5 million per 1%. And the timing of the tax, this is what I was getting at, is real estate's twice a year, personal property is really once a year. This is a monthly tax. So it's collected at the point of sale and remitted by the business owner each month throughout the year. So the thinking is, or the estimate is, that this is one of the taxes that Virginia Beach applies that's not solely to residential property owners, commercial property owners, or residents or businesses owning personal property vehicles or assets within the city. But instead, this is something that's applied and shared with not only Virginia Beach residents, but tourists. And estimated that about 40% of the total revenue is generated by tourists. And again, there at the bottom, you can see Virginia Beach's tax rate compared with other Hampton Roads localities. So shifting away from the closing of the benchmark comparison, wanted to provide an update on budget drivers, some of the things that we're seeing. So we engaged with City Council in November at the 5-year forecast to give a snapshot as to what we see we're estimating as being some of the potential budget drivers. So there hasn't been a change necessarily in our original estimate of the Veterans Tax Relief Program. This mandated program still is estimated to equal about $44 million at this point in time in FY27. That's an increase year over year of about $9.2 million. So again, year over year comparison, the city's losing about 1 penny, more than 1 penny of the real estate tax rate. There was a change in terms of line of duty. So this is a mandated contribution. Around 2010, this program was turned over to VRS, who VRS, as we've discussed, sets our Virginia retirement local contribution rate. Well, they also establish our local contribution rate towards this premium in that this state program where if an individual is killed in the line of duty, that they receive a set of benefits. And so what we were notified by VRS is that there was a increase in the per employee contribution to that, equaling about $900,000 year over year growth in this program. Compensation, part of the 5-year forecast, I made note, part of the biggest budget driver that we're experiencing or we experience year to year is related to personnel and compensation adjustments. We've gone into the operating budget estimating a 3% general workforce increase. That's equal to about $17.5 million. But we have tried making adjustments and annualizing some costs related to the implementation of the recent market salary survey for such public safety departments and those that were found to be furthest out of market. So, for example, I think overtime adjustments increased by about $2.5 million, which makes sense, right? So if public safety now receives an increase in their hourly wage, then the overtime for time and a half or double time results in an increase in the operational need. And then also something else we're being mindful of is year to year, we typically see increases in our contracted manpower or our contractual services annual contract as it's trying to keep up with wages that are in the market as well to maintain competition, be able to keep a steady supply of workforce for the city to rely on. They're increasing their wages slightly as well. Health insurance as an operating budget driver. So this is the information that we had communicated to City Council at the 5-year forecast. The top table is a historical review of the city's health fund. The city's self-insured in terms of health insurance. And so you can see that the revenues, expenditures relate to any given year's difference, plus or minus, and then the rolling cumulative fund balance left to right. So historically, since 2020, the city's maintained a steady, healthy fund balance in excess of our 2-month reserve. So we haven't found a need to adjust employee premium rates with minor increases in some of the years to employer contribution rates is what we've been doing to try to smooth it out. Because we knew at some point in time, costs were going to go up and we were going to experience a need to give adjustments. And so we're actually seeing that now. So last couple of years, we've been seeing a drawdown on the fund balance. You can see there in FY24 and 25. The bottom portion of this table is capturing and reflecting the year-over-year change of expenditures. So in FY20, we experienced a reduction of expenditures of 7%. In 21, an increase of 11%. In 22, an increase of 11%. A reduction in FY23. In 24, we experienced a 21% increase. In FY25, a 2%. So on average, it's about 5%. But the challenge is trying to time up when that 21% increase is going to hit you. On average, we try to do it, have historically had to try to do it on average, and the 5%'s worked. Based on recent market trends, our consultant Mercer, in working with the Consolidated Benefits Office, is recommending a assumed rate increase year over year of about 8%. So what this is attempting to do is plug in a couple of scenarios and variables. So assuming an 8% year-over-year increase in expenditures, assuming a 10% employer and employee contribution increase in FY27 all the way through FY30, the reflection of that scenario is in this table here. So revenues and expenditures, the difference, and then the cumulative fund balance. Based on that scenario, we would see a continued drawdown on fund balance out through FY28, with it going negative in FY29. Keep in mind, we're doing multiple years planning out. So this is based on assumptions with lots of time to adjust in any given year based on assumptions. Say expenditures don't go up 8%, but only 5% as the historical average is, then you would see a more favorable trend going forward. Based on this scenario or this assumption of 10%, the bottom table here reflects the impact on employees and employers. With the employee cumulative citywide having an increased contribution to FY27 about $624,000, and then in FY28 about 1.3. The reason for that is the rates go into place halfway through the year. It's a calendar year plan that's being managed, so the rate adjustments wouldn't go into effect until January. The employer's contribution, which can just be contributions over to the fund itself, it doesn't have to be in the scripted drawdown per pay period, but the contribution would be about $6 million a year more than what otherwise would be programmed if the increase of 10% was not occurring. So the question always comes up, what's this mean on the workforce? So again, this is all assuming we're still having these conversations, working with Mercer, trying to get a sense of what the trends are doing. It's not saying that 10% is going to be the increase. We're still trying to work on a range, right? It could be anywhere 8, 15. We're trying to find that middle ground to where the fund's in a sustainable path, but we're not also overcharging or overtaxing the workforce. So we're still working on that. But this is a visual to kind of help demonstrate, and this is the reason why I landed on the 10%, because it's easy to articulate what the impacts might be. So assuming that an employee received a year-over-year increase of about 3%, and they don't change their health plan selection, and they continue to choose the single employee point of service where the premium increase was 10%. So the employee in FY26 made $60,000 a year. Their annual contribution towards the health plan based on the current premium is about $1,265. So the net pay, $58,734. Carrying those assumptions forward to FY27, the $61,800 is reflective of a 3% pay raise. The health contributions of $1,392 is reflective of a 10% increase with a net pay of $60,407. And then the visualization of the math is over there to the right, with pay increasing $1,800, the health insurance increasing $126 over the course of the year, and then reflected on a pay period basis is the last column. The asterisk there is noting that there's a difference in the pay periods that health insurance is withheld and taken out versus the number of 26 pay periods health contributions occur over the course of 24 months. So another budget change and significant adjustment as to what we were anticipating going into the building of the operating budget for FY27 is VRS provided us with our local contribution rate in January. So at the time of the 5-year forecast budget development, we were assuming a 1.5% increase based on historical, right? So you can see in 22, it increased 1.96%, and then in FY24, it increased almost, or 0.73%. So we have been experiencing increases. And so our assumption was, well, we'll experience an additional increase again. It's not really a known. It's an estimate that's taken. So on January 14th, we received word from VRS that there was actually going to be a reduction in the VRS contribution rate for Virginia Beach as a locality, as well as I think majority of the other localities and schools as well received information that theirs is going down around 3%. So that results in an estimated general fund savings of about $13 million net. The reason I say net, there are some nuances. So when the city began being a member of the VRS and paying into VRS several years ago, VRS made a switch where you had Plan 1 and Plan 2, which were individuals who were grandfathered in or locked in to a previous defined benefit contribution plan. And then the newer hires, post 2010, I believe, are individuals that are in this hybrid program, where the hybrid program employees have an option for a locality contribution match that goes into the plan. So in looking at the numbers, we've now seen more of the Plan 1 and Plan 2 exit the workforce in terms of retirement, and we're now seeing a higher percentage of the workforce being of the hybrid. So it's likely time to start properly adjusting and budgeting for that employee contribution rate. So that's why I mentioned a net $13 million adjustment.
Kevin, before you move on that one, can you also go back to that slide? Can you also explain, is that 13 million ongoing or one time? And if it's ongoing, the fluidity associated with VRS rates. So if we depend on it, just a note of caution on how we should approach it. So can you please explain that?
Yes, sir. So VRS rates are reset every 2 years. As you can see from the historical time frame, more often than not, our rate adjustments go up as opposed to down. It's a complicated formula that VRS works through in looking at the overall health and the long-term liability of the fund. And what they're doing is assuming future rate of returns at the state level that the pension fund is going to receive year over year. To where if there's a downturn in the economy and that pension fund in the long term looks less favorable, they're likely to adjust the rate the opposite direction as opposed to continue to reduce it. So there's a good likelihood in a couple of years that that rate could go back up the other direction. I don't know if the full amount or partial amount, but more often than not, the rate has increased every 2 years as opposed to been reduced. So there's a good chance in the future that the resources will be needed to put right back towards the VRS contribution.
So Kevin, do you think this is because the interest rates have been higher, or what do you attribute this to?
So the report that comes out from VRS of their annual briefing, it is complicated and complex, and they put a whole lot of variable changes in there. A big part of it is their assumed rate of return that they're anticipating based on how the fund has been performing based on investments that have been made over the last several years in the market. But curveballs come, like for example, my understanding of the reason for the 1.9% adjustment up in 2022 was they changed their calculation on assumed life expectancy of individuals. Because again, they're thinking about the long term, what could an individual have to pay over the course of their retirement. And so that adjustment obviously impacted the overall long-term health of the fund, and so that was a contributing factor. So there's a lot that goes into it, more than only the market, but that is certainly a component of it.
Stacy.
Thank you. Kevin, going back to the health care, somewhat familiar with that. Sometimes minor changes in coverages or deductibles can lead to significant cost savings in the plan. Is that something that we look at doing on an annual basis, or is that not considered?
So as the city and schools have a consolidated benefits office, and we have the benefits executive committee. One of the things that we have discussed in recent years are not in great detail, but the concept of needing to explore plan modifications and coverage options should the fund and the cost begin to grow beyond what the city can handle in terms of year-over-year growth. So it's not been done to great length, but there is frequent conversations that happen about exploring the possibility of what if, and it's only been done on the fringes, not a significant overhaul of what offerings are being provided. The last time, my understanding, it was before my involvement on the BEC, when there was a significant overhaul of plan coverages, and it was whenever the Obamacare or the federal marketplace was changing. And so there was a need due to mandated requirements to change some of the coverage and the options. But I don't think a significant change in terms of the plan offerings has occurred since that time frame.
I would just say, looking at where we're trending becomes a little concerning for me.
Okay, Michael?
Thank you. Along those same lines, the school's benefits packages and the funding for those benefits comes from the same revenue that's generated by the taxes we described previously. And the schools, I guess, make their own determination about how those benefits are distributed, but it does impact this entire discussion. And I'm just wondering if you could provide any greater detail about how those benefits align. We have a consolidated benefits package, but they've historically at times been funded differently, or I should say allocated differently. So could you provide more context on that? And then can you just clarify, I think we're at parity now, and I think as a matter of policy, in my view, we should remain at parity. But I don't think we have any protections for that. For example, the school board could decide, and the school administration could decide to implement a vastly different benefits package than is available to city employees. And that would necessarily have a dramatic impact on what's available, what revenue is available for allocation as to all these different initiatives and part of our budget. Could you provide more detail about that?
I can. Historically, the Consolidated Benefits Office is a joint collaboration of city and school staff in reviewing the health plan. Historically, it was considered one and the same plan. The city and school rates were the same monthly premium rates. The offerings of the components within the health insurance offerings, co-pays and all that, has not diverged, but the divergence occurred a couple of years ago when schools opted to reduce their employee monthly premiums or their annual premiums for the tiered services. And I believe they reduced them 47% a couple of years ago. So schools in the current year, they revised that and they increased their employee contribution premiums to be on par with city employee premiums for all the various tiers and health plan options that we have. The difference in looking at the tables whenever the rates are determined and set is schools are on a 10-month pay cycle and cities on a 12-month. So typically the annual contribution as of right now by each individual selecting health insurance is the same, just it looks different on the rate table depending on the months of that contribution.
But just as a follow-up, it looks different on the rate table, that's fine, I understand that part. But there's no expectation that they remain at parity, and there's no policy that requires it.
It's historically just been an agreed upon. It's historically just been an agreed upon policy of establishing them that the city and schools rates for the workforce will align. But you're correct. There's nothing that ensures that they establish the exact same rate for employee contributions that the city does.
But with respectfully, historically, I guess it had been an agreement, and then that agreement deviated a couple of years ago. and now we're back into parity. But one of the things, just as a matter of consideration, I think we might want to look at is implementing a policy that requires that. We have consolidated benefits. This revenue is generated from the taxes that are contributed by the citizens of Virginia Beach, and I think it's frankly unfair to put public servants in the position of prioritizing a police officer isn't worthy of the same benefits as a teacher, for example, or a custodian in the schools. I think that we have a consolidated benefits program, and I think they should remain in parity. And I think we saw what happens when they fall out of parity.
Okay, anybody else at this point? Patrick and then Josh.
Mr. Mayor, that's certainly something that we can take up, and I think Julie's making a note as we round out the day to see if that's guidance council wants to give. That could be something, Kevin, Dana, Mark, Stiles, that if the council wanted to do that, that could be something that could be decided in the school funding formula that's taken up by the council and the school board.
I think that would be a prudent thing. Okay, anybody object to that? Okay, did I see another hand up? Oh, Josh.
It was mine, but I was going to ask about the how, and you just answered it, so thank you.
Okay.
Before you go, the attorney's office, are we tracking in the right direction on that? Is that permitted or allowed if the council and the board want to do such a thing?
Yes, that'd be the place to do it because they would be committing on their own to make that a requirement of the funding formula to which they're a signatory.
There we go.
Can I add one more? Mayor and members of council, can I add one more? Councilmember Vellucci, I think there was one section of your question that I didn't answer, and it was related to the revenues allocated to the plan whenever schools made that decision. I've flipped back to the historical look of the city's health fund. You'll notice that the city's fund balance was in the $30+ million. The school's fund was equally in the same cash position at that point in time. And so whenever they made the switch to it, there was an accelerated drawdown on their fund. So the school's fund balance scenario is in a much different state than the school's fund balance scenario. And so I just want to put that out there in terms of the rate that are established. If they're at the school's rate, say the schools need a little bit more in the early years to get their fund back to their 2 months reserve, applying the same rates on the city's behalf might be a little bit too much, if that makes sense.
Okay.
And,
Okay,
sorry, if I
I'm
could just
sorry.
follow up. It does, but it again emphasizes I think that why it's important to remain to remain in parity. But anyway, I don't know how we get there, but I think it's something we should look at so we don't find ourselves in that position again.
Yes, sir.
I could go further, but thank you.
Okay, Rosemary and Worth.
So here's a thought. Going back to that VRS, that I'm sure the schools are going to save 3.09% too. They have more employees than we do, quite a bit more. Do you have any idea what their savings is going to be?
I think between 14 and 15 million.
So possibly they could use, because it's all employee benefit money, they could use some of that money to plug that hole.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, to your question, from my conversation with the school board superintendent, not necessarily certain on the source, but they are considering ways to shore up the health fund, as seen by the action where they asked council to use a portion of the reversion money for that as well. From my understanding, as part of the CEON, the school superintendent is looking into ways to address the fund balance of the health fund, as Kevin mentioned, and they look forward to bringing that forward to the school board. I think the superintendent, Kevin, and I and Crystal have a meeting on this very topic probably next week, where he's going to talk about his possible ideas to present to the board.
Okay, Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could switch the topic back, because you just covered the meals tax. I don't know if this is time to discuss or not, but I'll go ahead and start it. And I just want to make the observation that our meals tax, while it is 6% as a city, we did raise it a 0.5% last year to raise $9.2 million, a significant source of revenue. When you add in the state tax of 6%, we're charging, we, the government, both state and local, charging restaurants a 12% tax. And I'm trying to compare that, Mr. Budget Director, with any other tax we charge, whether it be the residential real estate tax, personal property, but 12% to pay to the government for a business operating on the cost of groceries and labor costs and rent and everything, health costs and all that is, to me, I think excessive. And so the next question is, Mr. Councilman Remick, where are you going to find $9.2 million or more? Because the restaurants, as you all know, are asking us to reduce it more than the 0.5 cent that we increased it last year. So hat in hand here, but it is a good, 12% is a significant tax to pay for a business. Thank you.
Kevin. I'm sorry. So just in looking at the meals tax, the comparison of the real estate, that is a tax on the property to the property owner, whether it's a restaurant owner or a resident. The meals tax is a point of sale pass-through tax, much like a cigarette tax, right? The business that decides to sell cigarettes, they go to the Commissioner of Revenue and they buy a stamp, and they then add that stamp price of 75 cents per pack of cigarette, and they charge that at the point. So the meals tax is similar to that, to where the tax is charged at the point of the service and only collected by the business through this legislation and the tax rate that's established, and then remitted at the end of the month. So just in terms of the comparison of the two, one could be perceived as a tax burden to the property owner. The meals tax is really the burden to the consumer, if that makes sense.
Thank you for that, but just as a comparison, in the state sales tax, I think is max percent of 6%, local and state added together. That's a mandatory state law, but this is at 12% tax. It's regressive, whereas the real estate tax is not necessarily regressive. So I just think that 12% is excessive, as opposed to all the other fees and taxes we charge.
Yeah, but Worth, isn't it in line with what the rest of the region is doing?
We're the lowest.
We're the lowest.
It is with the rest of the region, no question about that, compared to other states, and like San Francisco or New York. I think we're the highest, and of course, people aren't necessarily
but
choosing.
Worth, with due respect, a lot of the states that do have the lesser taxes, they have a significant higher tax rate on all other taxes.
Well, I agree. It all apples to apples, no question. Just making the point, 12% seems excessive.
Yeah, just, I had a conversation with Martha from the Restaurant Association. So she wanted us to know that, and she wanted me to know, right? Centerville, and yet the oceanfront is far away. But I really feel like we need to have a conversation with her and with the Restaurant Association, because you're right, we are the lowest. But I would love to bring some balance to where they feel and understand we care for them. And I know we do. But some reconciliation, for lack of terminology, but we really do need to let our restaurant know that we care about them. And I know we do. You guys have been doing this a lot longer than me, but, I'm for the people. I'm about it. We'll continue that. But I just want to echo Martha Davenport's sentiment that she cares and we care.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Okay. Rosemary. Okay.
Thank you. I think if we get into a situation where we may have an opportunity to lower some taxes, I think there's a lot of things that we need to take in consideration. People have to have a place to live. So real estate tax, you don't have a choice. And in a way, that's a regressive tax as well, because there are people who are retired who are not going to be making any more money, and their values are going up. And that is an involuntary tax. your personal property tax or your car. You have to get back and forth to work. You have to have transportation. And that actually would help the renters as well, because the renters will have to have transportation as well. So I think that's an involuntary tax. The thing about the meals tax, it's not the entire burden of our residents. As you heard Kevin say, 40% of it is paid by the tourists. 40%. So I think if we get into a situation when we are going to be able to lower any rates or give anybody breaks, I think we need to take all of these things into consideration of who will get the most benefit from it. And just wanted to make that point.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, Michael.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, just to follow up on that, I know we're ready for a break. I'm ready for a break too, believe me. But I just want to say, I think it's important as we're contemplating these discussions to really point out, in addition to what the Vice Mayor noted, is that for me, one of the top priorities, and we discussed this at a previous retreat, is about establishing a LEDA. And the revenue associated with the meals tax is going directly to fund that really essential project. You know, I was driving by today, just this morning, and looking over, and the men and women, sheriff's office, police department, other first responders, they deserve better than to have to train inside a more than 80-year-old old elementary school. And we've got to take that into consideration. We have very, very serious needs. And that's, I'm not placing any judgment or any value on a meals tax or not. I don't know where it comes from, but I know we need it. And I know the men and women who serve our community needs it. And I hope we'll keep that in mind. What is the ultimate use? And it's so people don't have to work all day, come here, work all day, train to protect us, and then have to use an elementary school-sized toilet on their breaks. It's not right.
Anybody else at this point?
All right, Mr. Mayor, we'll take a 17-minute break. We'll come back at 11:10.
17 minutes and 12 seconds.
17. Kevin has some more information to share with you, and we know we're sharing a whole lot of information. I want to just reiterate, we're taking notes of your comments and preliminary like brainstorming and direction that you're giving. We're also putting some notes over in our wave pool of things that aren't budget conversations, but you want to come back to later. So Kevin, I'll turn it to you.
Okay. All right. So one of the things, the next thing I was going to talk about was going to be update to the, I went forward too much, update to the revenues that we're seeing in terms of the current budget process and where we're at, some of the state and federal changes and the ups and downs we're seeing with those. However, based on the conversation before, I was wondering if City Council wanted to work through the slide deck related to the short-term rentals. I didn't have that in the information here, but Julie thought if there's to be a facilitated conversation around that later on, maybe that background information could be helpful to council. Either I could do it now or maybe later on if City Council wants to come back to it, but just any preference in that, keep going with as is, or backtrack to it?
Now, what's the pleasure of council? I think at this point, what do you think about, we can make this a separate topic for discussion in the near future, and that way we'll be able to incorporate it into future budget. Is that okay with everybody? Josh?
Yeah.
Can we see maybe how we're doing tomorrow, if it's an early day? And we can, I mean, if we get through the, whatever we got going on in the morning, and we've got sufficient amount of time, I mean, as long as we're all together, we might as well take a shot
Okay,
at it.
yeah,
Just
let's
for
go ahead and do
background.
that.
No decisions need to be made or anything.
Yeah. No, it's more informational than decision, correct?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. So keep going. So in terms of the operating budget, there was a lot of discussion in the 5-year forecast. There was several national headlines related to reductions being made at the state and federal level that would potentially ripple through and have impacts all the way down to the local level. So some of the information that we were providing at the time was context as to how much federal revenue is incorporated into the city's annual operating budget, and we provided this breakdown. So Human Services has about $25 million in federal revenue, housing about $36 million, and schools about $104 million. So collectively about $168 million, which isn't a large portion of the overall pie in terms of the operating budget, but it's certainly significant as the services that those cover, excuse me, as the services those cover are core critical services. Some of the programs that were discussed in pretty significant depth in the 5-year forecast were changes to the SNAP program, Medicaid, the Section 8 housing voucher program, and continuum of care. So discussed were more potential significant impacts to the housing program, which were being discussed and communicated at the time, with a potential 31% reduction in federal funding. In the Continuum of Care program, potential $150,000 reduction to the Homeless Services program, and then also a reduction in the Owner-Occupied Grants program, reducing it from 25 to 10. Those were preliminary estimates based on input from the Housing Department. So here we are several months later in the operating budget, and there's still a great deal of uncertainty with how the ripple through of changes at the federal government are going to directly impact the local City of Virginia Beach's local operating budget. So in terms of the Human Services SNAP program, it's possible that there could be a $2.5 million reduction in terms of federal support that will no longer reimburse the locality for administering the program. This comes as a ripple through, right? So the federal government is going to push 25% of the cost burden down to the states, and the unknown is what's going to happen at the state level. Is the state then going to push it down to the locality, or is the state going to pick that up in their overall operating budget? As of right now, what we're seeing with the proposal or the governor's budget as it came out is that the 25% is going to be picked up. So again, there's a lot of uncertainty, a lot of unknowns, but that's the status update that we have at this point in time. We're still kind of in limbo. We're hopeful that the state will continue to cover that, but if it gets pushed down the locality, we're going to need to have a decision point made in terms of funding that gap.
Mr. Mayor? Kevin, is there a sense of when will this direction be needed? Is this something that you would need in this budget that we're working on now? Is this like a fiscal year 28 budget?
Yes, sir. That's a good point of clarification. Also adding to the complexity of trying to figure out when the timeline is of these impacts will hit the city of Virginia Beach. As it looks like right now, is that this will not be something that does negatively impact the FY27 operating budget, but would be something that we need to take into consideration in developing the FY28 operating budget. Some of the things that are known is that there's going to be changes in the Medicaid reimbursement program, as some individuals are no longer going to be eligible to be reimbursed or covered through federal reimbursement of Medicaid costs. So as a result, there's going to be an impact, but it's too early to articulate and demonstrate what that impact is necessarily. The Department of Human Services is going to continue to provide those services, whether reimbursement comes or not, because they're required to. But the only question is, what will the impact be of that lost revenue, and will that squeeze something else out of a locally supported program in their operating budget? Again, that's only going to take time to flush out, and that's not anything that we can anticipate for next year's operating budget.
And Kevin, I just want to interject as well. When Kevin says that they're required to, there's a mandate that they provide these services, and what we're trying to articulate is that currently right now, as things project, it looks like there's going to be a need for council to give us direction at a future date on these items. But it's very fluid and it's changing, right? So the governor proposed supporting some of this stuff as well. The federal government are still having ongoing discussions on this, but what's being proposed in the governor's budget and also what was adopted in the Great Beautiful Bill seems to indicate that there may need to be a point when council gives us some kind of direction. However, it's very fluid, and there's ongoing conversations on it as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in this conversation, especially for our seniors, right? That's where I really want to make sure we have this on the table, worked out, so that our seniors, our most vulnerable population, although vulnerable means also our special needs community, those two, I think the seniors is where I'm driving home with this. We have to have a discussion on this. Thank you.
Okay. Just continuing that conversation to try to demonstrate the constant, what I think is sometimes the emotional roller coaster of the operating budget process. News came with the proposal of the THUD bill in January 20. We received communication from the Housing Department that the information that they previously had been provided that they used to basically develop their entire proposed operating budget for us to review and discuss has changed, and that if approved, the THUD bill would in fact continue the, if not the same level of funding that they currently utilize in federal support for their programs and services, perhaps even a little bit more. So again, this is a sense of things are constantly changing throughout the operating budget process, and what we're trying to do is incorporate them as best we can, but there's still a great window of uncertainty. The real challenge and discussion and going forward that we would like to receive from City Council is each year as a part of the operating budget, we include for reference a City Council policy that was adopted back in 2001 that specifically gives direction and solidifies the City Council's long-standing stance to not supplant state and federal revenue reductions to program in the cuts, right? So what's been experienced over time is reductions occur at the state and federal revenue, and the burden's then placed on the locality, and the question of sustainability then comes with that. So in terms of Section 8 housing or within the Housing Department, if there was a reduction of $9 million a year in the housing voucher program, that would be a very substantial thing for the city to pick up and continue to cover with growing costs in the future. And that is going to result in different decisions being made in the development of future operating budgets, should that be the direction for the city to continue those services or let those services go away without the additional federal revenue to support those programs. So again, that's just something that we would like to perhaps try to get some direction and guidance on as we continue to navigate these potential state and federal revenue cuts.
So, Barbara?
Just for clarification, if we were to change our policy so that we would supplant federal funds or in any way change, are you anticipating that just talking about it now will do that, or would that require a vote of City Council?
I would anticipate that the direction in terms of the guidance, is there more flexibility to review that policy, or is the City Council stance still, no, that's not the direction to supplement that? We would like alternative considerations and proposals to come out as part of the city manager's proposed budget, or if the direction was for city staff to attempt to try to offset those reductions, what would that scenario look like? But I do think ultimately, if any reduction occurs in the development of the operating budget and state and federal revenue, it's going to require an ultimate vote of City Council as to whether the program continues through the appropriation of local revenue or state and federal revenue.
So you say we would vote on it, it wouldn't just be talked about?
I would believe so, yes, ma'am.
You know, I think we're going to have to wait and see for now to see how it shakes out over the next couple months. Josh?
Thank you, Mayor. Kevin, is it possible to have a written restatement of what that policy exactly is and the various alternatives that you just articulated, and then perhaps a list of some sort of the services that we need to kind of start thinking about in those terms, weighing whether, because my understanding from what you just said is if federal and state monies do not come in, the current policy is to not cut the programs, but to find money to pay for sustaining those programs. But the suggestion could be that we revisit and take a more itemized view of each of those programs in view of the money coming in. Is that fair?
Perhaps I misspoke, and it very well could. So the policy actually was adopted by City Council, taking the stance that they would not supplant state and federal reductions with local funding, pending a discussion of the impact of said programs. So in the development of future operating budgets, that if there really is this reduction in federal funding, that could really shape the direction and guidance that staff uses on the allocation of local funding resources in the development of that, trying to stand those programs up, continue them, or redirect to other priorities of council.
And just one follow-up, do we have a general sense of the magnitude of like what's in play or what's at risk of not receiving potentially in the future?
I know with the Department of Housing, whenever they were doing their worst-case scenario, I think it was around a $13 million reduction in federal revenue. Again, that's what they had put in their proposed budget for our discussion and review, and that came in December, and then this bill came through in January, changing the outlook of that, so that'll change our discussion of their operating budget. But I do know that was the potential impact was about $13 million reduction in programs.
And Councilmember Schulman, the current policy is in your binder. Near the end, there's a tab that I think says policy. So it's there.
Okay, Amelia.
Yes, just asking, especially over time, we've really increased the need for that area, for housing, neighborhood, homeless, and so forth. Have we put a little rainy day fund in anticipation for something like this?
Yeah, so, Dr. Ross Hammond, Councilwoman Dr. Ross Hammond, yes, we do. So there's obviously the city's rainy day general fund balances, but also I think Kevin mentioned to me before when we discussed this that in some of the, especially human services, there's a reserve that we use to kind of hedge how the flow of federal money comes in that could balance it for a period of time or mitigate it for a period of time. But eventually, if there are significant changes, we would need council direction on how best to approach it. Anything else you want to add to that?
No, sir, that's correct.
Okay, anybody else at this point?
Looking at department-specific revenues, I've made note of these in that itemization of the myth of the billion-dollar budget. So as part of our one-on-one with departments, we review their department-specific revenue and make recommendations to right-size it based on actual trends that we're seeing with those. Some notable adjustments we're seeing are in the departments of planning, treasurer, aquarium, CVB, and public works, with some additional state revenue being anticipated. So in doing this, again, we're looking at these aren't necessarily through the result of rate adjustments or changes for those departments, but just the changes in the trending growth of the revenues. And the departments get credit for those. And whenever we see growth in that, it obviously reduces the need of general government tax dollar supports, supporting their operating needs in the general fund. And then with the Department of Parks and Rec, we're discussing their operating budget now, and they have put forward a series of proposed rate adjustments and fee increases to support their operational needs of the rec centers. Some general government tax revenues, majority of them are actually trending right in line with where we originally had anticipated, with the exception of hotel, cigarette, and amusement. With hotel, month to month, we're seeing it actually grow a little bit as opposed to the flat growth we've been seeing the last couple of years. So that's promising. The amusement tax, we're looking to continue to monitor that. We saw in looking at last year's actuals, there was a large contribution or a large payment in one given month. And so we're trying to figure out, is that sustainable? Is that going to continue year after year? And so far hasn't. So we're looking to revise that down just a smidge. And then with cigarette, we're seeing that actually grow a little bit higher than where we were in the 5-year forecast. So overall, good news, primarily for the TIP fund, which receives the bulk of these dedications. Something we're also mindful of, we've been seeing growth year over year in the amount of interest income compared to the budgeted amount. This is a tricky thing to anticipate. It typically gets posted near the end of the fiscal year, not consistently throughout. That's dependent on when things mature, when investments mature and get posted and allocated out. So we're going to be monitoring that, and the utilization of that to balance the operating budget. We want to be very mindful of it, right? Because just as it's coming in, it can go away with a change in the federal rates, or if returns aren't materializing like they did in the previous year. So we would typically try to treat that like fund balance. Think of it strategically, utilizing it, putting it towards one-time cost. Good example could be for this self-contained breathing apparatus that we know there's a need for the fire department to replace in the upcoming CIP at about $10 million. And then the big unknown at this point in time, we have a rough estimate based on the 2.8% estimated part of the 5-year forecast, but it's real estate. It's our largest local revenue source, and we really won't know what that's finally going to be till close to the end of next month when the real estate assessor provides that information. Historically, it's been pretty consistent in terms of the original estimate given at the beginning of the process to the end of the process. So this is a visual I've shared with City Council before. I know it's a lot of information going back a long time, but I just find this fascinating because it really tells a story. The blue part of the bar chart is related to year-over-year assessment growth, and the orange is related to new construction growth. And if you look back in the early 2000s and before that time, each year the year-over-year growth was considerably made up by a larger percentage of the new development or growth represented by the orange line. Since that point in time, there's been more year-over-year growth in the assessment or the existing tax base and less on the new construction growth, resulting in the year-over-year growth in Virginia Beach. I noted that historically it's been fairly consistent, but there have been times when there's been changes, right? Things that weren't foreseen. The real estate assessor works through looking at a year of actual sales to determine what the market value is. And sometimes things can change that weren't necessarily anticipated. For example, FY23, right? So that was a year that we went into the budget process anticipating growth of about 3.8%, but what actually materialized in February was an assessment growth of 9.2%. So that really created a different scenario or a different outlook on the overall development of the operating budget. At that point in time, City Council had a decision made, and the direction received by City Council was to use a portion of the unanticipated growth to be able to implement a step plan for majority of the workforce, which did not exist prior to that implementation or that year. Another portion of it was decided to be directed towards increasing the minimum wage. There was a known future increase in the minimum wage that was being slow rolled by the state. And so the decision was to increase that to make the city more competitive and be ahead of that, because we knew it was coming anyways. A portion of that growth was used for that initiative. But the majority of that growth, that unanticipated growth that happened late in the budget process, was directed towards offsetting or giving a sustainable bill payer to the flood protection program. So the City Council, in lieu of raising the real estate tax to fund the flood protection program and the bond referendum, they opted to use the assessment growth to dedicate 4.1 cents of the real estate tax rate towards that initiative and that purpose. So again, it's the biggest one and it's still yet to come, but we're constantly taking input and feedback and trying to develop and incorporate all this information as we learn it and plan for the unforeseen. So that's really the update that we have in terms of operating budget drivers as a change from the 5-year forecast and operational estimated revenues. So is there appetite for discussion at this point?
So, thank you. I do have a question, and I need to put this out here. We have to have this discussion, and it is about cannabis. I see as an opportunity for us as a council. I look at my district, Centerville. We've got pop-up shops going up left and right, and we cannot tap into that revenue source right now. I see cigarettes taxes declining. A lot of other sources are declining, and yet we've got other revenue sources that we can't tap into that are increasing, right? They're making a lot of money. I'm concerned a little bit. I don't see that discussion. I don't see cannabis anywhere in our display, in our discussions, our future discussions. That needs to be on the table. If we talk about keeping tax rate the same, well, how are we going to do that? You either cut something or increase something. What new revenue sources do we have as a discussion for keeping the tax rate the same? I mean, I don't see that, and maybe you guys can help me here.
So, Councilmember Jackson Green, as it specifically relates to cannabis, there is currently no authorization from the General Assembly for cities to tax cannabis. The General Assembly is currently contemplating what the framework would be for allowing for cannabis use and taxation for the Commonwealth and also for the localities in the Commonwealth. Should the General Assembly pass something, we'll get a sense of what it is that we can do. Currently, right now, I think it's contemplated that there's going to be a 2.5 to 3.5 local share if it passes out of the General Assembly. And Council has been proactive in that Council has created a cannabis task force to talk about how would we address the externalities and all the different impacts to the city should the Commonwealth pass such legislation into law. But currently right now there isn't an ability to tax cannabis, and if it is, then it'll be up to the council to determine it and enact it if it becomes available to the council. As it relates to cigarette tax, totally understand your point. Cigarette use is going down, which is a good thing, but we're also seeing an increase in the pop-ups that you talked about, like vaping, right? That is another thing that the General Assembly is still currently contemplating, and the City Council have asked for several years for them, and other localities have asked for this as well, for the General Assembly to consider, imparting on localities the ability to tax vaping. We currently do not have that ability, but what you're saying about the revenues is spot on. But as the Dillon Rule state, we have to take our cadence and our authorization from the Commonwealth, and we're awaiting their decision on several key components of that. And if they pass those into legislation, we'll be able to have a discussion with the council, and the council may possibly support it.
Thank you.
Okay, Stacy?
Yes, not holding you to this, but just asking for informational. The 2.8% increase in assessments, is that a swag? Is that based upon preliminary information? Is that?
The 2.8%, we work closely, as soon as this will go back, we work closely with the real estate assessor in the development of the operating budget. We work with the individual for input going into the 5-year forecast that we use to frame that. And then obviously whatever the land book comes out to be at their assessment of true market value come February. So the estimate does come from them based on what they're seeing, but things do change. I think there was a recent discussion at a regional economic forum or a regional forum that made note of changes in the apartments within the region is growing at a rate faster than previously anticipated. So, they're working off of the best information that they have. Like I said, historically, we've typically been really close, or they've been really close between the original estimate and the end with a little breakage, but sometimes things do change.
Mr. Mayor, the city assessor is here, so Sue, I don't know if you want to illuminate anything.
I don't know that I have much to add to that, other than the market is definitely, when you ask for a 5-year projection, when we get there, we don't have a lot of data available at the time. And there were some changes. Apartments were kind of a surprise this year that did a little bit better than expected. So it's just a matter of trying to hit that, and when you ask for that 5-year forecast, we've had some changes. My team right now is working really hard to reconcile all those values, and we should have something to City Council with some final numbers very shortly here.
Okay, and then just to follow up, has there been any preliminary calculation made to determine what a revenue neutral rate would be based upon the 2.8%?
It would be roughly a reduction of about 3 cents, 4 cents in the real estate rate to generate that. I don't have it here in front of me, but that would be.
Not holding you to it, just.
Okay, thank you. That would be what the math basically pencils out to offset that 2.8% assessment growth.
Okay, Michael?
Speaking of the concept of a revenue neutral budget, in most conversations when a revenue neutral budget is mentioned, it can be challenging for me because I'm aware that the costs, as Councilman Remick mentioned at the beginning of this retreat session, the costs go up every year in every way related to inflation. So is the revenue neutral? Let's just use the number that's required to be advertised in the newspaper, for example. Does that account for inflation?
No, it's a direct calculation based on the amount of revenue that was received the previous year with the amount of revenue anticipated to be generated. And so that's specifically how the state code explains or defines how that calculation is supposed to occur.
That's how the state code defines it. But in actuality and in practice, the so-called revenue neutral budget would actually be a reduction.
In revenue,
practice.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm just trying to make sure I understand it and that we're all on the same page about what that actually entails.
I don't know if I have it in here.
Because that's the challenging part, and I know we're getting into this later, but when you have a discussion about reducing the tax burden, which we all are have affordability in mind, but then reducing or eliminating, then you have to have a conversation about reducing or eliminating services in order to achieve that revenue neutral budget. And that's where it gets difficult because people have different ideas about what's essential to the, as what's an essential service.
In that same conversation thread, council member, so I had ran this calculation going back, right? So if back in 1987, if the city council at that point in time had adopted or reduced the real estate tax rate to adjust for the assessment growth year over year, so it was 80 cents back in 1987. And then if it was adjusted according to what the actual change in assessment is, then in FY26, the real estate tax rate would be about 16.7 cents, equal to about $137 million, or roughly the cost of the police department. And in doing this calculation and trying to keep up with that over time, you might notice in some years it was adjusted up, right? Because the notion would be when assessments declined after the Great Recession, then the calculus works the same way, right? There's an adjustment up in the real estate tax rate to offset that revenue adjustment due to declining assessments. So that's what the fluctuation of this graph visualizes.
Okay, Josh?
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilmember Berlucci, your line of thought and dialogue reminded me of a question I had asked. It was maybe a year ago in last year's budget, because we had just a natural assessment growth. I tried to zero in on how much that was. Some of it was attributable to new construction. Most of it was just, natural assessment growth. And it was somewhere in the neighborhood of $38 million, I wanted to say, and I'm doing this from memory, but just with that revenue there, if you take roughly half, that goes to schools, and then you've got your dedicated funds like what we saw earlier, and you're left with, roughly, just say $14, $15 million out of that. And then here we are, you just said that employee step plan raises for 3% is $17.5 million. So just even with the natural assessment growth, you've got, we've got employee raises, and then, we have, we have pay-go situations that we have to, unanticipated cost increases in capital projects. So I'm glad that you brought up those aspects of the conversation.
Okay, Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add the observation that the estimate at this point is about the cost of inflation right now. As I believe most people, it's below 3%, about 2.8%, I think most people. So that, I know assessments don't necessarily follow inflation. It's really market driven, but I think it's an interesting note. But also observe that if, in fact, you have to dial back the assessment rate 4 cents or so to make up to a budget neutral, revenue neutral budget, then that means that we're lacking in other areas of the budget, because real estate taxes are about 40%. So the other 60% aren't necessarily growing at the same rate. So the real estate tax has to make up the difference. That's just a case in point there. So while I don't want to necessarily raise taxes in the other areas, it does point out that revenues across the board are necessary to increase.
Anybody else? Let me go back to my opening statement about the necessity to maintain the quality of life that we have right here in Virginia Beach. It does come at a cost. We spend a lot of money on Parks and Rec, I think $88 million. We spend a lot of money, on arts, because that actually is an economic driver. And we got to think about to maintain the quality of life, to keep our economics going. And hey, trust me, I'm one of the poor guys on city council. I'm on a fixed budget too. But, but that being said, I think it's essential that we realize that, I think once again, over the last couple of years, we have two budgets presented to us side by side, a revenue neutral one and the impacts of it. But then also, we should also have a budget that we can agree on that would maintain the quality of life. And so this way we can have a compare and contrast, but also the public would be part of that. And if, the conversation we had with some of the recommendations from Hutch and Michael before, getting the public involved, okay? What are you willing to cut? What are you willing to sacrifice? And things of that nature. So I really think we need to compare and contrast, Patrick, you've done it before, and, let people see what, the impacts would be of both budgets. So that's my thought there. Stacy?
Okay. With all due respect, the revenue neutral on the real estate tax does not mean that all the other revenues are revenue neutral, that our sales tax is going to increase, our, the hotel tax, the other taxes that we charge in the city, or all the meals tax, they're all going to increase. So to maintain a revenue neutral, and I'm not necessarily advocating for 100% revenue neutral position on the real estate tax, but quality of life also includes the ability to stay and afford to be in your house. And the rate of increase in our real estate taxes over the last several years has made that challenging for a number of people. So again, quality of life means to be the affordability of staying in your home. So we need to take that into consideration when we're looking at these budget proposals.
Julie and Kev, I can wait on this if you want, but I wanted to talk about sort of what Councilman Cummings is talking about the real estate versus the personal property. Do you want me to do it now? You want me to? It's your call.
I think it's okay to start now.
Yeah, I think it's germane, because we got to look at the big picture.
Yeah, so I think I've heard around the table and talked personally with most everybody here. And I'm going to talk and ask questions at the same time, okay? Well, not at the same time, but.
In the same conversation.
Yeah, in my head. So when we start off, we talk about the real estate tax, and I learned this last year, the year before, that it's, and help me on this stuff, y'all. 48% are homeowners in the city. Is that correct? Roughly, 48% of homes.
I got
are
the
owned?
residential in my head,
Yeah.
about 60% right now for some reason.
That are of the population.
He's not asking about how much of the revenue is.
No, not. Yeah, I'm talking about versus renters. 48%.
It's going to be up way more.
Is it?
This is
Okay.
this is what I have stuck in my head is the
Okay.
residential. Sue, whenever that's broken down, is that single family homes?
For the residential?
Yes.
It would be single families, probably in condominiums, based
Okay.
on that target that you show there.
So then probably the, yeah.
And
Okay, it doesn't matter. We'll move on. Is the part that I'm getting at is that for me, and y'all have heard me talk about the diner a lot, and I had a robust conversation this last Saturday because I knew this was coming, and I wanted to get some input from them. They're not worried about necessarily whether it's their real estate or their personal property. They just want more money in their pocket. And I ask them to a point is that so they're not concerned if we lower the real estate tax or the personal property tax. And from what I see, that the personal property tax has a whole lot more reach across the city. So if we're trying to put more money back in our folks' pockets, it would come. And I'm not trying to get in the weeds here and tell you where to do it. But as far as, am I wrong in thinking that you have a much greater reach to our population if we went for the personal property over the real estate?
I mean, based on the number of records that are here, the 429,000 vehicles, 25,000 business personal property, I would think it's a safe assumption to make that that's going to reach segments of the population that otherwise, and council's talked about this before, I've heard this conversation, homeowners versus the renters. Whether you're a homeowner or a renter, if you own a vehicle, you're paying the personal property tax in the case of either of those scenarios. So
Right,
I
so
would
as
think-
long as we equaled the amount, like, you know what I'm saying, whatever that would be, if we, and I'm just picking a number, Kev, if we picked $100, we wanted to give everybody, save $100. It doesn't matter which one it comes from, they're gonna see a savings of $100, right? And then we have things that are tied, are there more things tied to the personal property or to the real estate tax? Is there anything there that we'd have to look at? I'm just asking like future questions.
I believe I know what you're getting at with that.
Yeah.
In terms of dedications,
Yes,
there's a lot more dedications tied to the real estate.
that's what I thought.
And in the development of those long-term financial plans, which I'm going to get into in future presentation of the afternoon presentation, I'll touch on, for example, the rec center or the Parks and Rec dedication. When that dedication was established, all future modeling assumed growth in that dedication would occur through
Right.
assessment growth and the per penny additional being generated. And so there are dedications like that in financing plans tied to the real estate. The personal property does not. The personal property is really more so, the only shared component of that is a portion with schools via the revenue
So
sharing
then,
formula.
to the layman, then the answer is personal property would have less impact on all our other programs.
It would have much less of a negative impact on any.
Okay. So I think that's
modeling, yes.
important for our citizens that are watching, and when it gets out, that's what we're looking at here. It's one to me. The other is that when we were looking at that 60% for me a minute ago, I just want to be real clear on that, because I don't know where I had the 48%, so I want to make sure, it's like, those are not, when you talk about 60%, is that rental properties as well that are owned?
It could be.
Yeah, Sue, I'm sorry. I can't.
I just want to clarify, that slide that Kevin was showing, sir, Councilman Rogerson, it was just basically the breakdown of the properties, right? So 60% of it is residential,
Yeah,
probably
that's
single
not what I'm-
family, and then 5.8 is probably townhouse. So it wasn't signifying that that's 60%
Yeah.
owner occupied rate.
You know, I don't know that I have that number because I assess a property whether it's rented or owned. I might have some income information. Perhaps some other
Okay.
department has that, but.
Yeah, all right. So what I'm getting at, though, is that and it's okay, I own rental property as well, but if you cut 3% from the real estate tax and the rental property company still goes up 3%, then they've seen a 6% gain, right? I mean, I know that's simple math, but to me, that's not where we should be headed. It should be more of the personal property for the folks that need it. And I keep saying personal property. I'm open to others, but I'm just saying, to me, that looks like a better way to make an impact for our folks with a larger reach. So anyway, I'm done. Thank you.
Josh, and then Stacy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the first budget that I participated in, I remember we had this conversation, and personal property tax, it's based on the property as owned on January 1st in the tax year, and then I think the taxes are due by April, right? I mean, is it
June.
June?
The bulk of them are due in June.
Okay, so like a real estate tax, rate tax reduction would be implemented in effect as of the first half of this next fiscal year, which would be the second half of this calendar year, right? So, and those would be paid in December in arrears. So if you do a personal property tax reduction, you don't necessarily see that, the resident wouldn't necessarily see the benefit until next year in June, which is, I think, some of the, I would expect, part of the reason why we or the prior councils haven't really looked at it in the past is because it's kind of a delayed benefit. And I know that another one that we talked about was vehicle registration fees. And how many levers do we have to pull, really, besides real estate tax rate? And I remember vehicle registration fees being one of those, and that was also complicated by the fact that some people pay multiple years ahead, and then there would have to be some sort of process to reconcile that. But it would be interesting as we're talking about it to kind of get what it looks like you just already did and put up there with. What levers do we have to pull, and how much of a benefit would it actually mean? Because I remember the actual benefit was relatively kind of small. I mean, it was like $30 a year to somebody, as opposed to the couple hundred or maybe a couple thousands of dollars of relief that could accompany a real estate tax reduction. So just to have that kind of relative understanding would be helpful.
Hey, Stacy.
Okay, when you're looking at personal property tax versus real estate tax, the homeowners that are paying real estate tax are paying a disproportionate share of the cost of government. The homeowner versus the renter, if they both own vehicles, they're both paying the same amount of taxes. But now the homeowner, because they own a home versus renting a home, is paying an additional substantial amount of tax versus a renter who's not paying that tax. So if we're looking at giving relief to taxpayers, we should look at those proportions. The same people, the two families, one homeowner, one renter, they're paying the same amount of tax on their personal property, but the homeowner is now paying a disproportionate tax because they own the home. And if we're going to look at giving relief, I think we should give relief to that segment of the population first. I don't like any taxes. I wish there was a way to reduce them all. But if we are going to be looking at reducing taxes, I think we should reduce the one where there's a disproportionate burden, cost of government placed upon those that live here and own a home.
Okay, Hutch.
Yeah, not to have a debate, but if we do that though, and we do just the real estate, then the person that doesn't own the home is getting zero. So for me, for affordability, if we're talking affordability for our citizens, and maybe we have to look at both. I don't know, maybe there's some way to do both. I don't know. That's y'all's problem. But if we're, it's all of our problem, I know. But to me, if you do it just for the person that owns the house, of which I am, and then you don't do it for the renter, then they're getting zero. There's nothing for them. I understand the disproportion, but maybe we have to look at that, is what that means. But if you do it for everybody for the personal property, then everybody's getting some to go buy some extra bread or eggs or whatever it is. So that to me is something we have to at least look at.
Okay, let's get Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a clarification, because landlords of apartment buildings, they look at all of their operating expenses, mowing the grass, pest control, insurance, and real estate taxes, and they put that all in as a part of the operating expense and charge that as part of the rent. So in theory, a reduction in real estate taxes for apartments should, in theory, go to the renter. We don't know that. We don't make the decisions on rent. Apartment owners do. Just want to make that clarification. So we don't know for sure if a tax reduction in apartments goes to the tenant or not. Just bringing that up. Thank you.
Okay, Jennifer and Cash.
Cash is laughing because he just whispered, "I'm going before you." Look how that worked out, council member. I've been sitting on it because I don't know quite where my mind is going with it, but my observation is on slide 31 to the conversation about the kinds of residential properties that we have in the city. And at the opening, my idea of a vision for Virginia Beach was sustainability. And what the trend is showing is we have approved a lot of apartment complexes for construction, but not homes that people can then purchase and own that would then contribute to the residential tax base. So I know that one of our issues is that we're running out of land. And so when the slide of new construction and how that can kind of take some of the burden off versus assessment growth, that the trend looks like it's going to be assessment growth more and more and more and more. And how do we balance that? Because then for people who don't have the opportunity to own because we don't have the units for them, I just see us in a bit of a quagmire here. And then so the sustainability issue of we're not bringing on enough, in my mind, opportunities for ownership that are affordable. I think that it's usually like $700,000 is like what the new construction is coming in. So that's pricing out a lot of people. But then we tie so much to the existing rate. So it's so difficult to raise it once we lower it. And that's my concern, that if the cost of everything, as has been mentioned, is going up, at some point we're going to be outpaced in my mind. Like it's not going to, so if we cut while it's going up, how do we close the gap on the services that are by policy built into the residential rate? So that's where I understand the challenge that we're facing, the balance of, I'm leaning on the side of personal property because of the reach, but also just the sustainability of, we're not really building more units for people to own. So the existing tax base is not, that tax base isn't growing. So that's just where my mind is.
Patrick and then Cash.
Mr. Mayor, it's also important to note, and it's council's decision, and we go over a council send us, but in essence, as Kevin shows with the tax relief programs, in particular the veterans tax relief program, you're losing 1% of your assessment growth, basically a penny every year as well, right? As more and more people age in or go into the veterans tax relief program. Also, before, Mayor, I also want to mention, you asked about staff preparing a budget reduction based on the revenue neutral rate. That is included in your packet. Like if you look underneath funding requests, we did have the departments go through and present what their budget would look like if they took a 4% reduction, which was the revenue neutral rate that we knew of at the time at the 5-year forecast based on the assessments and how revenues was coming in. So that packet is included in your 5-year forecast folder.
Okay, Cash.
Thank you, Mayor. When I ran for office, I was in the auto industry, and so I ran to cut personal property, right? That's what I ran on, and that was a candidate before I was in that seat. And once I was in the seat, then I realized that whole departments have been built around the revenue from personal property taxes. That's a problem. Because on one hand, as a candidate or as a citizen, you think in terms like, we'll just cut personal property taxes and we'll just put that money back into our pockets. And so I came up with this whole plan about tax credit so that money will be going back to the residents, the working class. I am truly the working class. And when I tell you I am, I am. Is there a way for us to get money back, and I'm speaking, sorry. So is there a way for us to get money back into our pockets? We're not going to cut personal property taxes. That's a nice campaign slogan, right? But when I did my research in Richmond, we're a Dillon state, right? There's a lot of businesses and departments that rely on that money. But is there any way that citizens could get some type of tax credit back for personal property taxes that they have paid into the system? Is there anything of that structure or mechanism in place or could be in place?
Mr. Mayor, Dana, to Mr. Jackson Greens was asking, is there a way for personal property tax for residents to get a credit back? A credit back based on taxes paid, or?
There's a statutory procedure called return of local surplus funds, and that could apply to real property or personal property tax revenues.
So what Dana's saying in short, Councilmember Jackson Green, is that yes, there's a possibility that the council could declare a surplus in personal property funds and then send that send back money to the public. I think we have explored that one time before, but I think we explored that one time before, but I think the council opted to not go down that route because of the different restraints and complications from an administrative standpoint with the treasurer's office. That council at that time opted to, because revenues were above expectations and things were in a different situation, reduce the tax rate from 99 to 97.
I understand it is a difficult, complicated ask. I understand that. I'm telling you, I've done my research for a year. And when I tell you I was in the auto industry, I was a top salesman for years. And so I can tell you, I understand. But I think we've got to begin to look at four things. Or let's just make it simple. One thing, I've got to return some money back to the residents somehow. I mean, I ran for this, but I don't know how to return money back to them if I can't declare that we have a surplus somewhere or without making cuts, right? I don't want to make cuts. I don't want, right? But how do I return money back to them, have a neutral, balanced budget, and have a thriving economy? That is the question. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, let me just do a little bit of a capstone here right now. Since I became mayor, the term I often use is, and here we are, another confrontation with reality, okay? And once again, we got to play with the cards that are dealt to us. Housing taxes are a national crisis. This is not a unique conversation we're having here today. You better believe every municipality are having it. And, but, once again, Worth and I talked over the years about the fact that we are weighted, I think we are 86% residential and only 16% commercial and, things of that nature. So the burden of us, we are a residential type situation where Norfolk has more industry, Portsmouth has more industry. But, we count on the residents and, hence the dilemma. And I am very sympathetic because, once again, I pay my residential taxes like everybody else. But the other thing I can tell you, if I had the exact same home on a lake up in the People's Republic of New Jersey, what I spend every year, I would be spent every quarter. There's a migration of people coming from high-tax states moving down here. But once again, we still have to understand that mission creep is up there. But the other thing is, too, and, as we all live in, the world, the increase in taxes only is part and parcel of the strain that is put on every individual. When we have, we're still suffering from the effects of COVID, in terms of inflation and things, and especially the restaurant industry was, still being hurt by some of the things with inflation and everything. My goodness, a Big Mac costs $6 now, thereabouts, and it used to be $3 years ago. A number of years ago, my homeowners association was a little less than $200. I just wrote a check for $470 for that. I just also wrote a Dominion Power check for $600. Okay? That's not just affecting Bobby D and Trish. That's affecting everybody. The cost of living all across, has, gone up. So, taxes are part of the thing, but the economy is good. The reality that we have, okay, and Jennifer really hit it, is the cost of housing. And, the thing I give now, running out of land, if you buy a piece of property for $100,000 or $150,000, the regulatory cost, as established by Wells Fargo, is something around $93,000. So it's costing about a $250,000 before you put the first nail in the first board. So it's the cost of housing. And once again, with all the regulations and the increase of costs with stormwater and everything, I remember, a couple of years ago, we opened up an apartment complex off Hampton Boulevard somewhere, and the studios were going for $1,500. Okay, and that used to be my mortgage before I paid it off. So when you think about somebody living in a studio, when you talk about somebody living in one of the apartments, that they bed, you're talking about $2,500 a year, a month in rental, for the people that are renting. And that's disposable income, not going to the restaurants, not going to the Target stores or J.C. Penney's. So once again, this is part of a national morass of economics that the country is in right now. And for that matter, this is going on in Canada. From what I understand, the cost of housing in Canada is far more expensive than it is here. So once again, I think if we got to look at a situation, we got to look at it big picture and globally. That we have a decision. But once again, with the quality of life, because once again, the dilemma that we have with affordable housing. And, once again, when we move towards affordable housing, some of the neighborhoods don't like it. But I can tell you that the military, and I've been very involved with military advocacy, they are saying we need affordable housing. Another cost driver out there is really tapping into people is daycare. So if you take a look at all of the multiple factors that are out there, the cost of food, where do you go to get a hamburger now at a restaurant and fries for less than $12? When a couple of years ago it used to be $4. And so, we're just living in an economy. We got to deal with it. But once again, the secret is we're going to have to find, the balance. But, that's why we're having these discussions. Yeah, Patrick.
Julie, I think we're pretty much close to lunch, and I think after that there's another presentation, and then after that we go right into detailed discussions with council on some guidance and some next steps. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you want
lunchtime?
Yes.
Hey, don't forget, we work for food.
So, Julie, what time do you want the council? What time do you want the council back?
We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. We are going to start this afternoon with some more presentations from Kevin, focusing on some bigger capital expenditures, and then we'll shift the conversation to council preliminary budget guidance for staff.
Okay. All right. Mayor, Vice Mayor, or Mayor, members of council. So this next segment of presentations is really going to be more, financing plan CIP oriented. So a little shift away from the operating budget, just a little bit, but we will talk about some of the dedications and how they're used to finance some of these initiatives. Included within this segment, we'll have an overview of the major project fund as a refresher as to what that fund is, what the intent of it, and the direction has been of it to be utilized for at this point in time. Conceptual Central Beach financing plan, recreation modernization financing plan, aquarium modernization discussion, and then I will be getting out of the way to turn it over to Julie and Fountain Works to have a facilitated conversation on overall budget guidance. Starting with the major project fund. So this is the newly established special revenue fund the City Council put into place in the currently adopted FY26 operating budget. And what this is to allow is a sustainable bill payer for significant capital improvement needs that have been discussed at length over the course of several budget cycles, including the direction is to utilize it for the critical courts facility, ADA accessibility, Indian River Road safety improvements, VB Trail Phase 1, and the Law Enforcement Training Academy as direction came from previous guidance and retreats. Everybody at the City of Virginia Beach needs a leader. So the discussion last year in the budget development as potential utilizations beyond that could be for consideration of additional future phases of VB Trail, coastal resiliency beyond the flood protection program and what's being implemented, but that would be a collaborative effort with the Army Corps of Engineers, 911 backup center, or even potential utilization for the aquarium existing infrastructure rehab needs. The components that make up the major project fund are a 0.3 cent dedication of the real estate tax rate, generating about $2.5 million. 40% of the town center TIF revenue capacity generated from the real estate, about $4.4 million. Meals tax dedication of 0.77%. There was a partial redirection in addition to a 0.5% increase that was dedicated to this purpose, and that came from the open space fund of a redirect of 0.27%. So total annual revenue that's being estimated within the funds, about $21 million. So this is, again, within a special revenue fund, and the intent is to utilize the funds as a ongoing bill payer for these projects, especially as they move into the capital construction phases. So here's a scenario, or not a scenario, but this is a snapshot of how the funds are currently programmed and the use of the funds. So if City Council might recall, in the development of the current year's CIP, there was a heavy emphasis and a focus on trying to utilize cash and put cash to work in the early years of the CIP, reducing overall reliance on our city's debt metrics and debt profile in the out years of the CIP, trying to preserve that capacity. Doesn't mean that capacity doesn't exist within the city, but there was just a concentrated effort of putting these resources to work. So currently programmed within the CIP is the design funding for the Law Enforcement Training Academy, the VB Trail construction gap that was identified with $12.3 million in current year and programmed $3.1 million in FY27. For the courthouse design in current year 3, or next year will be year 2 of the CIP, $15 million towards the design and evaluation related to a courthouse modernization or the critical infrastructure needs of the courthouse. $9.2 million of this dedication is directed towards the design of Indian River Road. And then the residual, you'll see, whenever you're looking at the operating budget, you'll see a reserve for future capital. So it has not been programmed, it's not being put to work right away, but the intent is for the fund to accumulate funds over time to allow for a gradual drawdown when bonds are issued at a future point in time. So again, it's a very strategic look and plan that was put into place by City Council to meet these critical needs. So that's just a quick recap of the major project fund. We had just had a break, so I'm going to move to another financing plan where the direction by City Council was to begin exploring. So City Council has been briefed and updated on the Central Beach conceptual plan for this area of the city. One of the things that was given was direction to evaluate the area here around the convention center and put together a plan of the what if, what could be possible, what would be the desire. So city staff did a very thorough public engagement exercise that lasted from June 24 to December 24. Had a series of public meetings, interviews with stakeholders, city departments, and then that plan was actually presented to City Council as a conceptual plan. So this is in line with what the directions were through the Focused Action Plan Initiative 2.14 that was given at last August retreat, which was for the city to understand how to potentially fund the elements of the small district area plan. So with that direction, I'm going to try to talk through it at a really high conceptual level as to what components of the plan could look like and what their costs could be. So as a recap, the Central Beach Small Area Plan was a strategic vision highlighting several different areas, envisioning this area as a diverse area, place of events and cultures, connective to the neighboring communities, and then the oceanfront, vibrant, and really a driving place to spur visitation and overall tourism. So here's a map of the various components of the area as the plan that was presented. Components of it include parking, housing, mixed-use development, a sports district, civic campus, and then a desire for open space being a park. Other components of it include sports venues, museum, facilities that allow for a better sense of arrival to this area, with the concept being that you're coming right off the interstate, and so you want to have that sense of arrival to the oceanfront area. elevated connectivity within it, raised sidewalks, stormwater improvements, trails, and potentially hotel development. Here's a color-coded map. The plan that was presented to City Council came in different various phases with a Phase 1, Phase 1B, 2, 2B, and then a Phase 3. So in using that information and being able to extract from the map the number of rooms, parking spaces, residential development, commercial space, action sports square space, square foot space, museums, retail, and then park, we were able to put this together based on how many rooms or how much square foot and parking spaces would be added with each phase of the overall development. So you can see to the far right, this conceptual plan would add about 600 hotel rooms. Again, this is conceptual plan being discussed. Parking spaces, total of 12,880. Residential square footage addition to the community, about 2,500. Commercial square foot, about 310,000. Action sports square foot, 160. Museums, 65. And then retail, 150, with the vision of a park being about 2.4 acres. So something my mentor, previous budget director, David Bradley, used to always tell me is that a plan without a way to pay for it is just ink on a piece of paper, right? And so City Council, with this very notion in mind, that was one of the first questions that was asked, and that's why the direction was given is, how are we going to pay for this? What would the plan look like to pay for this? Well, in reality, it's way too early to get finite and with specificity what the cost of the plan would be. It's just conceptual, as there would need to be a determination of what the overall stormwater needs are for the area. Are those going to be a public infrastructure investment or a private? What the street infrastructure improvements would need to be. Action sports or museums, are they to be privately funded or publicly funded? Who's to cover the cost of an associated elevated walkway? The park development, obviously there's going to be a need to not only if it's constructed, but to maintain that over time. Parking, infrastructure cost, and then action sports and museum. The question being, would that be privately funded or publicly funded, as I had noted earlier? That's a big unknown. Obviously, private development components of this would generate additional revenue to help offset that. And although it's really difficult to get into the nuances of all these other things, one thing that we can get into and speak pretty clearly about is the cost of parking infrastructure and what that might look like. So I worked through this scenario just looking at the overall parking, right? So high level concept here is that for every $10 million in real estate improvement, or say that you have a parcel of land and there's nothing on it, but then a development comes in and a building goes up, that then becomes the improved value of that parcel. So for every $10 million, generates about $100,000 in taxable assessment. Based on the tax rate of 97 cents per 100, generates about $97,000 a year. So in looking at debt service, $95,000 of annual debt service payments is associated with about $1 million bond issuance. So keeping that relationship in mind, if the city were to issue a $1 million bond, we would be able to purchase or construct about 29 parking spaces, considering the cost of a parking space or structured parking is about $35,000 per parking space. So in notion, about $10 million of improved value would sustainably support about 29 spots of a parking garage if constructed. So then keeping that conceptual math moving forward, $100 million improvement value will generate about $970,000 in real estate tax revenue, which would support an investment of about $10 million, or would buy about 286 parking spots. So a $1 billion improvement would result in the city having a sustainable capacity to construct about 2,857 parking spaces at $35,000 per space. So keeping this in mind and working from the previous conceptual notion of 12,880 spaces, so if the city were to fully construct that at $35,000 per space, It would require an investment of about $450.8 million, resulting in a debt service need of about $42.8 million annually, which would require a tax to be generated of an equal amount. The taxable billings would need to be $44.1 million, meaning you would need an improved value of about $4.4 billion to cover that level of parking. Now, granted, this is just giving context as to if those were to all come on at one time. Obviously, a plan is going to take multiple years to accomplish, but this is just trying to give that level of context. To give a sense of how much development it would take to generate about $4.4 billion of improved value. So this is a visualization of the Town Center TIF. So the Town Center TIF totals $1.2 billion. The initial base assessment of this geographical area back whenever it was established was about $151 million. So it's been in place nearly 20 years, and overall the assessment growth through new development and the organic growth in the assessment base has this area totaling about $1.2 billion. So you would need a TIF theoretically larger than the Town Center TIF. Kind of further taking a look at it and looking at some of the other components. So some general assumptions were to be made in terms of revenue to be generated through real estate improvement for 600 hotel rooms, residential units of 2,575, and commercial square and retail square footage of 460. You can see that's a high-level estimate of how much real estate improved value would be associated with those. So then if you were to net out from the existing base, the existing value, which keep in mind that's how the TIF calculation works for Town Center, right? The original geographical area generated $151 million in improved value or the assessed value. So that was kind of frozen at that point in time, and then incrementally over time the improved value generated tax revenue that was captured and put into the TIF. So the notion here being within this geographical boundary, there's already an existing improved value or existing real estate value of about $104 million. That would mean there would be a net improvement of $638, which would generate an additional $6.18 million in real estate revenue. So the realities of the Central Beach Financing Plan is that private development of the parcels will not likely generate sufficient but-for revenue alone to cover the cost of infrastructure, should the city be responsible for covering 100% of the infrastructure cost. However, it could help offset a portion of it. The TIP fund, as a current status, would not have sufficiency to cover this level of an additional investment, so the likelihood of the TIP fund alone covering this, the conversation will really need to be more than just TIP fund, looking to potentially use the parking enterprise fund, adjusting rates to get back into a status of perhaps issuing some bonds for the parking enterprise fund. General fund might as well have to provide some additional contribution to the overall project. And just the reality that if there is a desire to establish a TIF within the geographical boundary, it will likely need to be substantially larger than the plan area, as a sustainable plan based on organic growth will likely take decades to mature and develop sufficient funds to be able to slowly develop this vision over time. Just to give a sense of additional context of the improved value, here's a visualization of the assessed value broken down by real estate by city district. So here's the 10 districts. District 7 is about $5.9 billion, and District 10 is about $5.3 billion. So again, keep in mind, if you were to get $4.4 billion in improved value, it would need to be almost the size of a whole citywide district. Also, just another conceptual to give context to this. Through the city's real estate assessor's website, you're able to pool about 300 parcels within a geographical boundary. So I tried doing that using this tool and picking up this area all the way down to the ocean front. So within that, the boundary, the assessed value of these properties was about $8.1 million. I need to footnote that because you can see that included within that are public properties that aren't necessarily taxable. I think there's some church parcels, but I'm just trying to give a sense of what the exercise would need to look like if a TIF was desired. So, but how the math would work is if this were a TIF and all this were taxable property, the $8.1 million would be the base year, assuming a 3% assessment growth. Next year, the $8.3 million would be the assessed value, resulting in about a $200,000 incremental growth. Taxable value would result in about a $200,000 additional tax revenue to go into the TIF fund. So some other things to be mindful of whenever it comes to a TIF. TIFs are subject to the city's baseline tax rate, meaning that if the 97-cent tax rate is adjusted up or down, that tax rate applies to the TIF. So that'll impact the financing plan of a TIF as well. And then also something else to be mindful of is being a long-term strategic plan. Whenever a boundary is drawn and the incremental growth is dedicated towards a plan such as this, then that just means that the general fund or other dedications are not going to receive that organic growth that would have otherwise occurred to support general government services, but instead it's been committed and dedicated to a plan, a financial plan. So I'm going to keep going if that's okay, because there's couple of more CIP things here to talk about real quick. This one's related to the, sorry.
And Mr. Mayor, do you want us to keep going, or does council want to pause and have a quick conversation about what was just recently presented to him? Because the subject will change going to the rec center modernization, and does council want to spend some time and have some questions about this before we move on?
Okay, any questions at this point of Worth, and then Barbara, and then Josh?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And if I could quote you on this, if this isn't a confrontation with reality, I don't know what is, but this is really a wake-up call. I think it's a great plan, but from day one, I think this is really a 10 to 15 or 20-year plan. So it really is a wake-up call. I mean, you're talking about parking alone, not talking about infrastructure, stormwater, and other things that probably will come along with this that's not addressed here. So. And then ways to pay for it, TIF, expanding the TIF, I mean, that's, can be very controversial. So, and we do have 2 outstanding RFPs that are in this area that I think one is, perhaps a way to pay for it. The 19th Street parking deck, and then the sports tourism is another one we haven't seen yet. But anyhow, and then you do have a property on the northern part of this that's also, I think, a part of this conversation. That's the current MoCA property that is in front of us as well. So there's a lot to consider, but it is a confrontation with reality.
Patrick.
And Mr. Mayor, not to intercede too much in your discussion, but I just wanted to clarify, this isn't to scare council away from taking cautious, deliberate steps in it, but it's exactly what you said, Councilmember Remick. This will take decades. Town Center wasn't built in year one. It was built over 20 years, right? So really it's kind of saying you won't be able to do everything that is contemplated in that plan, and certainly not everything that is being proposed by developers, so you all won't be able to get done in one time. But the iterative steps that council's taken, like, for example, parking is an issue that we need to solve for, and if we take parking offline, we're going to cause ourselves a problem. So 19 in parks, let's see if we can raise parking decks and possibly wrap that around, right? Do that and see what it does and start to generate revenue, and then be cautious and careful as we go into the other opportunities that are there and see what kind of revenue it could unlock. It's not just city revenue, it's not just parking enterprise fund revenue, but it's a whole host of other different revenues that we would need in order to bring something of this scale to fruition, as the council did over decades for Town Center and other places as well.
Yeah, before I get to Barbara, I have heard of, cities building parking decks by itself and then inviting economic development to come in, just to get things facilitated. Barbara?
Yeah, This, of course, is looking at the major projects and includes the Central Beach District and the sports tourism in that area. Of course, the area that I've been working on with the sports tourism is down in the ITA with the outdoor sports. Is that a different project? I mean, that's not a part of this, because I certainly don't want to lose track of that project, because 2 budgets ago, in '24, I asked for an update of the master plan for the ITA and what it would look like and how it could be implemented, and I asked that it be prepared by October of '24, which it was. And it came out then and was presented to the council and was presented to the public, and we've got a real big stack of support letters from people from all over the city to have this done, but of course we haven't gotten there. And when council saw this at that time, I think what council said was, well, let's look at the soft cost and the low-hanging fruit and move forward with that, which would have included things like the connectivity of the trails and the cross-country track, which is desperately needed by our high schools and our colleges with track. And of course, this is 2 years later, and we haven't moved forward with any of that. And I certainly want to make certain that this doesn't get lost now, because this is the time that we need to be doing all of this, and I want to make sure this is a part of what we're looking at.
Okay, thank you. Josh?
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilman, I guess I'll be your glass half full, so you're half empty. Because even though those are really large numbers, you know, some of the things I wrote down, just what the manager said, I mean, Town Center itself, over a 20-year period, that TIF isn't even anywhere near close to being built out. The road improvements with Cleveland Street will unlock the Central Village District, and there'll be a heck of a lot more taxable improvements that that will make that story even better over time, I think. And Town Center also uses SSD, so I mean those types of things where we can use an SSD or some other layer that is coming from, I guess, project revenues to help pay for operations and capital maintenance, and then, you know, even if we're looking at this potential area as a TIF, I mean, we can look at those boundaries to really maximize the benefit. I mean, the TIFs work where there's zero taxable improvements on them already. So I bet you we could probably be pretty creative drawing lines on properties that don't have buildings on them. And obviously the TIF can be used as a source of reinvestment once the bonds, you know, get paid off after their natural life cycle. So I mean, really big number, but if we phase it and do it, I think carefully, I think there's a path to you know, potentially moving forward with it. My other question is the major projects fund, and I know the use of those funds, I guess, have been directed by council in a series of conversations and various council retreats and such, but and through a budget reconciliation process as well. But recognizing the need to stay flexible with those funds as needs arise. I'm just going to ask out loud whether or not it's a good idea for us to talk about a written policy to kind of define some loose parameters on projects that are eligible for those funds, so that current priorities can be maintained on the one hand, and we see those through, but also so that it doesn't become a fund where it just gets picked apart.
Patrick?
Mr. Mayor,
Stacy?
Mr. Mayor, I think the council did adopt some language about the use of the major projects fund. You know, so obviously, Kevin, I don't know if you have it in front of you, but
I did, Councilmember. I didn't get into it, and I should have. I apologize. So The ordinance that increased the meals tax rate of 0.5% did in fact dedicate that specifically to, for the prioritization of construction, modernization, and maintenance of infrastructure related for the purpose of public safety and judicial administration. So there is already in the code or in the ordinance that establishes this a earmark for that dedication for 0.5% of the meals tax to be specifically for that purpose in perpetuity unless otherwise directed by council.
Right, but that doesn't cover the entirety of the meals tax or any of the rest of it.
Correct. No, sir.
Stacy.
Yeah, there's an old saying, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And when we're talking about Central Beach District, that's exactly the way we have to approach it. I think Councilman Schulman touched on this, that when you look at the entire project, it's daunting, and you say, well, where do we start? But where we start, we have an RFP out for the 19th Street garage. And we'll look at those proposals, and if they make sense, we'll build a garage, we can wrap it, it'll pay for itself, and it'll open the way for the next phase. Then we do another building, and that makes sense, and that'll pay for itself and it'll contribute. So I think if we get lost in the overwhelming aspect of the finished product, we'll never get started. But if we just take it a piece at a time and say, this makes sense, let's do this now. And we have a good plan going forward, then before you know it, hopefully I'll live long enough to see it, but before you know it, we'll have it built out, and it'll be a beautiful place, and it'll be a place that we'll be proud of, that'll bring more and more visitors into the city. So I hope we don't get lost in trying to determine, the entire pathway forward. Let's just take it one step at a time, and we'll be fine.
Okay, anybody else? I think, Rosemary?
I agree with what's been said here, but before we spend any money on 19th Street Garage or anywhere else, we need to form the TIF district so that that baseline can be established and whatever values will start to accumulate from that point on to start paying for this.
Okay. Yeah, let me just say, Worth along another example of confrontation reality. When I walked in from the elevator, there was a bucket catching the water coming from the ceiling. And, that's another capital project that we're going to have. We got a lot of capital projects out there that are going to be addressing. But let me just say, I think over the last couple of years that we are moving in the right direction. When I first got on council in 2004, 2005, and for a long time, the beach shut down over the summer. You had 2 shoulder seasons, a winter season. And there was, I remember going to dinner on Christmas about 15 years ago, and there was only one place open for Christmas dinner. Everything else was shut down. But I think we're in a state of positive transition now, where more and more people are starting to live at the oceanfront. More businesses are here with the Sports Center online, with the Dome and, the Wave Park. And, with the residences are there, we're going to have new thing. We are already creating that new revenue by keeping the oceanfront. We found out, once again, over the years, we always said, oh, my God, a lot of stuff goes into the oceanfront. But we found out during COVID, especially the first year, how important it was. And it was to us in terms of being an economic engine that did keep property taxes low and did keep the quality of life. And as a result of keeping it open, there was a significant, what was it, a year after COVID, Kevin, was it like a $3.2, $3.4 billion positive impact, we got by just keeping the beaches open? So I think that's, that's an important thing. Yeah, the idea here is to create the new revenues that are to sustain us in the future. Barbara?
Back to what I was talking about with the outdoor sports. When I asked what I had to do to move forward this area being designated a sports district branding. What I got was that I have to send an email to the city council notifying you that I'm requesting this. So maybe this will do as the email. And this is what it was, and the name, the goal would be to name and brand the Sportsplex Fieldhouse Hampton Roads Soccer Pack area as a sports district. And so the operator of the Sportsplex has proposed that the city name the area around the Sportsplex Fieldhouse Hampton Roads Soccer Pack a sports district. This branding would help with marketing the sports facilities located in the area and help create a sense of place. I have asked the city attorney to prepare a draft resolution that would identify the district boundaries and apply the name. Once completed, I will share the draft resolution with you and seek additional sponsors for its inclusion on a future agenda. I know the folks out there at the Sportsplex are full every weekend, and they have fantastic things going on. And if we can complete that area, I think that will go a long way at a far less cost than it's going to cost the indoor sports. And so I do hope we can move this forward, and I would like to bring that resolution forward soon.
Michael?
Thank you. Just as a point of clarification, my understanding is that there's analysis underway to look at sports tourism and the LIDA and the ITA more broadly, as well as a comprehensive plan update that's currently underway. So is it premature?
I don't think so. Premature 2 years, when I asked for it 2 years ago. But
I mean, shouldn't we at least allow for the completion of the staff work that's underway?
well, I really didn't know we had that underway again. But anyway, I would like to pursue this if it's all right.
Once again, I think, the idea is that we find a happy marriage, to, accommodate certain types of growth that obviously the Navy is in concurrence with for revenue generation and still have, the ability to do things. So, I think a hybrid model is something that we should subscribe and move toward. Stacy?
Well, just to support Councilwoman Henley here, I think that with the ITA, the general consensus throughout the entire city is that at least a portion of that should be dedicated to action sports. And there's a lot of land out there, and I know that we are waiting on this study, but again, I think there are certain aspects, the low-hanging fruit, the cross-country track, that we could start moving forward on, and at least in examining, is that what we want to do? Because there's some really great opportunity out there to move this forward, and we've, I just don't know that we're taking advantage of it right now, and it can be really beneficial to the entire city. And I would like to see us also move forward with some of the aspects of the sports area that we know we can take advantage of now.
Okay, Patrick.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, there is space allocated after Kevin completes his presentation for council to give us guidance on operational priorities that it may want us to invest in, but as well as strategic CIP priorities. And those conversations can be taken up then. To Mr. Cummings' point, council could ask us to explore funding opportunities similar to what it asked for in a focus action plan for sports tourism and economic development opportunities in the ITA. That was already guidance that council gave us as well. And we could bring that forward in the proposed budget as council awaits the final product as it regards to how we can reconcile the three uses of municipal uses, expansion for economic development opportunities, and also for active passive sports tourism.
I think that's a good path. Worth?
And so on a separate note, back to the Central Beach plan here, by my calculations, it's about 80 acres. A good part of this, which should not be necessarily part of this discussion today, but should be considered in the future. Some of this is private investment, so that will generate tax dollars and revenues. It's like the green to the bottom, for example, or in the blue at the top. on the side. That's private, but a lot of this, the public area, we own, so we can't necessarily tax it, but there could be future dollars generated in private investment that mostly is residential. Thank you.
Yeah, I think a barrier to success there, but, once again, is the joint noise implications, kind of limit what can go there. But I think some of it is doable, but not to the density that, I think, the main principal wants. But, once again, confrontation with reality.
All right, so Mr. Mayor, if there are no questions, Kevin wanted, working with Parks and Rec, staff wanted to bring forward a plan that we have as it relates to addressing the 3 oldest rec centers.
All right. Again, there'll be space, I think, in just a little bit whenever Julie comes back up. But this information here is just the direction we're headed in the development of the proposed operating budget. After working with the Parks and Rec Department, we've been looking at their special revenue fund and seeing what capacity exists within the special revenue fund to sustainably support the modernization or recapitalization efforts of the oldest 3 facilities that they have. So for context, the Parks and Rec operate within a special revenue fund for the overall maintenance and operation of the various rec centers throughout the city. They charge fees for services, program fees, and then those are collected and all managed within that special revenue fund. This was established in 1993, again, as the intent of a long-term sustainable plan to not only construct the rec centers, but also operate them over time and ultimately replace them. So the funding is derived, as I mentioned, the user fees, but largely by a 3.467 cents real estate tax dedication that the Special Revenue Fund receives. So background, this is a very much condensed slide in terms of the exercise that Parks and Rec went through to do an evaluation of a modernization study that was conducted back in 2020. There was various options and considerations taken into account from simple maintenance of it to not only replacement but expansion of some of the facilities, even potentially adding new facilities to be maintained by the Parks and Rec Special Revenue Fund. However, due to funding limitations and with the aging of the facilities, there's going to be an accelerated need to move towards the replenishment the modernization or recapitalization of the oldest 3 in the more near term. That being the Great Neck Rec Center, which was constructed in 1990, Bayside, which was constructed in 92, and the Princess Anne, which was constructed in 1994. In working with Parks and Rec, these are the estimated cost options that have been put together for a framework of the modernization efforts being discussed. $47 million for Great Neck, $43 million for Bayside, and $35 million for Princess Anne. Worth noting is that each year that construction is delayed or the programming construction doesn't get underway, there should be taken into consideration a cost of inflation escalation, which will ultimately result in additional construction capital dollars being needed if they don't get moving sooner rather than later. So the preliminary intent is for construction timeline to be for 2 years for each of the facilities. Those that were here before receiving the briefing from Michael Kirschman, I think I even did a joint briefing with him at one point in time. There's a staggered approach that goes into this, right? So as one facility comes offline, you're able to then redirect the staff to the other facilities, so that way you're not going dark, if you will, and sending staff home, and then you're up against it trying to turn all the lights back on and staff back up. So there's really a staggered strategic approach that goes into planning this out. Based on the tentative construction start of Great Neck being FY 27-28, Bayside being 29-30, and Princess Anne being 30-31, there should be capacity within the Parks and Rec Special Revenue Fund, within the existing dedication, as well as with moderate fee adjustments going up. sustainably over time for charging for additional services and keeping up with the cost of inflation to where the special revenue fund can sustainably cover this recapitalization effort. There's also a component going on in the Parks and Rec Special Revenue Fund similar to what is going on in the TIP Fund. City Council might recall that the TIP Fund has a declining debt service payment in future years related to the paying off of bonds associated with the construction of the convention center here. You have a similar situation going on where the debt service is being retired in the Parks and Rec Special Revenue Fund, also contributing to some of that capacity that can be redirected towards this initiative. So just with that, just putting on here, unless otherwise, directed through conversation or direction, that would be the intent or what City Council will likely see in the submission of the city manager's proposed budget and CIP for your consideration and review. Discussion or?
Okay, Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to make sure I read that right. 6 years of that a rec center would be closed in between, so one rec center down at a time for, okay, all right, good.
All three.
Okay, thank goodness. Thank you.
Okay, Michael and Cash.
I honestly just want to make a note to really compliment you on, in the manager on developing, and your respective colleagues on developing a really extraordinary plan to address this modernization need. It's been looming, and it's been hanging out there, and I honestly think for me anyway, the awareness that we have these expenses coming up has been challenging to contemplate some of the new things that have been proposed time and time again. We have to put first things first, and we talk about affordability and efficiency. We can't expand the reach of this municipal government while ignoring the needs that we know we've had, and I think this goes a long way to addressing some of those needs. So I think it's really fantastic, and I really want to thank you for developing a reasonable and cost-effective way of addressing these modernization needs. So I will say that. But I also have a question. I know it's a much smaller scale, but it's also very important. We have kind of a similar challenge around the playground replacement schedule. And is there any similar plan to address that? I mean, the neighborhood playgrounds are at the end of their useful life cycle in many instances, and there are so many of them that are coming online for that need for replacement that we've got to figure out a plan for that. And I've been knowing that for years.
Ken, is Michael Kirschman here? Okay. Mayor, is it okay for Michael Kirschman to come and address that?
Sure.
Okay.
As Director Kirschman's on his way up, Councilmember, one of the things I want to kind of reflect back on, a couple of years ago, City Council made a decision to redirect some of the programs and the costs from the Parks and Rec Special Revenue Fund, bringing that back to the general fund, freeing up capacity within the Parks and Rec Special Revenue Fund. What had happened over time is during previous budget reductions and cuts, some of those general fund government services had been rolled into the dedication because it could cover it through its growing sources. So there's really credit to City Council for putting the plan out there, and then obviously to Parks and Rec staff as well for coming up, identifying the needs, putting cost estimates to those, and working with us to develop these reasonable
Well,
estimates.
as you know, we've even had discussions about adding a rec center at different points in the last several years, and just hard to imagine that we would be adding one until we fix the ones that we have. And we're finally looks like we're finally at that point, which is great. But at one point, you were, if I recall correctly, Mr. Kirschman, we were looking at like a $25 million gap in playground replacement.
That is correct. We have around 185 playgrounds throughout the city. The cost did escalate quite a bit during COVID. But just as a reminder, City Council allocated a significant portion of the ARPA funds to playground replacements. We ended up doing over 65 playgrounds in 3 years. So we really did a great job of catching up. Just for general public information and your information, a playground should last about 15 years. For a commercial grade playground, out in a park exposed to elements, about a 15-year life cycle before it needs replaced. When COVID hit, we had many that were over 20 years old and in dire need of either being torn out and not even replaced. But significant ARPA funds went towards catching us up. I would say we're maybe just a little behind, but nowhere where we were pre-COVID due to the wisdom of council in making that investment.
Okay. I'm in good
Okay.
shape.
Amelia, and then Cash.
Relating to the next steps, I think this is a great idea, moving this forward, and the incremental way you placed it. Because, for example, people at Bayside Rec are always over at Williams Farm because of the situation there. So that's putting extra burden on that rec center. So they're seeing a way forward by having this come up will be important. And then on the second question that Councilman Palucci mentioned, it was important to hear from Councilwoman Rouse about their playgrounds being, renovated. This is what's happening around for a lot of the playgrounds. That yes, they have been working on it, thanks to Micah Kirschman. Thank you.
Cash.
Thank you. I think it's important for the public to know that when you're campaigning, I campaigned on having a rec center for District 7, Centerville, right? And then I campaigned on having a public library built, right? Once I got in the seat, I was like, we first have to do these steps, right? Modernization, which if anyone is running for office, it's better for them to understand behind the scenes. And I'm not sure how they do it except join a board like PISC and really, which I did. And I still didn't get it until I got in the seat. So, right? So I think the point I'm trying to make is what to do if you're like me. You made a promise, you want to have a rec center because you saw that there's a need in College Park, as well as that extending almost Chesapeake, right? There's a need. You got 46,000-ish people in your district, and if they don't have the transportation, then they're going to Kempsville, right, library, which is a wonderful library. Chief Hutch and I, we share that. That's our joint library. But, huh? Oh, okay, right. Yes. I mean, we'll take yours too, but, right. But the point is, public-private partnership is now become on the table for me, meaning, i.e., I still have a need for it, right? But I understand that as a government, it's a difficult and heavy lift for us to do at this time. It's about $80 million if we're going to build-ish a rec center. Well, I've got to think outside of the box. So now I've got to go to the faith-based organizations. I've got to go to places that have land, because in College Park, they still need a rec center. So I say all of this to say that if I don't want to put the burden on the taxpayers, I do still need, there's still a need. So what do? There's a public-private partnership that city council members need to start thinking about, right? And for me, as District 7, I had to start, or beginning to start to have the conversations of a public-private partnership. And I'm setting you guys up for something because there's an as down the line where in College Park, in Lovell Green, where we've had the highest amount of crime in District 7, and thankfully for the last couple of years, because of the Chief Newgate's and Captain Gervin's initiatives, we haven't had violent crime as much. And so I'm very grateful for that. But that's because we're walking the ground. I'm going to say this and I'll be done. we still need a rec center. We still, right? We still need it. So maybe it's not called a rec center. Maybe it's called a community center because it's not the size of it. And so I've called Deputy City Manager Kenneth Chandler and asked him to come out and brief some of our business owners in District 7 who have space and land. And so we may do modernizations, but I still need a rec center. And it may not be called a rec center, but I am going to be working on a PPP, public-private partnership, which is better for the taxpayers anyway. And I'll leave you with that.
Okay, appreciate that. Hutch?
So, Kev, I got one of those questions I'm going to need your help with. So when we talk about this plan, which, like everybody said, I appreciate it, and it's a lot of merit, it's a lot of money. Going back to our discussion about personal property versus real estate tax, does that have anything to do with this would this do anything to this plan?
In the past, there have been times, I'll give an example actually. The rate here that is received by the Parks and Rec Special Revenue Fund, 3.467% or cents, that was actually reduced at one point in time to whenever there was a decision by City Council to reduce the real estate tax rate. And so it was adjusted down, directing less revenue over to the Parks and Rec Special Revenue Fund. The fund has not been in a situation the last several years to where when City Council is given direction to reduce the rate, that the fund has not had the capacity to absorb or handle any of that rate reduction. So that's a situation where this fund was held harmless through that rate reduction, and the general fund ate that extra bit of real estate reduction, if that makes sense.
Kevin, and that one's because of the capacity. The fund wasn't healthy enough to cover its
Correct.
needs. But if the tax rate goes down, does that reduce the capacity to be able to do some of the plan or impact the plan adversely?
Yes, if the Parks and Rec Special Revenue Fund were to be reduced to offset a portion of the real estate tax rate, that would cause us to revisit the plan and the scenario that we put together.
Well, because the reason I remember a little bit, is when we did this a couple years ago. I know everybody says, well, the assessments went up, but we did lower the real estate tax from 99 cent to 97 cent. Now, I know the appraisals went up. But it was, I think we talked about this. It just struck me as I remember something about this was, it may have been another area, but it was along the same lines of what you just said. So I just remembered that. So that's why I wanted to be clear. I'm not messing around when I say there's going to be other ramifications. It might be from both sides. I'm not saying that. And I'm good with, if we're trying to help the citizens, I'm good with both. You know what I mean? I understand it, but we have to look at it as what's going to be feasible, I guess, and what's going to do the most good. That's, I guess, where I'm coming from. Thanks.
Yes,
No, Barbara?
You may have answered this, and if you have, I apologize. But I just remember when City Council came up with the plan to build these rec centers, a very important part of it was to make certain that what we did at the time would also maintain them in the future. And so that's why it has that funding plan for the recreation centers as a part of the original funding. Have you gone back to look at what that funding was to see if it was off, if we just didn't do enough? Or, is it an inflation factor that's caused us to have to do more now? Or just what puts us in this situation? Because I just remember that when we sold the bond referendum to approve the rec centers, we, said we're also providing for the long-term maintenance. So how far were we off, and what brought us here?
We did a recreation of this whenever we presented this. I believe it was like 2 years ago now. So it has been some time. There was a lot of things that changed over the years. Yes, it was established to be a long-term bill payer. I made note earlier, when recessions occurred at different points in time and general fund reductions, in lieu of making reductions to the general fund, direction or decisions were made for the special revenue fund to absorb some of that. That's the action that City Council actually deliberately cleaned up, to where we separated that and pulled all those general fund services back out to get the Parks and Rec special revenue fund to be pure again. Another thing that changed over time, Councilmember Henley, the Williams Farm Rec Center, that's another good example where a decision was made to add a rec center. The debt actually was covered by the Parks and Rec Special Revenue Fund at that point in time, and still continues to be covered by the Parks and Rec Special Revenue Fund, delaying the building of capacity to be able to put towards the renovation of these 3 facilities, if that makes sense. So there's been some things along the way that delayed it, but it's actually on a point now to where it's pretty much the exact point in time where Parks and Rec needs to get to recapitalizing these facilities, or else they're going to be in a situation to where they're putting on a 15 or 20-year roof, but the framework and the shell of the building needs considerable repair. So it's probably best interest to do it all at one time and recapitalize it all.
Well, clearly, new centers might be needed too, but we certainly have to maintain what we have, because we've got that investment there and we have to do that. So I think keeping them along the way is extremely important, but I think it was an important move that the council made in the late 80s to at least include some funding for the future, and it's a good thing it's there.
Kevin, let me ask you, how much out of the 97 cents, whether it be the stormwater 4.1, and is the current rate still at basically 3.5 cents?
Yes, for
Okay.
the real estate, or
Good.
for the Parks and Rec Special
So
Revenue
that's
Fund.
basically 7.5 cents of our rate is for dedications that were approved in bond referendums.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is there any other dedication there?
There's other dedications of the real estate, but in terms, I would need to go back and research if there's any associated with the bond referendum. I can't think of any.
Kevin, I think those are the only 2, the 4.1, and then the amount associated with the Parks and Rec. Yeah, because I remember when we did the flood protection bond referendum, that was the first time in about 30 years that a bond referendum went through Virginia Beach.
So that's 7 cents right there. And then I asked for, some figures, I believe it was the last budget cycle. And 30% of the remaining 90 cents is underfunded and non-funded mandates that we get from the state and the federal government. And that includes schools too, don't get me wrong. So basically, it really cuts into our disposable income. That's what I'm trying to make. Okay, Josh?
Just a quick follow-up question. When the Parks and Rec referendum was passed, was that an additional 3.5 cents that was levied on top of the base rate, or was it absorbed in the current rate, like what the decision was with the stormwater bond referendum?
It was an increase.
It was an
increase.
So
to
the
base
voters
rate.
voted for a tax increase, and they got a tax increase?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Patrick?
Mr. Mayor, there is one more component, and then after that, we'll be open to questions and discussions with City Council. The next component is the conversation we previously had with Council and briefed the public on the need for modernizing the aquarium south building or north building.
The aquarium.
North building, north building.
Yes.
Yeah, go.
The 40-year-old building, how about that one? Yes, as the city manager just said, this is the last CIP presentation component that I have to talk through, and this is just really an update to a conversation the city council's been having for quite some time now. This is just a pulling of the previous presentation that was provided by Dr. Chandler to city council earlier in the year. As a recollection, the aquarium's nearly 40 years old. There's been several studies underway to determine the future sustainability, operating vitality, the interior exhibits, external structure, and an overall operational model. The core exhibits that we do know of with the seal shark and turtle tank are 30 years old, and those have certainly exceeded their design lifespan, which was 25 to 30 years old. So there's going to be a need to take action sooner rather than later on the components of the aquarium. So one of the things that we just wanted to walk through with City Council and for situational awareness is that whenever the proposed budget comes out, unless otherwise directed, there is going to be an allocation of funding similar to what was done with the Rudy Loop park development, where we're going to put some design funding in place to allow for a real engineer evaluation, get a sense of what the needs are, get a project manager assigned to it, and be able to start this initial first step of finding a long-term solution of replacing this facility. Again, we're not going to try to get into a situation of programming or estimating the full amount, but what we really want to get in there and do is get some design costs in place so that way we can get a better sense of what the overall need is and find the best long-term solution. The reality is, based on the timeline of execution, this is probably going to be, I hope that's
That's
not
an omen.
foretelling, I know.
The budget's falling.
No sharks fell out, so it's okay. This is really likely going to be a 7-year time frame by the time we get into the budget development, get evaluation in place to the year of completion. So it's really, again, a long-term but not so long-term approach as we're seeing a need to get something done on this. So with that, I'll be
Okay,
glad to step out of the
Rosemary.
way.
And then Amelia and Worth.
And I hope it's okay to say this, but in our meetings with the Aquarium Foundation, they don't want to remodel the building. They want a new building. It's their feelings that it would be a whole lot cheaper to build something from scratch. And also, with the if you're remodeling one, what do you do with the animals during that time? So if you build something new, the animals can stay in place until that's been built and they can move in. And that for fundraising purposes, they could do a whole lot better with a new facility than just fixing up the old one. And a new facility would have a longer lifespan than the old one. So that's kind of what their feelings are at this time. I don't know, Worth, if you want to add something to that.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. I agree with you, and also a new one could be further away from the water, Lake Rudy there, which causes damages and underlying structural damages on the floor. So this is aspirational, meaning this is, I think, a good move in a long-term approach, the long game, if you will. Past this because right now for every dollar we spend as a city, the foundation makes up 60%. We pay 40% and the foundation pays 60% of the current maintenance. So this is stopgap, if you will, 7 years out, of course, but the long-range plan from the foundation standpoint is to replace the existing building with a new one.
Okay, Amelia? And then Cash.
After hearing the two conversations, mine is not as important because I was going to mention 7 years. And so that's make 37 years from what you've mentioned. And grandparents of the wheels and all of that. You're looking at the age of the animals. So with this new idea of having something replacing it, may be better.
Okay, Cash.
Yeah, so Centerville would like to weigh in on this, and that's...
You want an aquarium?
Yeah. Well, I read on this. No, okay, no,
Sounds
just play it,
fishy
just
to
play
me.
it, just play it. No, but I just know people from Centerville, they like to take field trips to the aquarium, so this is near and dear to our heart, is what I mean. And because it says the word, and this is good for taxpayers, for all of us, will the state think about helping us with payment or modernizations, even though we're thinking about a new build? You're shaking your head, Council. Okay, we need our state legislator. We need that guy, our lobbyist. Is there something there, City Manager Duhaney?
The council has included this in our legislative package for about 3 years, and each time the state hasn't taken it up as something that they felt like they had the capability to do. The Aquarium Foundation notified staff and the council that they were getting their own lobbyists as well, because it's hard for this to be the singular focus of the city, but they're using their own lobbyists as well. I think their lobbyists may be getting similar conclusion. Last I heard is that the state may be open to a study, but not necessarily at this time open to funding. Right now, I know the council has changed our tactic this year. Instead of just asking for design or capital funding, also seeing if the state will be open to providing support for the Stranding Program, which, as you know, the city provides for the entire Commonwealth and sometimes even into Maryland and North Carolina as well, to see if they'll be willing to support some of the costs associated with that as well. We're currently testing that with the General Assembly, but I don't necessarily know if the General Assembly is going to be able to take that up, understanding that the current administration, the current General Assembly is focused primarily on affordability and other ways that they can support the constituents of the Commonwealth.
Okay, Stacy.
Yeah, it seems as though we're going to have to go down dual paths here, because if the foundation wants a new building and they're going down that path, and they can't commit to making that happen within 7 years, then we also have to go down the path of what happens if we have to modernize or renovate the existing place. And that would be a horrible waste of money if, in fact, we're going to build a new building. So I don't know. I think that we need to get a hard commitment from the foundation as to what the direction is, because to spend millions of dollars to design a new or to renovate this existing building, to plan renovating this existing building only to say, no, we're going to build a new building. I think we need to determine which direction we're going in first.
Okay, Patrick, and then Worth.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, as Kevin alluded to, what we're proposing is council approach this as they did with the financing and the funding of the Rudy Park design. Right? If council recall, council did not authorize full design or full construction with that funding. Council authorized, I think, around $2.4 million for us to come up with a detailed plan on what's going to happen there for consideration and approval, right? So we would propose that council would basically give us planning money so that the council, the foundation, can discuss the scope, the term, and the budget of said project to determine different options, to include what happens to the old buildings if a new building is done, or maybe even ask, is it possibly constructible, feasible to build in place and stuff like that. So this would give us funds to start that process, and that we're not asking for funds to move to construction design at that time, but there's a lot of questions that we all have before the city commits to fully funding, design, and constructing a building.
Okay, Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. And if I could clarify, I think, Mr. Budget Director, we're talking about a $12 million. What's this short 7-year? What's the total to address Councilman Cummings' point there? Because it could be a waste of money or not, but $12 million, is that what we're 14?
It could be, but no one's asking for that at that time. But traditionally, I think what was proposed, if it's $100 million or $120 million building, right, you typically would be at that range, but no one's asking for that at this time. I think the thing to note is basically what the consultant said to us is that the work that the council authorized last summer basically buys you 7 to luckily 10 years in the current building. And then after that, you need to be getting out of that building or shuttering. So basically, shuttering the operations. So basically, we need to find a new solution for the animals in the building, you know?
Right.
Okay, Hutch and then Worth.
Oh, go ahead, Worth. So just to follow up, so if you could go to page 30, Mr. Chatelain. I just want to make I'm sorry. It's the tax assessments by district. Oh. Page 20, not 30. Just want to make the quick point here, because a lot of this discussion in the last hour, page 20, is the aquariums in District 6, the Central Beach Master Plan is in District 6, which includes the convention center where we are now, the sports center next door. A lot of the oceanfront, of course, District 5 is the resort, but a lot of our dollars into the coffers do come from District 6 and District 5 in the resort. And so we do need to pay attention and invest in our resort. And there's some other, Atlantic Park is getting a big investment or has gotten a big investment, but it's going to return a lot of tax dollars in the future, not just from real estate, but meals, sales, and other hotel taxes, the tip fund replenishment. So I just want to make that point. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Hutch.
So, again, I'm the one that brings this up a lot, and it seems like we have, I don't know what the answer to this one is, but, and I was sitting here thinking with the public safety chiefs here, I know we have, I think, all 5 of them that are in the gallery over there. But if I'm wrong, and I know well, I shouldn't have said I was trying to make a joke about the last chief left you a mess there, Chief Kravitz. But your buildings are, I think we've got 8, 9, or 10 that are over 40 years, and there's 4 or 5 that are over 50 years. And one of them is at the courthouse that literally is, I mean, it's not in great shape, y'all. Now we make do, we like to say we have our own cross to bear, we get it, that part. And then for the police chief, I was trying to think, I know the 1st is good, and the 4th is good, the 2nd marginal, and the 3rd, I don't know what year the 3rd is, but it's in that range. And then when I look over at Ms. Lee and Tops, that y'all's building has had some work done, but it's starting to get a little longer as well. So my point is that when we go to do all of this and we start talking about cutting taxes, I can hear some people saying, well, what are you thinking? You don't, we haven't, District 3 with the flooding, and then we all have some of our own flooding issues. I have a couple major areas, so I understand what we're saying and what we're trying to do, but I think the magnitude of what we're up against, and I don't even know how we begin to affect when you have 9 buildings that are over 50 years old, or right at it. It just seems like a pretty, like you said, it's one bite at a time. I get it. But when we start about cutting taxes, just know that that's what you're doing. You're pushing off some things that are pretty important, whether it's the fish or our public safety or anybody else. And I'm not trying to say that there's not other buildings that probably fall in that same thing, and that they're not all crap. There are probably some that are just fine at 50 years old. They've been modernized or whatever, but that's not cheap to maintain them. I mean, the roofs, Chief Kravitz, what's the cost of a roof at the fire stations? It's like $2 million, right? Yeah, I think it's $2 million a roof. So that's, I'm just putting it out there of what we're talking about. Just when we're looking at the totality of everything that we're talking about. I don't think I'm off that far. No. All right, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Let me just say this. We started off the morning, talking about the tax rate, what it is, what we should do. But since that conversation, we've been sitting in the taxi and the meter's been running. And think about all the stuff we have been talking about. And the stuff we were talking about are obligations. Let me just give you a few. Aquarium, getting the courthouse ADA compliant. LIDA, Another big one that I think is Nemo Parkway. Once we get going with the feds, that is beyond mission essential, and that's going to be very expensive. Along buildings, the city has, as Hutch was saying, many city facilities need it, but we have 86 school buildings, and a number of them are going to require. And look how much we are wrestling just trying to get Princess Anne done. And that's only one, and not to mention our stormwater obligations. And so once again, we're looking at that challenging future. Look at this.
Didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's a good idea. Keep all the stuff on the whiteboard thing. It's all depressing stuff. Cover it up.
I really didn't mean to interrupt you, Mayor. Were you?
No, we're good. Bob has interrupted us, yes.
Next time you all wanted to cut him off, just send me in.
Give the mayor the hook, yeah.
So as we've been saying throughout the whole discussion this morning and the start of this afternoon, we've been trying to capture the points where you need to give staff good guidance. And we've been breaking it down into categories. We started off this morning talking about the budget process, revenues, expenses, the CIP, and we've got miscellaneous. So we've been capturing some notes, and I think just because it's freshest in mind, I want to go backwards and start with the CIP and some of what you've been talking there. As we said this morning, when Laura went through the preliminary interview comments that we heard from you all, we want to use today as a way to give staff guidance for developing the budget. It's not your final chance, it's not a final vote, but we want to generally know where there's consensus, where there's not consensus, so staff has a better idea of what to include or not include in the budget that they're preparing for you. So related to capital improvements, we heard early this morning, LEDA's a priority, and the meals tax supports LEDA. We just heard about rec center modernization, including funds for future maintenance. The Parks and Rec Special Revenue Fund, is it sufficient for long-term funding of rec centers? We heard about Central Beach, taking one bite at the elephant at a time. It's going to take many years. Do you want to consider creating a TIF? Do you want to start working on parking? Do you want to consider creating a SSD? Sports tourism, we want to look at Central Beach and the ITA. Should there be some naming and branding for outdoor sports activities now? Should that be something going forward? The Major Projects Fund is the current ordinance designating its uses sufficient? Do we need more written documentation of the purpose? The aquarium, should we have design funds? How can we use public-private partnerships to support? And playground modernization. And then lastly, emergency service buildings are also old. So those were some of the CIP conversations you were just having. Of all of those, what do we want to be telling staff to move forward with at this point?
All of them. Yeah, just name them, wave them on.
All of them, and it can be all of them. I'll start with the last one, the aquarium design funds, doing a small chunk to keep it moving to protect the animals. Is that something we're assuming staff should take this first step?
To me, the amount will probably be I don't know, probably similar to the initial amount for the Rudy project, probably around $2 to $3 million.
How do you want us to do this?
Right now, I'm just asking for discussion, like, is it the sentiment of council that you'd like to see staff try and fit that into the budget they propose?
Fit what?
Sorry. How do you want us to respond? You want us to raise our hands? You want us to verbalize?
On a few of these, Kevin's slide said, thank you. Kevin's slide said, staff's going to move in this direction unless we hear otherwise. So the aquarium is one of those. Staff is probably going to move in that direction unless we hear otherwise. So on that one, do we hear otherwise?
I think I have some questions. If I
Yeah,
could,
sure.
Mayor. And I'm not going to ask all those questions today. I'm not actually going to ask any of those questions today. We need to have more discussion about this because I don't understand the scope of the proposed expansion. I don't understand the use of the proposed expansion. I don't understand the proposed operational model. I don't understand the sustainability of that program, meaning, you know, to Mrs. Henley's point about programming for maintenance and operations moving forward. What does that look like? There's too many unknowns for me to provide any direction as we sit today. I'd like to know more about the stranding program that Mr. Duhaney mentioned. Marine research is essential and it's very important. I guess the question though becomes how much of the costs of marine stranding research is the Virginia Beach taxpayer responsible for? In most other communities, that's done through a university partnership or something along those lines supported by the state. In this case, the citizens of the city of Virginia Beach, and it's very important work, but these are all the things that we sort of need to work out. I could go on. I just don't have enough information. And I think we need much more information before we move forward. At the same time, time is of the essence. So, also, you know what I was thinking? I was going to throw this out there. There's so much discussion about this issue. Maybe it would be appropriate to have a referendum about it. And that could solve it. I mean, we will be, we could be transparent about what the public cost would be, and then let the voters make a decision about that. It's just a thought.
Yeah, that's not a bad thought at all. We're going to go Josh and Cash.
Thank you, Mayor. And if we're just talking about the aquarium, I would just question whether or not the discussions and inquiries and various studies that have been going on in the background, if we're at the right kind of time to make a decision about, that we should give you direction with and run with. And I don't really have a sense for that, and I share all of your concerns. At the same time, along with the rest of us, appreciative of the tremendous value and community benefit and a wonderful amenity that the aquarium is and has been for the city. So I agree. I don't think we're at a time where we have enough information. And if it truly is something that is important to the public, which I know it is, I would be supportive of exploring putting that question to the public as well.
Cash.
So I just disagree, and I disagree because there are live animals, right? I get it that there needs to be a plan in place, a referendum has been thrown out, but I think we're missing something here. We've got to have, it's like, I'm telling you that there are live animals here, and if we do a referendum, if we do some other things, which are smart, right? But that's going to be down the line, a couple of months. I think we have to parcel this out. Some council member said that if you have an elephant, and this is an elephant, we've got to take small bites. I think we need to set aside a portion of money, I'm speaking of, because what happens if something fails on this 40-year-old, what did we say the age was? 40? And then we're caught where we didn't have a plan in place, or we're caught because we're down the line. You have to have a plan in place. I don't understand. I think we need to plan, but we've got to have a rainy fund or something put aside for this historic monument that lots of kids have grown up in, have developed a love for animals right here in Virginia Beach. I mean, we're treating this like this is, and maybe that's because I come from San Diego and I'm here in Virginia Beach, and maybe now it's right size for me because maybe San Diego was too big for me, but Virginia Beach is right size for me. We're missing this treasure. This is the treasure that we have in Virginia Beach. So I'm just going to leave it like this. I think we need to parcel it out. I think we do need to plan for the public to weigh in, but we have to have money set aside just in case if a failure point happens, then we don't have money dedicated for it.
Before we get to Rosemary and Worth, Patrick, all along, whenever something popped up where animals were in danger or something, based on my history, we always were able to come up with something, even if it was a Band-Aid on a hemorrhage.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Council puts aside probably $2 million, if not more, towards maintaining the facility. And if things come up above and beyond the regular maintenance, the council has always set aside money. The thing we're asking council for right now is we are basically on a clock, right? 7 to 10 years. Not asking for the full design money, but basically asking for funds so we could answer some of the questions that you're asking for, of which time, once we get that information back to you all, we're not asking for extended construction design money. Council could get that information and then determine to do a referendum at that time with a full suite of information and next steps to educate the public.
Okay, Rosemary.
That kind of answers some of what I was going to say. I mean, we are doing a giant Band-Aid right now. I think was it like $6 million to get it to last another 8 years. But all these questions have been very valid to be asked. And I think we need to take a hard look at all those things. But I think what Patrick is asking for right now is just to put some money aside while we get these things answered. So it's in the budget. So that doesn't mean that money is spent. It's only sort of as a placeholder as we get through a lot of these questions. So, I mean, I would support us putting the money aside and get the answers. And if we want to do a referendum, I'm not sure what the question's going to be. But it's, also the foundation has got to figure out where they want to move forward. That's a big part of this, is the foundation is trying to decide, because they had that consultant that they had come in that gave them some options. So they're a major partner with us. So I think we ought to we could put some of this money aside. It doesn't mean it's going to be spent yet, and then we can make that decision at a later time.
Okay, Amelia.
Are you through with the aquarium?
No,
Okay.
I got to follow up to that, but.
Let him go, because I'm coming on something different.
Okay.
So take it, and I concur with Vice Mayor Wilson. If we could put some money aside as a placeholder, but also hearing the discussion here, and I think in general with the public, we do need an update, and I would ask for an informal presentation with the foundation as well, and get some questions answered. And that's too much decision probably today to say yes or no, maybe as a placeholder. But I'm not saying kick the can, but let's have an informal discussion, presentation and discussion. We can drill down on this more and get you all
Anything
updated.
else on the aquarium? Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just looking for some clarification because, I'm just looking for some clarification because Vice Mayor said that the money would be designated, it's on. Sorry. Am I not, are you not picking me up?
Low battery.
All right, let's try that.
You're good now. I think that's
Okay, is that a little bit better for you? Okay. Looking for additional clarification because I heard the vice mayor say that the money would be designated and set aside, and I think that's responsible planning. I understood that it would initiate a planning process, and I guess that's where some of the questions and more that I presented come into play, because at one point I saw, for example, a facility that was 2 or 3 times the size of the current facility and involved all kinds of other things. And I think we need to go into it eyes wide open and clear about what that looks like and what the need is and what the capacity for supporting a facility like that potentially could be. So which one is it? Is it did I misunderstand, or is it setting aside funds for potential design in the future, or is it initiating a design process?
So to clarify, I'm not asking for full design money, right? I'm asking for funds to start to answer some of the questions that you all have, right? What happens to the old building if a new building is built? Is it possible to to renovate in place, right? To answer the whole host of questions that you have on the facility. The Aquarium Foundation did bring on that consultant when council, I think it was last year or 2 years ago, basically passed a resolution authorizing us to fund a operational model study. That's ready it's initially ready to be brought to council for consideration, right? You will have all that information going into the budget process, right? But we're not asking for funds to start construction design, to go to construction at this time. I believe you all have a whole host of questions that need to be answered, and then you all need to get comfortable on what will be the scope of this project and what you all are willing to tolerate from a debt standpoint before you even hit go on those design funds. So I'm asking for funds to get started on an initial phase, similar like what we did with Rudy Loop, where you all get a sense of, we'll come back to you all with a sense of what a scope of this project could be, what a cost of this project would be, what some of the impacts would be to the existing operations. And then at that time, y'all determine where to go from there. And it could be, this would be too much for you all to support from a financial standpoint. It could be that you all may want to go to a referendum if you all want to support it, or it could be you all are not interested in proceeding beyond an initial planning process.
And sorry, as a follow-up, what would be the funding source? I mean, wouldn't it be appropriate, for example, that TIP would fund such a study?
If council says that, we'll figure it out, but we were thinking possibly the general fund, because the TIP isn't necessarily the healthiest that we would recommend to pull something from that. But if council said that, we can pull it from the fund balance of the TIP, but there's a lot of stressors on the TIP. We could certainly do it if council wants us to, but that would not be what we would recommend.
Okay, Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor. So to clarify, this budget holder is for a study, or is for phase 1 from the foundation's study? What they're saying will help carry the building for the next 7 to 10 years. This is a placeholder for that, or for our own study?
So it's basically to come up with a scope on what a new building could be. Would it make sense to renovate in place? And to answer the other questions council has, like what's the total cost associated with this building and stuff like that, and what the scope of this building is going to be. But it's not to start designing a project for ultimately $100 million or more, right? It's basically just an initial planning level document to get authorization from council. Do we proceed or don't proceed?
Yeah.
Okay, so just as a follow-up, and then to Councilmember Jackson Green, because it's been, when did we start with the RFP about the aquarium?
Right, 2022.
Yeah, this has been so long, and it's only, for me, gotten more confusing. So I feel like,
Welcome to the club.
yes, and to your point, for the initial conversation was in 2022 was a conversation of urgency because of the animals. The building's at the end of life, we gotta make, so we were moving, and then there was a stop, and then there were studies, and we don't know what is happening, but we're asking for money for a placeholder to keep the building going for another 6 or 7 years.
We're not asking for money for a placeholder. So council, after one of the studies came back and said you got 7 to 10 years at best left in that building, council gave us authorization to use some resources on a 60% covered cost by the city, with 40% to be covered with the Aquarium Foundation, to address the building so that the building can have another 7 to 10 years of life. Consultant is basically saying, after those 7 to 10 years, you need to be out of that building, right? What we're asking for now is funds to start planning for what comes next, right? Like if you're having another building, what would that look like? What would the scope of that building be? Is it a new building, or is it build in place? And then what is a range of acceptable costs for that, to present that to council, for council to consider? We're not asking for authorization to start going into construction design at that time, right? We will come back to you all that information, and you will get a better sense of what this thing would cost. And then at that same time as well, before you all get the budget, you're likely going to get the operational model information with the consultant that's working with the Aquarium Foundation.
Do we have a date for that?
I'm having conversations with them now when we can get the briefing set to council.
Okay, Barbara.
I think we really need to hear from the foundation and have something pretty specific from them, because we could be all over the place and not be where they want to be. So I think having a request from them is what we need to have before we could go forward. I certainly don't know enough, and I would want to know what they want.
Yeah, Josh.
Sorry to chime in again, but thank you. I just remember sitting here in '23 for our first retreat and hearing, because there was a process that led up to the plan that the council originally looked at, and then came to us in a tough budget year to the tune of, $250 million. So being that the cost of money ain't going to get any cheaper, even a scaled down version 10 years out from now could still be $250 million, based on when that could be constructed at some unknown point in the future. So I just want to be mindful that we don't set up a future council for the same kind of reaction that we had back in '23, and then have the process repeat itself all over again. I do agree with Councilmember Henley that that we need some clarity from the foundation. I don't know the magnitude of the ask for these, I guess, preliminary studies. Do we have a sense for that? And if it's, relatively inexpensive, and if that's what you need to move forward to give clarity to the situation, then I think that's helpful, because, if we don't do anything, we're going to be exactly where we're at. But unfortunately, that's kind of been the approach the last 3 years. Is I kind of feel like we haven't really, I know there's been a lot of work in the background going on, but we're still where we're at.
Okay, Michael.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on this to emphasize a couple of things. One, the robustness of this conversation, I think, demonstrates the complexity of this conversation. We're not going to solve it today. That's why I think it requires more discussion. I understand the request a little bit better now, and I'm slightly more comfortable with it. But I really want to make sure that I emphasize for myself, the aquarium is a valuable piece of the culture of Virginia Beach. I myself, Mr. Green, grew up going to the aquarium myself, taking field trips there. I think it may have been the first field trip I ever took. I admire the folks who were part of the foundation that helped establish it in the beginning, and who are part of the foundation that continue to work to sustain it. None of these conversations or questions should be taken as a lack of appreciation or respect or consideration for the positive impact that the aquarium makes on our community. However, we also have a fiduciary and other types of responsibilities to the people, to the citizens of Virginia Beach. So we're talking about modernization of rec centers, libraries, schools. We need new fire trucks. I mean, I could go on and on and on and down the list of the portfolio of needs that exist within the community, and asking questions and seeking to understand and finding ways to promote efficiency is not only the right thing to do, it's a requirement. It's a duty. It's part of our duty here today. And one of the aspects of this conversation that's been the most frustrating and disappointing to me is that there's a perceived lack of value when we ask the questions that we were entrusted to ask around this table. And I hope that that's the spirit in which we move forward. We're just trying to find a balance of affordability and continue to deliver the services and infrastructure and all of the central government functions that the people of Virginia Beach rely upon. As I understand it, we just saw on a previous slide, the aquarium receives, according to that slide, $2.5 million in, I think it's operating support. Does that include maintenance?
No, that does not include maintenance. The maintenance one is separate. I think the maintenance is probably $2 million by itself.
Yeah, and so that, I mean, just back in napkin math, that's $4.5 million. And I think another previous estimate showed somewhere around $8 million per year that the city was subsidizing the operations of the aquarium. And yet we know that aquariums in other municipalities, some private, some public, operate in the black, or at least break even. And one of the things that I'm interested in as part of the discussion moving forward is how could we at least explore the possibility of whether or not that will be possible here in Virginia Beach. And with that, it would potentially make resources available to provide tax relief, to enhance affordability, or to deliver other services that people are asking for. And again, asking these questions is not a critique, and it's not a conveyance of a lack of value. It's part of the responsibility of public service.
So, Mr. Mayor, in the context of what we need to give staff today for preliminary budget guidance, I think the message is clear. You all need more information. And there may be openness to funding some next steps so you can get that information. That's sort of the level of direction I want to give. It's not a firm yes, it's not a firm no, but you need more information and you're open to that.
Amelia and Stacy.
I've been patient. Yes, I have. On a different subject, where you have miscellaneous, looking at what different districts and people on the whole need. I brought forth during my first time on council the opportunity that with the percentage, we also need different cultures to include it. And that was trying to build a Virginia African American Cultural Center. Since then, the city have worked with me to at least, this has been about over 8 years of working on this, to at least give us some land as a private-public partnership, which we maintained and kept well. And besides that, I have worked diligently to also provide other amenities for the area. At this point, we would love to at least put something on the ground. And it's not 200 million. We're looking at about 26 million. But one of the things of having PPP, like you mentioned, private partners, we have gotten to the point and work that we do have some partners that's willing to help us fund that at 13.5 million, but we will need like a 3-stool help from the city and help from the state, looking at $6.5 million each. And it doesn't have to be all in one, even if it's 6.5 incrementally, 2-point-something over, that will help. So I have already walked the talk up at the city, at the state level, trying to talk to see the value this would bring on the whole, not only for Virginia, but also Virginia Beach, which is one of the early starts. Like we had the first landing. And after that, they did give me, as many of you know, $1 million, which I'm holding on to. So that's part of their 6.5. But I would love to see the city, because we have a lot of culture. Everyone does not get to go down to the aquarium, mobility, transportation, different things. So when we do a community fall festival, they come to the land. We even had where the NBA and Pharrell them worked on helping us redesign the basketball court, and I tell you, it is used daily. What I would like to see is for the city to consider some form of dedication, some form of, in some funding to help us with that 6.5. It's not a huge number compared to what we've been looking at, but I believe it's a doable number for our citizens, especially the African American citizens and others who want to learn about the history and culture of that for our community. So I'm just throwing that out, just like my colleague threw out his rec center. This is also, but at least we've worked over a design, we've worked over how much it would cost, that will include the FFE, and we need that little lift. Thank you, Mayor.
Stacy.
Hey, I just want to put a bow on the aquarium conversation, I hope. And before my time on council, this conversation started about the needs for the aquarium. And the biggest criticism I heard, and it's not my criticism, but what I heard was the city has a partner in the foundation, and the foundation was not included in the conversation. So it's been brought up that I think we need to sit down and have the conversation with the foundation, get them in the room, and as together as partners, make a recommendation on how we want to move forward. Period.
Okay, Rosemary?
We've been having those conversations. Worth and I are the liaisons, and we've been with staff and with the leadership of the foundation, and that's kind of the last meeting that we had is the foundation was going to go back and talk to their people and find out their direction. So they are not left out. Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you. Tell you what, I think it's, I think we talked about it, but just to put a, capstone on it. Yeah, we've been chewing on this elephant in a while, but we found that the hide is very, very tough, okay? This is not an easy situation. But I tell you what, I think, Patrick, you alluded to what we did with Rudy Loop, where we were able to put together multiple scenarios, and then we were able to make a decision based on aesthetics, based on design, based on cost and everything, and I think we came out a winner with that. So if we can do something similar, give us a cafe version of what we can do, but by all means, include the foundation as part of it. Okay.
So the other two big topics related to the CIP were the rec center modernization and the Central Beach, starting to take.
Central Beach is really just informational.
Okay.
Right, so we don't need direction from council because as the council mentioned, we got a couple RFPs out. And in time, those will manifest the path that the council chooses to go. If the council hits goes on one of those responses, then it will be time to trigger opportunities for parking and TIF and possibly SSD. Yeah, but basically this was just informational.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Patrick, would I be right in saying that, I'm sorry, please.
Go ahead.
Okay, that in terms of the rec center modernization, I don't think there's an option but other than to go forward, because if we delay, the cost would, just escalate.
Yes, sir. I think you're correct. And we've been watching this for a period of time to when the fund actually had the capacity to do 3 in a respectable amount of time. And I think this is about as best as we can get it because it just increases in cost, as Mr. Schulman says, the longer we wait.
Yep.
And the funding source looks like it could support it at this time. So we would like to move forward with that as recommending it in the proposed budget for you. Mm-hmm.
Anybody object? Okay.
Okay. So anything else anyone wants to give as directions to staff related to the CIP in particular, capital projects?
Yeah, Cash.
So just, Councilman Cummings, did you have something? Oh, okay, I'll go first. All right. So just, and this is good for the public to really understand how the CIP works. There's a lot of things that I feel like since being on council for 1 year that these are not my initiatives, these are not my projects, but yet they benefit the city. It takes a couple of years for projects to even make it to the CIP. There's one that I think that we should talk about, and I don't know if when you called me that I said it. I think I did, stormwater. I think it's the businesses that have been in my ear saying that we are so stringent with how we require stormwater regularization or regulations to be, submitted to businesses that people that consider doing business in Virginia Beach will rather go to Chesapeake and so forth and so on because our stormwater, the way that we have it spelled out for local businesses. And so I'm a little concerned of maybe we need an engineer, maybe we need some a study group, but if businesses are turning away because of our BMPs, right? Or they're turning away because of how we have our stormwater, I think when we talk about taxpayers not increasing the taxes, well, the only way that we can keep the taxes low is by either increasing businesses here. If not, taxes go up. So if our stormwater requirements are so difficult that businesses go to Chesapeake, Norfolk, you name it, the surrounding cities, and that's really because of our BMPs, our stormwater regulations, then in a couple of years, our taxes are going to be in a place where our citizens are going to be requesting for new council members because we haven't done our job keeping their taxes low. So I'm concerned about the stormwater. I'm concerned about it. We need it for safety, but I'm concerned.
Okay, Josh, and then Barbara.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And Councilman Jackson Green, and thank you for mentioning something about the cost of doing business and how it's impacting our housing availability and affordability issues. But the stormwater, we just had a stormwater management implementation advisory group give us a really great set of recommendations that was circulated a couple of months ago. It was just what you spoke of, a bunch of engineers, environmental folks, development community, city staff, land use and environmental attorneys got together and made some recommendations on how our economy and our environment can kind of work a little better together along those lines. One of the recommendations in the group's report included resourcing an existing CIP relative to cost share on infrastructure improvements, stormwater infrastructure improvements that would help offset some of those costs when the private sector goes to redevelop and develop property, so that, to the extent there is an impact on public services, public stormwater, that there's money alongside that private investment to go ahead and help make the project possible. I believe that's resourced currently at about $2 million a year. I believe the task force report recommended evaluating additional monies be placed into that CIP line item, so that there's a laundry list of things that could be done. I suppose that could help, but one thing I would request, I guess, is maybe I know that report was circulated among the council. a couple of months ago, and we had a presentation, but it would be nice if it were brought back, recirculated, so that the council could consider formally accepting those recommendations and then giving staff direction to move forward.
Yeah, Barbara.
Well, the reality is that because of where we are and the type of soils that we have, we can't ignore stormwater. And we can't put buildings in places that are going to flood. I mean, we look at these places all over the country that the whole town is being wiped out because of flooding. Well, we're in a situation that is extremely volatile, and if we can't ignore what we are, and just because we want to build something there doesn't mean it's the right place to build it. And now, thank goodness, we're going to start acknowledging the issues that we have because of sea level rise. The sea level is going to keep rising, and if we don't start thinking about it right now, in a few years, this is not going to be a very good place to be. And if we don't accommodate what it takes to accommodate the sea level rise, that's a whole lot more expensive than stormwater. But we have to recognize that we're in an extremely volatile area. I think we're the most susceptible on the East Coast, and we have to. And so maybe folks don't like the fact that we have to accommodate the land, but the reality is if we don't accommodate the land, it's going to cost those folks a whole lot more once they get washed away. So it's the reality of who we are and where we are, and we can't ignore it. And thank goodness we're going to start applying the issues of sea level rise. But that's going to be a lot more costly than the stormwater. And that's the bad news.
Stacy.
Hi, we have the Process Improvement Commission, who has a lot of expertise. They worked on what Councilman Shulman was talking about on the stormwater report, did an excellent job. They did a great job when we were talking about the city budget and ways to make it, recommendations for efficiency and cost reductions. And I feel as though we have this new comprehensive plan coming about. As a result of that, I believe that planning is going to do a study to see what changes need to be made in our zoning and ordinances. And I would like to recommend that we have the Process Improvement Commission work with our planning department, because there's a lot of very technical expertise on that side of the equation, to work with our planning folks to come up with recommendations about the changes the needed changes in our zoning ordinances as a result of the comprehensive plan, which would address stormwater, will address a bunch of other issues as a result of this. And I think we would get a lot out of their input.
Great. And, let me say this about that, too. I think one of the problems we have, unless I'm wrong, we have a one-size-fits-all program. The bottom line is you go out to various areas of the city, some places demand more stringent regulations, other places may not. So I think, we just got to be adaptable and, make it, custom fit to, the area that, that's, just a thought there. Okay.
So I'm going to take the direction, the preliminary guidance on the CIP as move forward with the rec center modernization, get more information about the aquarium. I want to move next to expenses, revenues, and process, but I want to give you a 10-minute break.
That would be
before we
good.
do that. So 10-minute break.
Ladder break.
break, we looked at the other comments that we heard from you all on the different pieces we wanted to talk about today. And I'm going to summarize what I think we heard. I'll get a thumbs up or not. And so we can go through those a little more quickly. For the budget process, we had a lot of discussion early in the morning about how to give more time for council discussion while hearing all the information you need to hear. And where we heard you leaving that is the staff will develop a proposal for how to do the presentations concisely and emphasize what you need to hear, still giving you all the information you need in packets to read ahead of time. And so if we're good with that as the direction, staff is good with that. Seeing nodding, any?
I think we're good. Yeah, that's okay.
Okay. We talked a lot about revenues as well, with a few presentations on a few specific ones. The staff will continue to work on the hotel flat tax, continue to engage, but nothing specific at this point. It will continue with community engagement and council engagement. We're going to ask you to kind of hold on to what to do with real estate versus personal property tax until after this conversation, because we want to have a little more discussion on that. But in general, the discussion was there's a few kinds of taxes we're interested in. We don't have the authority for some of them. We're interested in perhaps taxpayer relief. That's going to tie to the conversation after. But in general, just kind of a recognition that the revenue neutral rate doesn't account for inflation. The mayor's hamburger costs more. So revenues, we're going to continue the discussion in a couple minutes, but in general, that's what we were hearing on what I'm saying. We're not continuing on. Anything you want to add there? We'll come back to real estate versus personal property tax discussion. We'll come back to taxpayer relief in a few minutes.
Okay.
Okay? Expenses, the guidance on a council policy for supplanting state and federal revenues sounds like a future conversation based on what we're hearing out of the state. And so staff is comfortable with where we are, knowing that you might need a future conversation. Had some other interests, but also want to have conversations through the funding formula conversation with the schools about parity and health benefits. So no specific recommendations or guidelines right now to guide staff as they develop the budget, but just kind of general comments. Mr. Cummings.
Stacey?
Over the course of the last several months, the Process Improvement Commission has worked on, it was a task force set up by City Council after last year's budget. They made a presentation, had several recommendations for expense, places where we could look at cutting expenses or at least examining that, and also some revenue enhancements. And so I think that should be part of this discussion as far as revenues and expenses go. That they did a lot of work on that and had some great recommendations. We need to consider what they brought forward.
So council needs to consider the PISC recommendations.
Yes.
Yeah. David?
So I'm not sure if you want to talk about that now, or is that just something we want to put on the radar to talk about as far as the PISC stuff? Because I wasn't here for the presentation. I have an opinion on it.
I'll tell you, Hutch, let me put it this way. There were numerous recommendations. It might be a
Yeah.
little over the thing today, but I think it is definitely worthy of a future of discussion as we get into it.
Okay.
Cash?
Sorry, I just wanted to make this clear on exploring a policy of party in health benefits, school plus city. I'm also thinking that when you look at a pie and you look at the biggest portion of our budget, the almost $8 billion budget, the large portion of the pie goes to the school district, which rightfully so. We've got some of the best schools in the nation here in Virginia Beach. However, I look in the audience and I don't see anyone from the school board represented in our retreat. So I'm telling you, we need to have the right people at the table to have the right discussion. If not, then it's secondhand information. Next, human resources is another person. Don't we have who's a part of human resource? Are they here?
Yeah.
Oh, no, okay, so I stand corrected. Human resources is here. So school board is the problem. No. I'm glad that you're here so that we can have discussion. So I think that's the only person that's missing, or someone from their department missing, so that we can really have a healthy, robust conversation. If not, it's just one-sided.
You know, Cash, let me put it this way. A camel is a racehorse designed by a committee, okay? And there's sometimes you got too many voices here. We are the deciding body, but once again, we will have, integration. We have the 5-year forecast going. We understand there is a separate and distinct body for a reason. And once again, they have full jurisdiction over what we do. The main difference is that we are the ones that allocate the money. But be assured that going forward, there will be conversations. But this is not the appropriate time. Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking at the two that have to do with potential federal cuts. So the policy for potentially supplanting state and federal money and the rainy day reserve. Thinking about the PISC recommendations, and I know that you may have been thinking about this, the human services cut. So if you're thinking, I'm thinking about the staff that's preparing for preliminary budget guidance, knowing that some departments are more precarious than others, particularly human services. So there were a number of cuts recommended, that's a fair word, from the PISC presentation, but I mentioned the concern about losing, and that came up in the earlier budget presentation. So I don't know where that fits into the planning, but I think that needs to be accounted for when we're losing grants and the state may not pick up the loss. What does that mean locally for funding those services?
Any thoughts, Patrick?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Rouse I'm thinking about your PhD, right? Councilmember Rouse is spot on. That's literally the conversation we had with Human Services and Housing last week in their internal budget hearing, is how do we account for those impacts? And as Kevin mentioned, a lot of those vacancies that we could possibly cut are used either for local match components, or they're used to cover the fact that when we don't have the positions filled, we don't adequately fund for overtime. So to use those vacancy savings to cover the overtime for the staff that have to take on the additional work, because those things are mandatory. I think when I hear this, council's asking us to explore the PISC opportunities, and if there's any ones that are realistically feasible to do, consider. As PISC themselves noted that there are tremendous constraints and unknowns that they have with what they brought forward as well, but they just set those along for consideration. Inside the package that we provide to council, there's also the departmental responses to the impacts that that PISC provided, that the impacts that PISC suggested for consideration and further conversation. there's a response from the departments on what those impacts would have to those departments. We did look as part of the internal budget process, and we will take those into mind as we bring forward the proposed budget for council's consideration.
Okay.
Anything else that you want to address, or we'll keep you moving? We'll keep you moving. So the sort of late in our planning for this retreat, the staff started getting potentially good information. And that's great. The VRS information that they shared earlier is potentially good. The governor's budget is potentially good. And so we wanted to ask you all to give a sense of, if we had more money, how would you allocate it? We're going to give you each a worksheet. Let me just turn this real quick.
Multi-purposing.
So Laura's going to hand out a worksheet like this for each of you. How would you allocate funding if you got new funding? We put 4 initial categories on here, and we have 2 blanks. The first category is, if you were able to invest more, would you invest into closing federal state funding gaps or mandates? We don't think that you're going to have to do that this year, or you're not going to have to do much of that this year. So this first line is probably less important. The second line is, if you had additional money, would you want to invest in attracting and retaining a qualified workforce? So that might be paying the market salary rate, second phase.
So last year, City Council, or 2 budgets ago, Council authorized a market salary survey. We did the market salary survey, but funds did not come into, there wasn't enough funds to fully implement it. So a portion of the workforce, primarily public safety, got the market salary survey adjustment, right? One of the things that council could possibly consider is attracting and retaining qualified workforce could be to fund the other portion of that, or other additional enhancements to workforce recruitment and retention.
The next one on the list is capital infrastructure investment, not asking for specific projects, but if you had access to additional money, is that where you might want to invest? The last one is taxpayer relief. So would you want to invest in taxpayer relief, which is reducing some taxes or fees for taxpayers? And we've got 2 blanks if there's something else on your mind. We're not giving you a specific dollar amount. Say you've got $10 million new money. We're just wanting to understand your relative priority of these. If there's new money, where would you want to invest? And so we'll ask each of you to mark an X on the different lines of what you relatively want to invest more in one of these or less in one of these. And if it's equal, just put them all equal. So just put your X's on. We'll collect and display. Questions about what you're doing?
Any questions? Josh?
One question. When we're talking about attracting and retaining a qualified workforce, are we just talking about city workforce, or are we talking about workforce in general as a means to grow our economy?
This one will be city workforce.
Any other clarifying questions? Yes.
Patrick, when you were talking about the job, the analysis we did in public safety, there's job classifications, right? And we had done some, I think, the year before public safety. Do you know, and it's not 100% necessary, but how many job classes are still that we would need to bring up? Do we have any idea on that?
Yeah, Kevin, I think that was a 48. Public safety is about 50% of the workforce, or.
I don't know the
Well, I'm not worried, I'm really worried about the, like, are we at half or are we at 3/4? Because I thought we had done some the year before, public safety.
For the market adjustment, public safeties was about 17, or assumed to be about 17 after implementation, and I think the remaining amount that was not funded was around $15 million. So I think that was in aggregate the total amount of the
Okay.
cost.
Any other questions?
All right, go ahead and mark your papers. When you're ready, we'll collect them. One per row.
One per row?
Yeah.
Are you supposed to mark 4? Is that right, or?
What? One per row.
Please don't associate.
Yeah, but you don't want to. We're not letting you touch the stickies.
They changed the color of the dock. See, notice they don't trust us to go up and put the dots up, so.
For good reason.
We're almost done. One more. There's Let me get the last couple of write-ins, and then we'll talk. One of these. Huh? All right, we're close to done. So we're going to give you averages in a second, too. Where do you want it? On the green. Okay. Sorry. So I'm going to start just like observing from the top. We've got a spread of, it's important to look at federal state funding gaps or mandates. Then we see it start shifting more toward important to attract and retain a qualified workforce, shifting more toward capital improvement, capital infrastructure investment, taxpayer relief. And then the other ideas that came on to things, African American Cultural Center, I think there was one here and one here. Sports tourism has two at the high end, school modernization, aquarium kind of in the middle, economic development, workforce development, housing and economic development, and seniors and special needs. So those are additional areas of interest. We're getting our averages now. I thought I heard you wanted, okay. So we'll get our last average. So these are your averages across. Federal state funding gaps or mandates, a 3.5 on this scale. attracting and retaining a qualified workforce, a 6.5 on this scale. Capital infrastructure investment, 6.7. Taxpayer relief, 7.5. And then other important things, but because you weren't all voting on the same thing, we don't have any averages, but it's useful information here. When I look at it, these three all seem relatively important to all of you, with taxpayer relief being the top important piece to you, that you want to be able to provide some taxpayer relief. So this is when I'm going to get back from the discussion we were having earlier. What does taxpayer relief look like? There was mixed messages earlier about maybe it might be something with the real estate tax, maybe it's something with personal property tax, maybe it's something else. Is there any, there was also several comments of, we want the message to staff to be, if there's the possibility to do some taxpayer relief, we want to do it. We'd like staff to kind of flesh that out and come back to us with a proposal. So somewhere in that spectrum, want to know what your interest is in, if there's an ability to do so, what would taxpayer relief look like?
Okay, Michael and Josh.
You know, I thought it was a really interesting discussion the last time. I heard, you know, a really compelling appeal for the more equitable distribution of relief and affordability. And then I also heard, you know, another council member, I think, correctly point out that the vast majority of the revenue that comes into the city is paid by residential homeowners. I think, why do we have to pick between the two? Couldn't it be yes and? I mean, I think it would be, in my view, I would love to see options that provide both. Relief for the people that don't own homes and also relief for people who do, just in different ways. I mean, I don't see that as being so complicated.
Josh?
Thank you, Mayor. I think it would be helpful to kind of have a sense or begin thinking about it with a sense of like who exactly it is who's suffering most right now and who we want to, you know, be in a position to give some assistance to. And then once we have an idea of the various categories of people who are having the most difficult of times right now, maybe looking at what kind of taxes they pay so that we could target some relief to those who need it most. And just kind of looking at the rest of these, it strikes me that all of these things cost money. And then the ones that, like the investments in economic development and workforce development and housing, those are the things that help generate additional revenue to pay for those other things that are priorities. So I wish economic development was on there as a baseline so that we could all vote on that. But that's the bill payer.
Thank you. So you start with, for me, you start with the seniors and the special needs community. Some of them are not able to go out and generate extra or additional income. And so you start with our most vulnerable population. There you put together a task group or a task force or a committee and study it. And it's based on the needs and things that would put them in those brackets. I mean, that's the population that's most vulnerable and near and dear to my heart. Okay. Second, I would say in the form of tax credits, right? Because you're not going to issue direct cash back to them. So where is this tax credit going to come from? Personal property taxes. I told you I ran on this because I was in the auto industry. And I don't like the fact that we have to keep paying on the vehicles over and over again. especially if you do a one-time fee or tax or personal property tax when you buy the car. And then second, after it depreciates, you keep paying personal property taxes on it. Now, but I like Sue Cunningham over there as well, too. I get it. It does some good. So personal property taxes, now that I'm in this seat and I see the other side, too. So there has to be a balance. So I would say how that looks for me, giving back to the public, is by tax credits. Thank you.
Okay, Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I echo Councilmember Berlucci that we heard compelling arguments for both real estate and property tax relief. I am leaning towards property tax as a relief that, is my understanding, will reach more people. What I'm curious about with the real estate tax relief, the way that works is through a tax rate reduction. Is that the mechanism? So that's my biggest concern. We went from 99 to 97, and I don't know how sustainable a reduction is in the context of reduction in federal funding. We'll see what happens with state funding. Things are expensive, so keeping things as is to manage it is where I'm right now, and I'm leaning towards property tax.
Rosemary,
If I could just
Rosemary,
respond to
then
that.
Stacy.
You could always give a credit on their bill. And I think we did that the year 21, 22, because used cars, all of a sudden, because their values went way, way up, which I'd never ever seen before. So we gave them, I can think, a 25% tax credit on their bills. So the nice thing about that is people see it. If you just send them a bill with, even if it's a reduced rate, they may not see it because it may be confused as, well, that might be because of a depreciation. But if you actually gave them a credit, they could see what the city council did. So that's one way you could handle that.
Okay, Stacy?
All right, just continuing the argument for the real estate side of it. In estimate, I'm sorry, Kevin, I told you I wouldn't hold you to it, but I'm just going to ballpark it here. Okay, so on the real estate tax side of it, if it's going to take a 3-cent reduction to get revenue neutral, and I don't know that we're going to be able to get there, but let's just say it's a 2-cent reduction in the real estate tax rate. That means that every homeowner is still going to be paying a little bit more on their real estate tax bill. It's just that the increase is going to be less than if we didn't give the real estate tax relief. On the personal property tax, and again, I hate all taxes, but on the personal property tax, all things being equal, everybody's going to get a cut because the car's a year older and theoretically going to be worth a little bit less. So again, I just think that we put the greatest burden on the homeowner. And if we do have the ability to give some relief, the relief should come where the greatest burden has been placed. Over the last several years, when we didn't have the flexibility to even think about, reducing the rate, the real estate folks got hit hard, people that own homes. And again, they're not going to, if we reduce it 2 cents, everybody's still going to see a little bump in their real estate bill, but it's just not going to be as dramatic as it's been in the last several years.
Okay, Hutch?
So we're just repeating ourselves here a little bit, but for me, it's like, because I can tell you, I've talked to past folks that have sat at the end of the table down here, and they're like, what are you doing considering with the flooding and everything else that you're going to lower the taxes, and we've got $1 billion we got to come up with. They're wondering how we're going to make that happen, But I also understand we've come into some money. Don't want to say that it hasn't, so we have to be judicious about that. I just can't get past the fact that if you do it that way, the homeowners, which I am one, that you're not doing anything for the folks that are renting. And it's not a small percentage. Even on my wrong number earlier, it's still 40%. Thank you, Katie. So 40% of our folks are 40%. That's, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands, whatever. That's a lot of folks. So I think that's when we're talking affordability, that's why we would do it. Again, I agree that either one is probably not wrong, but I think one does a little bit more good for everybody. So that's where I stand. And I've had a lot of folks that have sat around this table that I've talked to that all but said you're making a mistake if you cut the property tax, that you should look at the personal property. The housing, what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, Josh.
Sorry, I'll take one more butt at the apple. I just remember where we were at in 2023, where I think, we were, or 24, I think is what it was, when there was a reduction, and then we were faced with, I think, what was it, $170 million shortfall in the CIP, and that threw our capital budget off to the point where we were sitting here trying to figure out whether, was it a 9-year CIP now, or how are we gonna make all these things work? Because we've made assumptions over the last several years on how to plan out the next 6. And to Councilwoman Rouse's point, if we have a reduction in the rate, that is a sustained reduction over time that makes us miss targets. And that concerns me because, I know we've all felt the pain of a delayed, deferred, CIP project. I certainly have, and it's not fun. And we've, in prior retreats, we've said that a priority of ours is keeping our promises. And I think we really, and especially on the things that people use day in, day out, namely roads and critical infrastructure. We've got an aging city, aging infrastructure, and now's the time for reinvestment. And if we're going to chop ourselves out at the knees now, in the face of things continuing to escalate in terms of cost, I think we put keeping our promises in great jeopardy. So if we do have some sort of a surplus and there is interest at some sort of equitable relief that touches all residents, if there's a way to do a rebate and list it the way that you talked about, even on the real estate tax bill, that it would show somebody this is 1 year only. We're rebating it this year, and it's not a rate decrease that we're going to have to plan ourselves out of 3, 4, 5 years from now, so that we hit the projects that we need to hit.
Okay, State, anybody else over there?
Mr. Manager, were you going to say something about?
I don't know. No. Yeah, the real estate one has more impacts, and I don't want to say adverse impacts, because there are impacts that we got to navigate around, right? So more challenges maybe on the overall city municipal corporation bottom line, right? But the personal property tax isn't leveraged as the way that the real estate is leveraged from a dedication standpoint, right? So if a reduction was made on the personal property tax, it has less of a ramification on the debt capacity side of the city than a real estate tax reduction would have. Yeah, but they're all challenges. But if you reduce the capacity, you reduce our ability to do things. As we're starting to ramp into things like considering the fact that likely on the horizon, probably in calendar year 27, the council's going to have another confrontation with reality, as the mayor said, with are we going to demonstrably indicate to the Army Corps chief engineers so they can demonstrably indicate to the Congress that Virginia Beach is going to be a 35% partner of the Coastal Storm Resiliency Flood Project, right? We know that's probably several $billions. first phase, and we, like as Mr. Cummings mentioned, that's the elephant, right? But the first phase is probably going to be hundreds of millions of dollars, right? And we're going to need to show them that we're willing to consider our 35% match of that. If you cut the real estate rate, that's making it that much more difficult of a conversation for you all to have when you are faced with that decision as well. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that's what I would like to offer out there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Stacy.
I'd just like to comment on the one-year credit side of it, and maybe I'm hurting myself a little bit on this, but there are 6 of us running for re-election this year, and I'm afraid that if we did that, the public might perceive that as being an election year buyout or fraud, and I wouldn't want that to be the case. I want this to be a sincere effort to address public need.
Okay. Anybody else? Let me say something that, may be controversial. I'm probably the senior guy at this table, 3/4 of a century old, retirement on the horizon. I have a vested interest in keeping real estate taxes down. I'm going to be living on COLAs from Social Security, a part-time teaching gig, things of that nature. But I think if we're going to be, once again, I'm going to come back to that confrontation with reality thing. In many a way, we're a victim of our own success. People want to move here. Our properties are desirable. They're willing to pay well over listing, to come and live here. And I think, Jennifer, I think you said something, we don't have enough inventory to accommodate, the future needs that we have. And that drives the costs of homes up. Okay, so we got a dilemma here as far as that goes. But, Worth can tell you, what was it, about 6-9 months ago, I got invited to go talk to the North End Civic League. And the fact is that the folks that get hit with the highest probably, and Sue, you can probably bear out. In other words, if there is a rating, it's not across the board for everybody in every direction. That you go by sales in different neighborhoods. Some neighborhoods actually may see their taxes drop, based on, what's going on in their neighborhood. But, unfortunately, the high-end homes in the North End and Bayview and, a few other, places around, they get the disproportionate burden, based on the fact that they live in extremely valuable and, well sought-over places. So I went up and spoke to the North End folks, and, Worth was there. And I spent a number of time talking about the value of, what they're spending money for and things of that nature. And Worth, if I recall, I didn't get any questions at all about the real estate rate after we explained to them, what goes on, with there. Real estate taxes aren't fair, they aren't equitable. And, that's kind of, the situation that we face. But, Cash, I really expect, how do we help the most vulnerable? And a lot of the most vulnerable don't live in residences. As we were saying, nobody can afford the median cost of $450,000 to buy a house these days. So they live in apartments, what doesn't make them less vulnerable. But once again, I think when I talk about the quality of life, it's all the collateral services that we do to help the poor in this house, with the with the relief to the people over 60. That's helpful. The veterans and everything. But when government cannot do it all themselves in terms of helping families that are really in need. And the fact is that, it's a high cost of living everywhere, including Virginia Beach, but the people that work in our service industries, in the hotels and, things of that nature, the custodians and the schools, the people that, pick up, our waste and all the other things, they are stressed too, and they maybe live in apartments, and hopefully, in their, and once again, the cost there. But the services that we provide through our taxes to help out, and a couple things. During the COVID, we gave, what do we give, $1 million to the food bank? Was that the cost, I think?
Probably.
Yeah, back then.
Well, probably 10 million.
Yeah, but I'm
easy.
just saying.
Yeah, I think it's between the ARPA and CARES Act. Yeah, I think it was significant, probably 10 million.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. The Southeastern Senior Services that goes out with Meals on Wheels and other services, the money that we put into the organizations for mental health and things of that nature. And then, believe it or not, along with Michael's advocacy, funding the arts, to, give the culture, but also an identity, to the city of Virginia Beach. We spend a lot of money giving things to faith-based and other organizations that are actually out in the community, actually hands-on people helping out. So, but once again, I think as we look at the broad picture, and that's why we're in such a dilemma, right here. That's why these conversations are not easy, but they have to have. But once again, let me just reiterate over and over. Norfolk, Chesapeake, Newport News, Richmond, everyone is going to have these conversations. And the thing is, I really think that in many ways, we have proven our ability to come through the tough times. We're deliberative, the Marine Corps motto, improvise, adapt, overcome. We got to use the resources that we have, but we just can't lose sight of what we want to do. And I'm just going to keep myself deferring back to the quality of life, because that is an economic driver for companies wanting to come here. And Worth, you and I have had conversations that we got to get the commercial ratio up somewhere closer to 20% to help take some of the burden off the type thing. But one of the reasons I also put workforce development, that it's non-employee, if we can get, we were talking about getting our youth into trades, and if we can get them making significant amount of money being welders and carpenters and auto body repair, and we're able to improve their economic status, significantly, I think that goes a long way to, helping people out there. When we built the Lesnar Bridge, we had to import welders from Baltimore at a premium pay because we didn't have any. So there's other strategies, collateral strategies that, if we start thinking outside of the box and being creative, creating more wealth for people. Because the ultimate answer for our long-term sustainability is going to be creating new revenue sources through economic development and, a few other things. But if we can raise the income level to people, I'll tell you what, I think that's a long-term strategy. But this is all part of the discussion that we're going to have, and that's my 2 cents.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I think that we're feeling like we've got general direction.
Yeah, I think what I got from the council is you all are open and would like, if there's a surplus of scale, to consider taxpayer relief. Means and how to do that to be determined, but obviously we'll present something forward to you all, and then you all can always change it, as part of the budget process. But what I got from you all is that if we get an opportunity, we should not just keep all of those resources for the city corporation, but we should also think about giving some back to the taxpayers that fund the city.
And Mr. Manager, just confirming, if someone's going to fund the city, capital infrastructure investment, attracting and retaining qualified workforce are priorities as well. And you don't need more detail on that right now.
Now, unless council wants to give it, but I'm fine with the general guidelines of where they want us to go.
So if council is good, we would be at the point where we'll just recap. A couple of you in our conversations ahead of time said, you're not always sure what we're deciding at these meetings. So we wanted to just do a quick recap, if that's okay. And then we'll adjourn until tomorrow, unless there's other business. So we just talked about this. Sorry.
Worth?
Thank you, Mayor. Can I just ask a quick question? Because I think you asked us in the interviews, and I think this morning one of the people or one of the categories was dedications, and we didn't take up dedications today. And to me, I think it's worthwhile. I'm not ready to change them necessarily, but what percent goes to open space, what percent goes to Parks and Rec, which I think we're fine with that. But ARP, and I'm hoping everyone's okay with TIP. But anyhow, we didn't talk about dedications because there's fund balance in some of those areas. And so do we want to keep the same amount going there where we could redirect that revenue somewhere else? Is that worth talking about, or?
Yes.
Okay, Michael.
Sorry, no, I couldn't agree more. And I think that was in the package that we got with the fund. I mean, some of those fund balances are quite impressive and will go a long way to providing sustained or one-time relief or addressing some of these emergent priorities that we've discussed today. So I think we must discuss the dedications. I think they're, from my impressions on previous retreats and even in the discussions I've had, I think there's a lot of interest in addressing that. And then we have to acknowledge the fact that if some of these dedications are overperforming, that's inherently unfair to the taxpayer who's being overcharged and under-executed when you have these $30 million buildup inside these dedication funds. And we need to rightfully return those resources to the people who funded them, or set those resources to work for them, which is their expectation of us. So I'm really glad you brought that up, and I hope that we address that tomorrow or in future. But I mean, honestly, some of those funding dedications could resolve some of these sticky issues that we've been discussing here today, just outright. We need to right-size the dedications because people are being overcharged.
Amelia.
Yes, and I concur and agree with both of them, because just setting the record straight, how we got for the arts and culture, getting that dedicated funding for them, Michael and I worked on it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's important to show that dedicated funding help us make that happen. So I agree with what Michael's saying, as well as Worth, that we should look at the dedication. Thanks.
Okay.
Would it be the desire of council to, at this point, just direct the staff to bring those to you all for consideration as part of the budget process? Or do you want to dig in deep into the dedications either in the next 45 minutes or tomorrow?
Yeah, why don't we do it, I think tomorrow, because that's the way we can really kind of sleep on, the context of what we had today. We absorbed quite a bit today, and thank you very much for providing, a path down a bumpy road. But, I think at this point, let's, we have, I think we'll have more flexible time that we can incorporate anything we got to tie up tomorrow. Yeah.
Just a suggestion or question, and I guess I'd put it to Patrick too. Would it be helpful to have, I guess, a preliminary, like a prelim analysis from staff on the health? I know that all the balances and some of the analysis is in the workbook, but just something to work with so that we're not just, picking from here or there, so that we've got maybe a little bit more meaningful background to say, okay, well, this this fund is actually really, really healthy compared to what the annual expenditures are and what the existing obligations are, whereas, you know, another fund might have what appears to be healthy fund balance, but it's committed. So I don't know. Anyway, if you can do that by tomorrow, I mean, that's awesome, but any time soon would be good.
Yeah, but let me say this, Josh. I think, you know, the success of this day today was our magnificent facilitators gave us a schematic. They gave us a plan, an overview. As we go into the budget, you know, once again, when we get more budget details, when we get the assessments, then we can start, you know, plugging into what's on the schematic, and then we can eventually get to a thing. But as of right now, until we get that necessary information that is not ripe yet, you know, but once again, I think, you know, we'll have a path to get to where we need to be.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, Jen.
Just one final comment on the federal and state funding gaps. I didn't indicate a high priority for that with the assumption that for this budget, it's not so much of an issue. After this year, my score will likely change. So that's with the understanding, like with direction is for this budget.
So, Mr. Mayor, when we were first starting to talk with Julie, there was a lot of unknowns going towards a negative place with state and funding support as it relates to these programs. But since the last couple of weeks, it has flipped. And as Kevin mentioned, just last week, the Congress passed something that looks positive as on the horizon for the Community Development Block Grant and the HOME program and stuff like that as well. So we do anticipate, knock on wood, that this will be a fiscal year 28 conversation and not necessarily a fiscal year 27, which is the budget that you'll pass in this coming May. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's a wrap.
So just, we've recapped this. We, right before this, recapped what was on the other board related to your guidance on process and expenditures and revenues and CIP. And I think we're good for the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good for the day. And just to clarify as well, Kevin and Katie, you did acknowledge, it seems like we can have the dedication conversation tomorrow, because we've already looked at them based on expenditures, and it's updated in what we said. So we could have that conversation with the council tomorrow if desired.
Sorry.
All right, that was outstanding work today.
So we are reconvening tomorrow. We're starting at 8:30. There'll be refreshments starting at 8, but we'll be seated at the table and getting started at 8:30. We'll talk about dedications. We'll talk about the role of the governing body and your governance mishmash conversation about a variety of different governance topics, and that's our agenda for tomorrow.
Great. Outstanding work. Thank you.
Thank you.